You have been wired to lose, not because of fate, not because of lack, but because of silent repetitions planted in your mind by weak men, fearful voices, and invisible enemies. And as long as those patterns remain, nothing in your life will change. This speech is not entertainment. It is a blueprint. It is a weapon. It is a daily system to rewire your thinking so radically that even your fears will no longer recognize you. You have been programmed to doubt, to hesitate, to drift, to shrink. And unless you remove that wiring from the root, you will forever sabotage your own success. But today, I give you the tool the world never gave you, the daily rhythm of mental power, a voice that replaces your inner noise with steel, repetition that destroys weakness, command that installs greatness. Let this play in your background every day, and you will become new, not by force, not by hope, but by spiritual law, because your mind cannot resist what it hears daily, feels deeply, and obeys repeatedly. This is that voice. These are those commands. This is your hour. So let us begin. Every man is being programmed, either by his own definite purpose or by the idle winds of the world. His thoughts are not isolated accidents. They are commands repeated. They are seeds that build empires or tombs. If he does not select and repeat the right thought, the wrong one will take root. That is not opinion, it is law. Repetition builds reality. What the heart feels often, the hand soon builds. Faith creates fact. It is not the loudest voice that governs a man, it is the most consistent. Thought is the seed. Habit is the cement. Action is the structure. You cannot escape this. You can only choose what materials you're using. Cosmic habit force, the silent law of all permanence, binds whatever you repeat. If you repeat complaint, it becomes habit. If you repeat faith, it becomes character. If you repeat fear, it becomes fate. Your mind is fertile soil. It will grow whatever seed is given. And it does not judge the seed. It only obeys it. Most men never rewire themselves. They are not defeated by strength. They are conquered by subtlety. The whispers of news, gossip, ridicule, idle voices, and casual conversations slowly lay bricks in the mind. They listen without guarding, and what is heard without resistance becomes installed. You must now do what few will ever do. Take possession of your mind, not part-time, not on Sundays, but daily, hourly, even silently while others sleep. If you do not rewire yourself with purpose, the world will wire you with fear. And the world has no interest in your greatness. I speak now of autosuggestion, the principle by which the subconscious mind is impressed through repetition and belief. This is not a toy. It is not for hobbyists. It is the most powerful tool ever given to man. By it, the mind can be rebuilt, rewired, and redirected. Every time you repeat a thought with emotion, your subconscious accepts it as instruction, not as poetry, not as theory, as blueprint. The more you repeat it, the deeper the groove. The deeper the groove, the stronger the current. Soon it becomes instinct. Soon it becomes you. This is why the background noise of your life matters more than your peak decisions. Because what is repeated in the background becomes law in your being. It becomes a permanent builder of your belief. Consider the life of Thomas Edison. He was not a man of shallow thinking. He programmed his mind nightly with questions. He trained it to think while he slept. He expected answers not from hope, but from the infinite intelligence that obeys definiteness and repetition. When others said, "It cannot be done," Edison repeated a different phrase. "It will be done." And what he repeated, he created. He wired his mind not to fear failure, but to treat failure as information. And that mental blueprint built the modern world. You must now begin to do what Edison did. Train your mind through daily ritual. Speak only what aligns with your definite chief aim. Write it. Say it. Let it live in your environment. Let it echo when your room is silent. Say with me now, I now speak only what aligns with my definite chief aim. I permit no thought that weakens my resolve. My life is shaped by what I repeat, not what I wish. These are not quotes. They are weapons. They are laws. And when used daily, they are reprogramming commands for the subconscious mind. Every word you hear in the background is either programming you for strength or for stagnation. Every voice you entertain, every doubt you allow, every lyric you hum, it all enters the mind as suggestion. And the mind obeys all suggestion when repeated with emotion. So understand this: repetition is not neutral. Repetition is power. It is installation. It is spiritual engraving. And if you do not control the input, you will never control the output. Let me say this again. Repetition in the background is not noise. It is nutrition. Just as a man becomes weak by eating poison, a mind becomes anxious by absorbing fear. Just as a man becomes strong by feeding his body, a mind becomes clear by feeding it command. And so I give you your daily work. First, write your definite aim. Second, speak it aloud in the morning. Third, let it play in the background while you work. Fourth, repeat it silently when you walk. Fifth, affirm it before you sleep. Sixth, let no idle thought go unchecked. Do this not once, not twice, but daily, until the repetition becomes identity, until the man who once doubted becomes the man who now commands, until the wiring of weakness is replaced by the current of power. You may wonder, will this really work? And I answer, it already is. Your current beliefs, habits, posture, and confidence are not accidents. They are the result of past repetition. You are already wired. Now you must rewire. And this message, if repeated daily, becomes the new rhythm of your transformation. You do not need new motivation. You need new momentum. And that begins with repetition. You are not required to change overnight, but you are required to repeat the change every day. Let it sink into the grooves. Let it override the old scripts. Let it become so familiar that your fears no longer feel at home. And so I leave you with this. If you do not rewire yourself, the world will gladly wire you for weakness. But if you take command, if you install power, if you repeat the right thought with faith and definiteness, you shall become the man others cannot ignore. You shall become the architect of yourself, and nothing in your life shall remain the same. You are not your habits. You are not your past. You are not your failures. You are the repetition of thoughts and actions, done often enough to be mistaken for identity. The man you believe yourself to be is not permanent. He is merely practiced. And what is practiced can be replaced by new practice. Identity is not set in stone. It is formed in rhythm. A man becomes who he is through thought, emotion, and repetition. Every belief you carry was once an idea you entertained long enough to call your own, and the moment you stop repeating it, it begins to fade. The old self, the version of you that hesitates, doubts, breaks under pressure, is not a curse. He is a rhythm, a pattern, a familiar song played one too many times. He is the default voice that gained strength because no stronger voice ever took his place. You do not need to heal the old self. You do not need to understand him. You need to replace him. Just as you can overwrite a note with a new line, you can overwrite identity with new commands, new rituals, new beliefs. Understand this, every thought carries a command, and every time you think like the man you used to be, you reinforce him. You speak his language, you grant him breath. But if you replace those thoughts, if you starve him of attention and feed only the new image, he dies. The old self is not a demon, he is not an enemy. He is a habit, and habits are killed by starvation and replaced by intention. This is not theory, it is history. Let us consider Andrew Carnegie. He was not born with the image of a tycoon in his heart. He was born poor, born among laborers, born into the language of wages and survival, but he refused to rehearse it. He imagined fortune, he imagined service, he imagined power with purpose, and he repeated that image daily. He walked with it, he talked to himself with it. He rewrote his thoughts and declared a new vision, and slowly the wage mentality died. The old man was buried. The new one took the throne. This law applies to you. You have carried the old self, not because he is strong, but because he is familiar. And what is familiar is not always wise. It is merely well-fed. Now you must begin to disassemble him. You must cut the cords of repetition that tie you to doubt. You must interrupt the rhythm. You must stop playing his tune. You disassemble a weak identity not with force, but by refusing to speak his phrases, by refusing to sit with his posture, by refusing to think his thoughts, and by repeating daily the opposite. Begin now with this. I no longer borrow identity. I construct it. Each repetition of strength replaces a former weakness. These are not empty words. These are chisels. They are instruments of mental architecture. They are the hammers that strike against the shell of the old you and make way for the form of the new one. Understand that visualization is not dreaming. It is design. And what is designed repeatedly in the mind becomes law in the subconscious. If you see yourself clear enough, often enough, and back it with emotion and decision, your outer life will mirror it. Mental rehearsal is construction, and construction requires daily work. Not emotion, not motivation, but work. Speak it aloud. The old self is no longer invited to build. Only the man of faith, clarity, and command may now remain. Picture now the man you are becoming, not in fantasy, but in blueprint. What does he say when pressure hits? How does he stand in the face of resistance? What does he refuse to entertain in conversation? What does he affirm in private? Now let your repetition begin there. Let the background noise of your life whisper his name. Let the words you speak install his presence. Let the books you read reinforce his identity. Let the silence you enter be the cathedral in which you rehearse his language. The world will continue to offer you the old self, through memory, through habit, through other people's expectations. But you will now know he is not you. He is a mask worn too long. And now that you have chosen to take command, he will fall away. But not easily, not without resistance, and not all at once. He will beg for comfort. He will crave the old schedule. He will plead for the same conversations. Deny him. Say, I have a new master now, and that master is purpose. I do not serve comfort. I serve the man I have chosen to become. Let every repetition be a funeral for the old self. Let every new command be a beam in the structure of the new identity. Let your walk, your word, your will speak only of your future. Tonight, when you lay your head down, let your final thoughts not be memories of who you were, but repetitions of who you are becoming. Speak affirmations. Listen to messages of power. Let your subconscious rest not in confusion, but in construction. And remember, repetition is the instrument. Faith is the force. Vision is the form. What you repeat with certainty becomes your life. What you starve dies. What you feed lives. And what you declare daily shall become your permanent name. So I say now, with complete conviction, begin tonight. Replace the echo of weakness with the voice of power. Repeat the words of strength until they become your second nature. And when the old self tries to return, do not argue, do not explain, do not entertain. Simply repeat the new law. You are no longer building him. You are replacing him. You are no longer identifying with your history. You are constructing your destiny. And the world, though it may not notice yet, will soon have to adjust to the new name you carry. Let us now cast aside the final illusion. It is not knowledge that rewires a man. It is not talent. It is not experience. It is not chance. It is belief, applied belief. And belief is not a whisper of hope. It is a repeated command. Thought repeated with emotion becomes belief, and belief, when expressed in action, becomes fact. There is a formula I must give you, a law not invented by man, but discovered through every successful life I ever studied. And that law is this: Thought plus repetition plus faith equals reality. Understand it, remember it, apply it. For it is not mere philosophy. It is the mechanical key to personal transformation. Thought is the blueprint. It is the first vision, the inner picture. But a blueprint alone builds nothing. It must be repeated. And not casually, repeated with conviction, repeated with clarity, repeated with rhythm, and repeated with faith. Faith being the spiritual glue that holds the thought in place when the world tries to shake it loose. I must correct the error many have made. Faith is not blind belief. Faith is not the absence of evidence. Faith is belief repeated so consistently that it becomes evidence. The world bends not to the man who wishes. It bends to the man who persists in his belief. Consider the man Henry Ford. He repeated one image in his mind over and over again, a motor vehicle that would move without horse, that the average man could afford, that would reshape the economy and connect the country. When his own engineers told him it could not be done, he said, "Produce it anyway." When failure came, he said, "Repeat it again." He did not wait for proof. He provided it through repetition of thought backed by immovable faith. And the world, as always, yielded to the man who believed longest. Your current outer life, whether strong or fractured, is not the result of chance. It is the result of your dominant inner repetitions. That which you repeated most consistently has shaped your habits, your responses, your expectations, and ultimately your conditions. Do not look at your surroundings as mystery. Look at them as reflection. You are standing in the harvest of your own thoughts. And if you do not like what you see, you must not complain. You must replant. You must rewire. Say this now, not casually, but with conviction. I think with faith. I repeat with purpose. I act without delay. My faith is louder than their doubt. Do you feel the power in these lines? Do not say them once and expect a miracle. Say them daily, hourly, silently, and aloud. Let your subconscious hear them more often than it hears fear. Let your body act them out until they become your new rhythm. Let me speak now of autosuggestion. It is the bridge between spirit and result, between thought and achievement, between desire and destiny. It is not an invention of the mind. It is the mind's natural law, working whether you direct it or not. Autosuggestion is how the subconscious mind is given its instructions, and the subconscious mind does not filter, question, or hesitate. It accepts what is repeated with emotion. It accepts sarcasm, it accepts fear, it accepts power, it accepts whatever is repeated most. This is why the man who jokes about failure ends up walking in it. This is why the man who repeats, "I can't," soon proves it true. This is why the man who says, "I will," backed by desire and repetition, becomes a force that circumstances cannot deny. Now I must speak clearly. You must reprogram yourself through deliberate repetition. Let me give you what to say. I repeat purpose until it drowns all doubt. I repeat discipline until I forget disobedience. I repeat strength until fear forgets my name. Say these not as affirmations, but as law. Say them when you are tired. Say them when you are calm. Say them until they become the very echo of your breath. Let us again remember that thought repeated with conviction becomes reality. Just as water wears away the rock through steady dripping, so does your repetition shape the steel beams of your belief. The man who masters repetition masters identity. I must now warn you, if you repeat fear, you will install it. If you repeat excuses, you will obey them. If you repeat hesitation, you will live in delay. Repetition does not care what you say. It only asks, is this said often enough? And then it builds accordingly. You must take full responsibility now for what you allow to repeat in your mind. What you hear in the background, what you whisper in your frustration, what you mutter when you think no one is listening. The subconscious is always listening, and it builds with what it hears. From this day forward, every phrase, every word, every suggestion must align with your definite chief aim. Let nothing pass through your lips or your thoughts that does not serve the man you are building. If you understand this, then you are no longer the victim of circumstance. You are no longer the servant of fear. You are the architect. You are now in control of the mental machine. So I challenge you, do not think casually. Think constructively. Do not speak randomly. Speak deliberately. Do not repeat what weakens. Repeat what commands. The man who reprograms himself becomes a new being, and no external shift is needed. No lottery, no opportunity, no sudden break. Only thought, repetition, and faith. These are the sacred tools. These are the weapons of mental mastery. And now you know the formula. Thought plus repetition plus faith equals reality. Engrave it in your mind. Etch it into your schedule. Build your habits upon it. Shape your entire speech around it. For the world cannot take from you what you have installed in repetition and faith. Say it once more with fire. What I repeat, I become. What I believe, I build. What I command, I attract. Now move forward. Repeat with purpose. Act with faith. Think with fire. And the life that once seemed impossible will soon become your reality. If you do not instruct your mind, the world will, and the world will lie. It will plant fear in you. It will give you confusion instead of clarity, doubt instead of desire, delay instead of decision. And it will do this not with force, but with suggestion. The undisciplined mind obeys suggestion, even from the smallest, weakest source. Your mind was not given to you to wander. It was given to you to command. But command requires speech. You must speak to your mind like a master speaks to a loyal servant. You must become its general. You must declare orders, repeat commands, and reward obedience. Do not speak from impulse. Speak from instruction. Every idle word you say is a blueprint laid in the subconscious. Every repeated phrase becomes a prophecy. Every emotional complaint becomes a command received. And the subconscious will not debate it. It will not ask whether you mean it. It will only say, yes, sir, I will build it. This is the reason most men fail. They speak weakness as joke, and their subconscious accepts it as law. I tell you, speak only what builds. Think only what strengthens. Repeat only what aligns. This is not soft philosophy. It is spiritual law. No man can construct a palace while cursing his own foundation. Speak now these affirmations, not as poetry, but as command. I speak to my mind as a general to his army. I am the voice that shapes my destiny. I permit no phrase that contradicts my aim. Say these with the voice of command, not question. Say them in the morning. Say them before challenge. Say them when doubt whispers. Say them when alone. Say them until the tone becomes you. Consider the example of Abraham Lincoln. He led not just a nation, but a fractured one. He did not wait for the storm to pass. He stood in the storm and declared the direction. He did not speak from emotion. He spoke from conviction. He trained his mind to speak from destiny, not drama, from vision, not reaction. And his internal speech held together what the external world tried to tear apart. That is the power of a man whose voice aligns with principle. You must do the same. When the pressure rises, speak not what you feel, but what you have chosen to believe. Speak from structure. Speak from strength. Do not repeat your fears. Repeat your framework. Repeat this now. My speech obeys my purpose. My words build the man I have decided to be. I say nothing I do not wish to build into my life. This is not exaggeration. This is accurate thinking. The mind hears your words and believes them. Even whispered thoughts, even muttered phrases. They all enter the subconscious factory and begin construction. Do you see why you must discipline your language? Every word you speak to yourself becomes a nail, a beam, a brick in the construction of your mental house. And what is built mentally will soon exist physically, through attitude, action, and result. When you whisper success into your thoughts at night, you are not fantasizing. You are laying concrete. You are setting walls. You are forming the chamber in which all future confidence shall reside. When you speak your identity aloud, even in solitude, your subconscious records it. It does not sleep. It does not rest. It builds in silence as long as the commands are given. Say this again. No life rises higher than the tone of its internal speech. This is the truth I have found in every great man. Carnegie, Edison, Ford, Schwab. None of them spoke as cowards. None of them joked about failure. None of them allowed their minds to be polluted with lazy phrases or idle conversation. They trained their tongues like soldiers. They rehearsed faith in solitude. They spoke power when others were silent. And they lived lives that could not be shaken, because their internal voice was already louder than the world's noise. This is your task now, to master your own tone, to elevate the vibration of your language until every sentence you speak is an instruction to succeed, until every whisper you release carries weight. Let me ask you, what would your life look like if every word you had ever spoken had become true? Would you be richer, stronger, more precise, or would you be buried under the weight of your own careless phrases? It is not too late to correct the course, but the correction must begin now. From this moment forward, your mind is no longer a playground. It is a construction site. Every word a tool, every sentence a structure, every repeated phrase a permanent installation. Let your words reflect your desire, not your fear. Let your sentences mirror your decision, not your hesitation. Let your speech build what you want, not describe what you hate. Say now with authority, I do not describe defeat, I declare direction. I do not analyze failure, I install faith. I do not speak what I fear, I speak what I plan. Do you understand? You must speak to your mind like a master, or your mind will be trained by your weakness. You must choose your phrasing like a craftsman selects his materials, for the structure of your mind will be only as strong as the words it is built upon. This is the work of mental rewiring. This is the act of daily speech. You must remove the idol from your lips. You must silence the phrases of the old self. You must commit to this discipline not for one day, but for a lifetime. And if you master the words you speak to yourself, then the world will no longer matter. The news, the critics, the opinions, they will not shake a man whose own voice is louder than the noise around him. So now we continue, in silence, in strength, in repetition. For you are no longer allowed to speak weakness. You are no longer permitted to say what does not build you. You are now the voice of the man you are becoming. And your word shall shape the world you will not only enter, but command. Silence is not emptiness. Solitude is not absence. They are the workshops of the soul, the place where all great minds are forged, where a man sits alone and from the stillness constructs himself anew. Noise is the enemy of deep rewiring. And in this age, men flee from silence because they are terrified of meeting themselves without distraction. But the man who is willing to enter silence deliberately, daily, will find a forge hotter than any flame, a place where weakness cannot hide and where every thought must either be discarded or reinforced. This is where identity is shaped, not in crowds, not in applause, but in sacred seclusion. Rewiring begins not with a cheer, but with a whisper, not in noise, but in stillness. You cannot program yourself if the world is shouting at you. You cannot become the man of decision if you are echoing the noise of 10,000 undisciplined voices. Charles M. Schwab, who commanded empires of steel, did not build his poise in boardrooms. He built it in thought. In the quiet morning hours when others were still asleep, he wrote his intentions, he rehearsed his manner, he practiced the tone of command. Then he brought it into the day. That is the way of the master. You must do the same. Each morning, withdraw, even for a few minutes. Enter silence with a purpose. Write your definite chief aim. Speak your affirmations. Visualize the day ahead as already obeying your commands. Let the silence surround you like walls of focus. And in the evening, when the world is asleep again, return. Speak to your subconscious. Whisper commands. Feed it faith. Let the mind drift, not in fear, but in instruction. Let your final thoughts be blueprints, not confusion. Repeat with me now. I walk with purpose in silence. My solitude multiplies my strength. I retreat to advance, I withdraw to conquer. These are not slogans. They are laws. They are the spiritual codes of every great builder of wealth and power. Men who cannot sit alone cannot lead. They cannot think. They cannot decide. They cannot command. They only echo. But you are not an echo. You are an origin, and you must treat yourself as such. Withdraw daily to the throne room of your mind. Let no one enter. Let no distraction leak through. And in that space, rehearse your new identity. Say, I am not here to remember. I am here to install. I do not replay the past. I build the future. I speak only what belongs in my next level of life. Let this be clear. You cannot change in public what you have not first rewritten in private. You cannot speak with power in the crowd if you have not first spoken with fire in solitude. The public self is a reflection of the private voice. And solitude is not loneliness. It is not depression. It is not delay. It is the training ground of thought. It is where the weak man dies and the dominant self is constructed. It is where doubt is strangled, where complaints are buried, where destiny is drafted. Let your silence not be passive. Make it sacred. Make it ritual. Do not enter it casually. Enter it with purpose. Sit down with your vision. Speak your affirmations. Breathe into your next self. This is not meditation. It is construction. And if the old self arises in that silence, mocking, whispering, doubting, do not fight him. Simply repeat over him. Starve him of your emotion. Overpower him with rhythm, and he will soon vanish. For the subconscious mind always obeys the most repeated thought. Affirm again, my silence is not escape, it is instruction. My solitude is not absence, it is ascension. The man who cannot sit with himself will forever need the noise of others to feel alive. But that is not life. That is slavery. And we have come now to kill the old master and install the new one. This is the wisdom they never gave you, not because it was hidden, but because it was too simple, too quiet, too internal. And most men are addicted to volume. But you now understand. The loudest change comes from the quietest command. Let the world rage. Let the market shift. Let opinions fly. You, silent, still, rehearsed, shall not be moved, because your foundation was poured in the stillness of the inner chamber. And the world cannot shake what it did not build. So go now, withdraw, not to flee, but to form, not to isolate, but to install, not to delay, but to design. Your solitude is the sanctuary of your subconscious. Your silence is the chamber where your new identity is forged. Enter it daily, and never leave without direction. The moment you begin to rewire yourself, you will feel resistance. That resistance is not a warning. It is not a mistake. It is the signal that transformation has begun. The subconscious mind, long ruled by old commands, does not yield its throne easily, but it will yield to repetition, to decision, to will. Understand this now and forever. Resistance is proof of progress. It is the voice of the old self crying for survival. It is not danger, it is discomfort. And you must learn to sit with discomfort until it burns away the false and reveals the permanent. When a builder tears down an old structure to erect something greater, there is dust, there is noise, there is disruption. But it is not destruction, it is preparation. So it is with your mind. The tearing of old belief patterns will feel unsettling, but it is the necessary clearing for a higher structure. Say this aloud now. I do not seek ease, I seek alignment. Resistance means growth is underway. Repeat it until it becomes your answer to doubt, your sword against delay. For most men turn back at the first sign of friction. They misinterpret internal discomfort as failure, when it is in truth the labor pains of rebirth. The old self, long undisturbed, will attempt to return. He will speak softly. Why bother? He will whisper your past. He will mock your repetition. He will invite you back to comfort. But comfort is the grave of greatness. Hear me now. Ignore him, starve him, drown him in the new rhythm. Your repetition of strength must become so loud that the old self cannot be heard. Let us remember Thomas Edison. He was told thousands of times that his experiments were failures. He was told the results proved his vision false, but he understood resistance. He expected it. He welcomed it. And when it came, he did not stop. He repeated. He repeated his purpose. He repeated his effort. He repeated belief when evidence failed him. And the result? He rewired a world. You must do the same. The voice of resistance will come. So prepare your answer now. I am not returning. I am not negotiating with the old self. I'm not quitting while construction is in progress. This is your law now. If it feels unfamiliar, it is not wrong. It is new, and new must be rehearsed until it becomes natural. Every phrase you repeat is another stone in the new foundation. Do not stop. And if discomfort arises, smile. It is the sign you are no longer where you were. It is the crack in the former identity. It is the signal that your new self is taking shape. Affirm it again. I outlast doubt. I bury the old self with every command I speak. Let us be precise. Rewiring does not happen by motivation. It happens by decision. And then it is sealed by persistence. Daily, hourly, silently. Even when you do not feel it, you must continue, especially then. Why? Because that is when the final parts of the old identity crumble, not in the beginning, but in the middle, when the repetition feels stale, when progress seems invisible, when the temptation to return is strongest. That is the battlefield, and you must win it. Say, I repeat because I have decided. I continue because I do not negotiate with old patterns. And let me give you this assurance, the resistance will fade, slowly at first, then suddenly. The old self, once dominant, will grow quiet, then weak, then absent. Because the mind obeys the most repeated voice, and you now are the new voice. Let others chase novelty. You chase mastery. Let others seek comfort. You seek transformation. Let others quit at resistance. You see resistance as proof that your old wiring is losing control. This is the work of mental dominance. Not dramatic, not loud, but daily, repetitive, consistent, powerful. And I promise you, if you continue, if you obey this law, you will emerge new, not improved, new. The man you are becoming is built in this fire, and this fire is not here to destroy you. It is here to burn away everything that no longer belongs. So when resistance comes, you no longer fear it. You speak to it. You thank it. You outlast it. And you say, as every builder must say, I am not leaving this site. I am here until the structure is finished. You may believe that what you listen to when you are not paying attention has no effect. But the truth is this. What you allow to echo behind your thoughts becomes the stone upon which your future is laid. The subconscious does not sleep. It does not judge. It accepts. And it accepts what is repeated, even when you do not consciously notice it. Most men destroy their minds not by their enemies, but by the background they tolerate. They fill their ears with complaint, mockery, foolish laughter, gossip, and idle noise. And then they wonder why their lives are confused, disordered, and aimless. The mind becomes what it hears repeatedly, even if those words enter like whispers. You must guard your ears as a soldier guards a wall. If one foolish thought enters unchecked and repeats itself, it will find roots. And if it finds roots, it will grow. And if it grows, it will shape you quietly, slowly, completely. Let me speak clearly. This very speech, if played behind your tasks daily, will shape your future, not by magic, but by law. Just as the steady drip of water hollows out stone, so does the steady drip of thought, heard again and again, reshape the mind that allows it. John D. Rockefeller did not allow just anyone into his inner circle. He did not entertain empty words. He did not surround himself with jesters. He permitted only strong, purposeful conversation. He valued silence above foolishness and direction above distraction. You must do the same with what you hear. You must decide what plays around you. Your environment must be your instrument, not your saboteur. Say this now with me. I allow only construction to echo in my mind. I feed my subconscious as I would feed a child, carefully, purposefully, consistently. If you allow words of strength to fill the space around you, your subconscious will build with them. It cannot resist. It is not a judge. It is a builder. It does not question. It obeys. What is background to the conscious mind is foreground to the subconscious. That is the secret. What you ignore, it installs. What you overlook, it obeys. What you hear passively becomes what you live actively. Let me repeat. This message, when heard repeatedly, becomes the new groundwork of your thought. Not because you tried harder, but because you allowed better instruction. If you listen while working, walking, resting, your subconscious will receive, and it will build accordingly. Just as a room becomes filled with the scent of the candle that burns slowly, so does the mind become filled with the thought that burns repeatedly, and you choose the scent. You choose the sound. You choose the result. Do not let your surroundings choose your future. Choose your surroundings as carefully as you choose your friends. Choose your background noise as deliberately as you choose your food. You would not eat poison. So why feed your mind the same? Now say this. My ears are gates. I permit only builders to enter. I live by design, not by default. My surroundings match the life I have chosen. This message you now hear is not mere instruction. It is nutrition. It is food for the silent mind. It is structure for the soul. And every time you play it, you lay another beam in the construction of your permanent identity. You do not need full attention to benefit. You need consistent exposure. That is the law. It is not one grand act that rewires a man. It is the daily repetition of definite thought. And if that repetition is heard behind your activities, your duties, your walks, your evenings, then it is working. Say again, let my subconscious sleep in a house where only purpose is spoken. Let my soul rest where only strength is echoed. You may not feel the change at first, but do not seek to feel, seek to obey. The man who plants seed does not look every hour for fruit. He waters, he waits, he returns, and there is growth. It is the same with repetition. Play, repeat, trust, continue. Let the weak man fill his room with nonsense. Let the drifter listen to foolishness. But you have chosen to rewire. And therefore, you must choose your background with the same precision you would choose a friend to guard your home. You would not let a thief enter your house. So do not let a coward enter your thoughts. You would not let a liar raise your children. So do not let idleness raise your inner man. You are the gatekeeper. You are the designer. You are the builder. And if you build daily with these words, even in the background, you will rise. Quietly, surely, powerfully. You will begin to speak differently. You will act with more certainty. You will think with more direction. Because the walls around you echo only one truth. You were made to build. Say once more, I am fed by power. I am formed by repetition. I am forged in the background of strength. Let the world talk. Let the noise rage. You, silent, steady, rehearsed, will build while others drift, because your background is not wasted. It is working. And when the years pass and the changes become permanent and the strength becomes your nature, you will know it began when you decided to control what your mind hears when no one is watching. You are not what you wish. You are not what you dream. You are not what you say once in a moment of inspiration. You are what you repeat. You are the man your mind hears the most. You are the result of the rhythm you allow to govern your thinking. Most men wish to be strong, yet repeat weakness. They desire riches, yet rehearse lack. They pray for freedom, yet speak like servants. And they wonder why their lives remain as they were. But the answer is not hidden. The answer is repetition. The man you repeat shall become permanent. This is not speculation, it is law. The law of cosmic habit force. The law that binds thought to identity and identity to condition. It is the same law that binds the tree to its pattern and the river to its course. Once a rhythm is established, it is obeyed until it is broken and a new rhythm is installed. This law is neither cruel nor kind. It is impartial. It obeys the seed given. If you repeat fear, it gives you a fearful identity. If you repeat command, it gives you a commanding presence. The only question is this: which man are you rehearsing? Say now, I am the man I choose to repeat. I do not wish, I do not wonder, I repeat. And what I repeat, I become. Do not be deceived. The old self is not permanent unless you make him so. He exists only through repeated memory, through indulged weakness, through unguarded language. He lives because you continue to speak his name, but you can stop speaking, you can starve him, you can outshout him with new thought, new speech, new rhythm. You can become another man, not with effort alone, but with rehearsal. Let us return to the formula. Desire plus repetition plus identity plus faith equals rewired destiny. This is the unchanging equation of self-transformation. Each part must be present. Desire alone will not do it. Repetition without belief will fail. Faith without structure will drift. But together, in unity, they become law. Repeat these affirmations daily. I am the man who acts. I repeat what builds me, nothing else. I am new because I have chosen new thought, new words, and new rhythm. Speak them in the morning, speak them at night. Let them become your new breath. Let them become so familiar that any other thought feels foreign. Let your subconscious hear no other voice but the one you have decided to become, the men you admire. Ford, Carnegie, Edison, Lincoln, they were not born into mastery. They rehearsed it. They spoke it. They lived it before the world saw it. They repeated their identity when no one else believed. And that repetition became history. You must do the same. Your future is not written, it is rehearsed. It is not waiting for a moment, it is waiting for repetition. You are the director, the writer, the actor, and the performance you practice becomes the man you live. Let others forget this law. Let them drift and doubt. Let them mock repetition while they repeat their fears. You, quiet, consistent, commanding, will repeat your greatness until the world must acknowledge it. Let us be honest now. This will feel dull at times. The work will not always excite. But excitement is not the goal. Transformation is. And transformation comes not through bursts, but through beats. Steady, deliberate, repeated beats. Especially when it feels boring. Continue. That is the moment you are no longer being entertained. You are being engraved. You are no longer watching change. You are becoming change. And that is where the permanent man is born. Say it again with power. I repeat because I have chosen. I speak because I am building. I persist because I am done with the old life. This message you now hear is not a one-time event. It is a pattern to adopt, a rhythm to repeat, a new sound to replace the noise of mediocrity. Let it play behind your days. Let it echo behind your duties. Let it guide your tongue, shape your mood, and fortify your decisions. And in time, sooner than you imagine, you will wake one morning and realize the old voice is gone. The old hesitation is no longer welcome. The man you once were is no longer in residence, and the man you repeated has become permanent. Let the world do as it pleases. Let others return to what they know. You now know the secret. The mind obeys rhythm. Identity is built by choice, sealed by faith, and made permanent by repetition. And so I leave you with your charge. Repeat daily. Repeat nightly. Repeat in silence. Repeat in resistance. Repeat without apology. Repeat until your new self is the only self that remains. This is how a man rewires. This is how a life is rebuilt. This is how greatness becomes your nature. You have now heard what most men will never hear. Now become what most men will never become. The permanent man, the deliberate man, the repeated man, the man who commands, the man who persists, the man who no longer drifts, the man who rewired himself and never returned. You speak too soon. You tell your dreams before they are built. You share your goals before they have taken root. And that, more than failure, more than rejection, more than bad luck, is why your success keeps slipping through your fingers. Let me ask you something. Why do you speak of things not yet born? Why do you announce plans you've not yet obeyed? Why do you share your deepest vision with those who have never built a thing? This speech will give you the answers you've been missing. It will show you why the more you talk, the weaker you become. It will show you why early announcements destroy your drive. It will show you why true builders, true kings, true leaders move in silence until the work is done. And if you do not listen, here is what will happen. You will keep leaking your energy into empty conversations. You will invite the opinions of small minds into your sacred vision. You will seek applause instead of execution, and your greatness will die in delay. But if you obey this speech, if you hold your purpose like sacred fire and stop spilling it into the street, everything will change. You will begin to build with rhythm. You will protect your power. You will multiply your belief. You will finish what you start, and no man will question you because your results will speak louder than any words ever could. So now I ask you, do you want results or reactions? Do you want a harvest or more empty conversations? Then stop telling the world what you're going to do. Sit down, stay silent, and let this speech plant the law within you. You speak too soon. You spill the seed before the soil is even ready. And every time you do, you weaken it. The world has taught you to declare your plans before you've built the man required to fulfill them. But I tell you now, the most powerful men in history did not shout what they would do. They moved in silence. They walked in law. They obeyed structure. Speech is sacred. It plants instruction in the subconscious. Every word is a builder or a destroyer. And when you speak of things not yet complete, when you boast about visions not yet forged in fire, you scatter your force like chaff in the wind. You feel proud for a moment, but empty soon after. Great men do not move with noise. They build in the dark. They speak only when the work is ready to reveal itself. Their silence is not weakness. It is command. They have nothing to prove. They do not explain. They execute. Abraham Lincoln spent his nights writing alone, unseen, hated by many, but unmoved by noise. John D. Rockefeller planned in quiet corridors. He told no one until the acquisition was sealed. Edison lit the world after years of failure, mockery, and experimentation, never seeking applause before the results. Henry Ford assembled a revolution in systems before most could even imagine it. Each of these men held their purpose in sacred silence until it spoke for itself. And now you must learn the same law. You must learn to seal your mouth when the plan is still forming. You must stop asking others what they think and start asking your own soul what must be done. Do not speak for applause. Speak only to the mind that obeys. Speak only to the aim that demands fulfillment. This speech will teach you 8 laws of purposeful silence. Why true kings speak rarely, why the successful do not announce, and why your greatest moves must be made when no one is watching. Your goal is not to impress, it is to build. Your aim is not to declare, it is to become. From this moment, you will no longer waste your words. You will no longer expose your vision to the wind. You will speak your aim to yourself with thunder and repetition, but you will not tell the world. You will plant your thought in the subconscious and obey it with daily action. Say this with me. I keep silent until my work is law. I do not explain. I execute. You are not here to be seen. You are here to become undeniable. Now let us begin. Let us protect the aim. Let us sharpen the silence. Every man who rises must begin with order, not words. He must first build the structure before he speaks of the vision. The reason most never rise is not because they lack power, but because they give it away through premature speech. They tell their plan before it is rooted. They announce their goal before it is written. They speak of castles before the first stone is set. The undisciplined man talks to feel alive. He speaks so others may validate what he himself has not yet earned. But the disciplined man speaks only to reinforce his subconscious law, and he does so in silence, in solitude, in repetition. He does not chase applause, he obeys structure. Andrew Carnegie was not born into glory, he built it in quiet, deliberate action. Before the world knew his name, he had already written his aim, he had already formed alliances, he had already moved. His silence was not hesitation, it was design. He built his empire before he unveiled it. Speech, when given before structure, creates pressure. It invites opinion. It opens the gates to interference. The moment you say what you will do without having built the frame to support it, you shift the power from command to performance. Now you are no longer obeying law, you are performing for eyes. When you speak a thing that has not yet been shaped in thought and forged in action, you invite resistance. Not resistance that builds you, but resistance that confuses you. Others will question your plan, not because they see it clearly, but because they cannot imagine it. And you will begin to question yourself, not because you lack ability, but because you gave too much voice to the unqualified. Most men speak to feel strong. But a man does not become strong by speaking. He becomes strong by building. Let your plan be known to your subconscious first. Let your desire be known to infinite intelligence through faith, silence, and decision. Let your actions speak, not your intention. To speak prematurely is to drain your spiritual reservoir. A man only has so much psychic force in a day. If he uses it sharing visions to those who cannot see, he will have none left to create that vision. Instruction: keep your definite chief aim sacred. Write it clearly. Speak it aloud, only in solitude. Say it with belief. Speak it to your own mind, your only loyal servant. Speak it to the infinite, not to the crowd. When you speak your aim before it is anchored, you give others permission to weigh in. And the average mind is a thief of destiny. You will hear the words, "Be realistic." That's too much. Who do you think you are? And if you are not rooted in law, you will listen. You will bend. You will shrink. You will delay. But the man who guards his speech guards his vision. And the man who guards his vision builds in power. Carnegie once said, "A man who cannot keep his mouth closed cannot keep his fortune." That was not cynicism, it was strategy. The richest men of history spoke only when the harvest was already seen. They did not explain the seed. They did not describe the soil. They revealed the fruit. So now you must understand. Do not give life to that which is not ready. Do not hand over your seed to the public before it has taken root in the depths of your subconscious. Keep your mouth closed until the work demands to be seen. Let your word be law, but only in private. Let your aim be sacred, spoken only to the mind that obeys. Let your power be protected until your foundation is unshakable. Say this aloud. I hold my aim in silence. I declare it only to myself until it is reality. This is not weakness. This is power. This is not fear. This is faith. You have been taught to speak your dreams aloud, to shout them, to broadcast them, to declare them to the world. But that teaching is not law. It is not rooted in understanding of the subconscious mind. For the subconscious does not obey the public voice. It does not respond to applause. It obeys only the inner command, the repetition spoken in solitude, charged with emotion, sealed with belief. Most men do not understand this. They think if they talk about their plans, they are more likely to do them. But I have seen the opposite. The more a man talks, the less he builds. The more he announces, the less he finishes. The man who speaks without structure is a slave to mood, and the subconscious mind is not moved by mood, it is moved by authority. When you share your dream with others before it is formed, you are not strengthening it, you are weakening it. The words you speak to impress others are not the same as the words you speak to impress your subconscious. One builds pressure, the other builds power, and the difference lies in intention. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before the electric light was born. But did he run to the newspapers to describe his plans? Did he shout to his neighbors about what he would create? Number, he repeated it within. He wrote, he visualized, he affirmed again and again. His subconscious obeyed him, not the crowd. Your subconscious is listening, always. It is waiting for orders, and it does not care what you say to others. It only responds to what you say with emotion, with repetition, with decision, and in privacy. This is the holy chamber of creation, not the stage, but the silence. And here is the danger. When you speak your vision to others and they doubt it, your subconscious begins to accept their belief instead of yours. Each doubt you receive is like a weed planted in your soil. And if you are not careful, those weeds will choke your harvest before it ever grows. You must understand this. Your dream is a seed, and the subconscious is fertile ground. But not all ground is equal. The public ground is filled with wind, with insects, with tramplers. The private ground, the inner speech, is guarded, silent, sacred. And that is where the real planting must happen. You are not obligated to explain your vision to anyone. You are not required to announce your aim. You are not commanded to tell your goals. You are only required to train your mind, to feed your subconscious, to speak with decision and emotion to the self that listens in silence. Command, from this day forward, speak your chief aim aloud, alone. Stand before your mirror each morning and night and declare your vision with emotion. Say it as if it is already real. Feel it. Believe it. This is how you instruct the subconscious to move in your favor. You must stop speaking your aim to the world. The world has not earned the right to hear it. Until it is done, until the structure is formed, your vision belongs to you alone. The man who learns this becomes unstoppable, for he is no longer feeding his pride. He is feeding his power. He is no longer seeking attention. He is building attention. He is no longer draining his energy through words. He is channeling it through thought. Say this aloud. I speak my vision only to my inner world. I train my mind, not their opinion. This is the voice of power. This is the voice that commands riches. This is the voice that speaks to infinite intelligence, not to man. Now continue building in silence. When you are ready, we shall move to, you must come to terms with this truth. Most men will never understand what you're building because most men have never built anything worth keeping. Their minds are fixed upon that which is visible, that which is immediate, that which is popular. You, however, are dealing in that which is invisible, that which is still forming, that which demands vision, faith, and silence. When a man begins to construct something great in his imagination, he must first separate himself from the opinions of the mediocre. For their thinking will not elevate you, it will imprison you. Their doubts, their smirks, their small questions, their casual remarks, each one is a theft of your sacred energy. Each one is a leech upon your definite chief aim. Understand this. The thing you are building does not yet exist to the world. It exists only in the temple of your own mind. That makes it vulnerable. That makes it sacred. And that makes it yours. Every time you speak of it prematurely, you hand over a piece of it to someone who cannot protect it, believe in it, or even see it. They will mock what they do not understand. They will diminish what they have never dreamed. They will attempt to pull it back into the realm of what is common, because that is where they live. Do not be surprised. Do not take it personally. They are not your enemy. They are simply unconscious. But unconsciousness is contagious and must be avoided like poison. When I first sat in the presence of Andrew Carnegie, I did not boast of what I planned to write. I listened, I received, I obeyed, and I built the plan in silence. It would be 25 years before that vision would reach the public. 25 years of building the foundation in secret. Had I spoken too soon, had I shared with those who were not ready to receive it, I would have been laughed into retreat. Most men believe only after the evidence appears, but the builder must believe before there is any sign, before there is any result, before the first stone is laid. The builder sees the end from the beginning. He speaks not of it, but walks in it day and night. That is why he must be silent, not because he fears the world, but because he respects the process. When the great Thomas Edison was laughed at for his hundreds of failed attempts, he did not explain himself to every critic. He continued his experiments in silence, under the law of persistence. He understood the divine truth. The world does not reward talk. It rewards results. And results come from silent effort, not noisy promises. Henry Ford did not announce his automobile in the marketplace of public opinion. He built it in solitude. He made decisions that were ridiculed by the so-called experts of the day. But he trusted his imagination more than he trusted their facts. And now the name of Ford is known in every land, while the names of his critics have vanished into dust. Ask yourself this: do you want the satisfaction of being seen building it, or the reward of actually finishing it? Do you want applause now, or ownership later? You cannot have both. You must choose. Either you will harvest premature attention, or you will reap permanent success. One is shallow and soon forgotten. The other is eternal. The greatest mistake you can make in the early stages of your plan is to seek understanding from those who do not walk by vision. They will inject you with their doubts. They will load your mind with their worries. They will frame your dream in the narrow dimensions of their own failure. And if you are not spiritually fortified, you will listen. You must guard your vision as a farmer guards his seed. It must be planted deep in the soil of your belief, watered daily with thought, faith, and action, and protected from the scavengers of public opinion. Do not expose your plan to the cold winds of casual conversation. It will wither. It will die. And no one will mourn it but you. Say nothing. Do everything. Build in silence. Finish in power. Let your success be your explanation. Let your results be your reply. Let your legacy speak on your behalf. For nothing commands respect like results, and nothing kills momentum like too much speaking. You do not owe the world your explanation. You owe yourself your transformation. You owe your vision the respect of silence, and you owe your future the dignity of completion. This is not arrogance. This is obedience to spiritual law, the law that says energy grows where attention flows, and attention, like energy, must be conserved. Write this down. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Say it again. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Say it again. I do not need to explain what I'm doing. I only need to keep doing it. Repeat this until it burns itself into the back of your mind, until you feel the armor of self-command wrap around your spirit. You must not open the door to those who knock with curiosity but offer no belief. You must not reveal the blueprints to those who bring no tools. You must not seek the approval of those who have not built anything of value in their own lives. To do so is to water weeds while your own garden starves. The greatest minds in history, Lincoln, Edison, Carnegie, Rockefeller, each had a period of silence before their ascent, a period when no one believed, No one supported, no one saw. That is the price of greatness. That is the cost of originality. That is the fire in which all true builders are forged, and you too must pass through it. You must become deaf to doubt, blind to distraction, and indifferent to applause. You must become possessed by purpose, married to discipline, and addicted to execution. You must act as if the world cannot stop you, and because it cannot. But you must not speak as if you are owed anything, because you are not. You are owed nothing but the right to pursue, the right to labor, the right to build. And even these rights demand a price: silence, solitude, and self-mastery. If you pay the price, you shall gain the prize. But speak too soon, and you shall lose both, the prize and the peace. Let your silence become your weapon. Let your silence become your shelter. Let your silence become your prayer. For in the silence you will hear what the noise of men cannot offer, the voice of your own destiny, speaking softly but clearly. Build it. Keep going. Do not stop. And tell no one until it is done. Repeat these affirmations. I build in silence. I do not explain, I complete. I do not announce, I act. I protect my plan with discipline. I finish what I begin, and I tell no one until it is done. Say them aloud, morning and night, in your chamber, in your walk, in your work. Speak them until your subconscious accepts them. For once your subconscious accepts them, your results will follow. Let the others chase attention. Let them drown in explanation. You will rise in silence. You will move in certainty. You will strike in precision. And when the moment is right, when the work is done, when the structure is complete, you will reveal it, not with words, but with triumph. That is the law. That is the way. And that is why you must remain silent until it is done. You must learn to guard your inner world as you would guard your fortune. For in truth, your mind is the birthplace of your fortune. A single careless word can leak the oil from the lamp of your imagination. And when that oil is gone, so too goes the light by which you build. Silence, then, is not just caution, it is power. Silence is your shield. It is the fortress around your idea until that idea has earned its right to exist in the world. The moment you speak your plan aloud to idle ears, you invite doubt to enter. You give critics permission to intrude. And worse, you give way to the devil of vanity, who tempts you to feel as though the saying of the thing is equal to the doing. It is not. The world never rewards the dreamer who merely talks. It rewards the doer who works in silence and reveals his fruits only when the harvest is complete. Men of great achievement have always been men of great secrecy. They speak in deeds, not declarations. Consider the builder of the pyramids, the inventor in his laboratory, the founder who labors in obscurity until his enterprise is too large to ignore. They did not announce their plans to the crowd. They did not seek applause. They sought completion. They kept silent until the thing was done. Now, if you speak too soon, your mind begins to substitute attention for accomplishment. You feel as if you are already halfway there when in truth you've not even begun. Speech becomes a counterfeit of action. It is a trap. And that trap has ensnared millions who thought that sharing their goal would bring them closer to it. Instead, it robbed them of their inner drive and planted in its place a craving for validation. I have taught men of industry, men of invention, men of faith, and the one truth that separated the achievers from the talkers was this: the achiever could suffer in silence. He could toil without notice. He could delay praise until the work stood complete. He knew that the furnace of discipline burned hottest when no one was watching, and yet he entered it daily, willingly, without fanfare. Ask yourself, why do I feel the need to tell? Do I tell because I seek clarity, or do I tell because I seek attention? Do I tell because I must think aloud, or do I tell because I want to be admired for what I intend to do rather than what I have done? These are serious questions, for the man who speaks without discipline is often the man who never builds at all. Faith, real faith, does not need applause. Real faith does not look for witnesses. It is sufficient unto itself. The man of faith acts in silence because he knows that silence is the womb of power. Speech can be wasted. Silence cannot. Words can betray you. Silence defends you. To hold your plan in your heart and water it daily with thought, effort, and prayer, that is the path of true power. When Thomas Edison labored through thousands of failures before bringing the electric light into being, do you believe he ran to tell the world of every wire, every trial, every burnt filament? No, he kept working. He told the world only when the light turned on and banished the darkness. His silence was not weakness. It was the discipline of mastery. When Andrew Carnegie plotted his empire, he did not share his plans with idle company. He chose his confidants with care and revealed only what was necessary. The rest he kept locked within a mind trained in definiteness of purpose. He knew that in silence lies protection from theft, from discouragement, from distraction. A man who tells too much risks losing everything to those who did not earn it. There is a sacred law I have come to know. Speak only when speaking advances the cause. If your words strengthen your decision, speak them in private to yourself. If your words dilute your resolve, keep them unsaid. The world does not need your intention. It needs your execution. Keep your intention private until it can no longer be hidden because of the greatness of your results. And let me tell you the great tragedy that befalls those who violate this law. They reveal their plans, receive premature praise, and fall into rest. Their imagination grows weak. Their faith is satisfied too early. And when resistance comes, as it always does, they have no reserves to draw upon. Their work dies halfway. Their promise withers. Their dream is buried in the graveyard of spoken but unfinished intentions. But you, yes, you who listen, must not fall to this error. Let your silence become your sword. Let your stillness become your furnace. Let your quiet resolve outlast the noise of the world. There will be those who ask what you're working on. Smile, nod, say nothing. Let them wonder. For every question you do not answer, your power increases. Every time you restrain your tongue, your will becomes sharper. Write your purpose, burn it into your mind, repeat it aloud to yourself each morning and night, but speak not of it to the curious or the doubtful. Do not cast the pearl of your aim before those who cannot understand it. Let your silence become your prayer. Let it become your shield against the noise, the judgment, and the distraction of the world. Let this be your affirmation. I speak only when it strengthens my faith. I remain silent when it protects my power. I tell no one until it is done. Every man who ever built something of lasting value learned to suffer the weight of isolation. But in that isolation, he forged greatness. He became immune to mockery, hardened to delay, and faithful to his definite chief aim. Silence was his sanctuary, and it must become yours if you would rise above the crowd of dreamers who speak and do nothing. Speak with your actions. Let your labor declare your plan. Let the sound of your effort become the music of your life. And when you emerge, complete, victorious, unbreakable, then and only then shall your silence turn to a roar. Until then, hold your peace. Guard it as you would guard your treasure. Let others waste their breath. You build in silence, and the world will soon be forced to listen. Great men act before they explain. They build in silence and speak only when the structure stands. The man who talks before he moves seeks approval. The man who moves before he talks seeks dominion. Words are wind until the deed is done. Let the weak announce themselves. Let the builder construct in secret. This is the law. Motion before declaration. Action before explanation. Rockefeller moved with quiet force. He acquired refineries without broadcasting his intent. He built networks behind closed doors. While others spoke of dreams, he was busy building empires. And when he finally spoke, it was not theory, it was fact. He who talks before moving exposes a crack in faith. He is seeking applause in place of action. But he who acts needs no confirmation. His confidence is in the law, not the noise. Every time you share your plans, you invite resistance. The subconscious mind begins to think it has already succeeded because you celebrated too early. This false reward dilutes your force. It creates comfort where there should be drive. Speak of your vision only after the work is undeniable. The path must be walked before it is shown. The machine must run before it is revealed. Until then, guard it like sacred fire. Do not explain your habits. Do not justify your calendar. Do not seek applause for your discipline. Let your growth speak by results. Let your calendar reflect your creed. The man who moves first gains power. He does not wait for consensus. He does not require agreement. He builds step by step, stone by stone, without need of recognition. And one day, his structure stands while others are still debating. Move in the direction of your aim every day. Do not speak it into the wind. Speak it only to your mind, your will, your spirit. Let the outer world observe once it is done. Edison did not go to the world announcing the electric light. He experimented in silence. He failed quietly. He persisted while others ridiculed, and when the light finally burned, no words were necessary. The world was lit. Can you move without being seen? Can you build without applause? Can you advance without discussion? That is the test of power. Men of noise often stall. They exchange their strength for storytelling. They feed their self-image with imagination rather than action. But law does not obey image. It obeys work. Law respects structure. When you take daily action toward your vision, you affirm belief. When you announce that vision before it is ready, you gamble your strength on opinion. Work in silence. Refine your plans in solitude. Fortify your aim through action. And when your actions have built the structure, then let it speak. No man argues with results. The work you do in secret becomes the force you carry in public. The repetitions, the silence, the strategy. They build a reservoir of inner certainty. When you finally speak, you speak as one who has conquered. Most men reverse the law. They speak early and act late. They announce loudly and execute faintly. Their confidence is rented, not earned. But the builder walks in the opposite direction. He starts early, he speaks little, he acts repeatedly. And one day, when the world looks for the source of power, they find it in him. Your confidence must not come from praise. It must come from progress. Build in secret. Plant in silence. Water with discipline. And let the harvest reveal the truth. Repeat this aloud. I act first, I speak last. I let my work reveal my law. Let this become your creed. Let this become your rhythm. Let this protect your vision from theft, from weakness, from premature praise. And if the world asks what you are building, say nothing, smile. Keep building. They will see soon enough. Failure begins not in action, but in idle speech. The man who speaks without completion betrays his vision before it has strength. He weakens his own foundation with the noise of opinion, the weight of doubt, the trap of approval. Every time you voice your aim to those who do not understand it, you risk surrendering it. Their confusion becomes your conflict. Their doubt becomes your distraction. You absorb their uncertainty until it becomes your own. Men are too quick to seek counsel, but not all counsel is wise. Not all ears are worthy. Not all questions are honest. And not all smiles are sincere. I did not reveal my purpose in writing Think and Grow Rich to the world before it was born. I knew what would happen. They would call it fantasy. They would call it ambition without proof. They would ask for guarantees. And if I had listened, I would have doubted. I would have quit. The book would not exist. You must understand, some men are not malicious, but they are fearful, and their fear is contagious. Their worry is dressed as logic. Their doubt is spoken in the language of care, but it poisons just the same. The man who repeats his aim only to his mastermind, he is wise. He understands the sacredness of purpose. He does not expose it to the winds of common talk. Speak your goal to those who are building their own. They will strengthen you. But keep it from the idle, the uncommitted, the drifting, for they will drag your vision into the mud of uncertainty. Remember this. Many great failures began with a simple conversation, a word shared with the wrong ear, a doubt accepted from the wrong mouth. The enemy is not always outside. Often it is the echo of what you allowed others to say to you. What is spoken cannot be unspoken. What is heard cannot be unheard. So protect your mind, shield it, guard it like a fortress. Every word you allow in becomes part of the soil from which your thoughts grow. Say this aloud. I protect my purpose with silence. I do not share with those who do not build. Rockefeller built empires quietly. He chose his counsel with surgical precision. He knew that even one voice of uncertainty could slow his momentum. You must become like this, ruthless in your protection of the seed. Ask yourself, who have you told your aim to? Did they build it, or did they challenge it? Did they water it, or did they cast shadow over it? You must never feel guilt for keeping your purpose sacred. You must not explain yourself to the unqualified. Your vision is not a topic for debate. It is a decree. Words are like tools. Misused, they destroy. Well placed, they build. Do not tell a man your dream who has never built one of his own. He will not understand. He will give you advice shaped by limitation. He will speak from his fear and label it wisdom. You need only a few voices. Voices of discipline, voices of structure, voices of law. And if you do not yet have such voices, then speak only to the infinite. Speak to yourself. Speak to your subconscious until the dream is real enough to need no defense. Let silence become your armor. Let your results be your statement. Let your progress be the proof. Remember, most men are not aiming at anything. So when they hear your aim, they feel exposed. And they will attack not out of evil, but out of discomfort. Do not be angry at this. Be aware, be wise, be disciplined, and walk forward. Repeat again, I protect my purpose with silence. I do not share with those who do not build. This is law. Build your vision in private. Sharpen it through repetition. Strengthen it with daily motion. And speak only when the structure stands. Let the others talk. Let them guess. Let them doubt. Your aim is not to be known. It is to be built. And when it is built, it will answer every question, without a word. A man's power is not proven by how many words he speaks, but by how many acts he completes. You must learn this early. Every minute spent in explanation is 1 minute stolen from execution. Every conversation about what you plan to do is a delay in what you are meant to build. The world is not moved by talkers. It is moved by doers. The crowd speaks often, but achieves little. The builder speaks little, but accomplishes much. Why? Because he spends his energy in silence, shaping reality, while others waste theirs describing dreams. You must not fall into the trap of premature speech. The more you talk, the more pressure you place upon yourself. You begin to imagine the praise, the reward, the outcome, and you lose the tension necessary to finish. You have already tasted the fruit in imagination, and so you no longer hunger to harvest it. This is why silence is not weakness. It is structure. It holds your energy. It keeps your edge. It builds the pressure needed for power. I have seen men ruin their destiny through endless announcements. They become addicted to the applause of unfinished beginnings. They declare every goal, every ambition, every plan. And when the world does not react as they hope, they retreat in shame. They begin to doubt what was once clear. But the man who stays silent builds a rhythm. He acts while others talk. He lays bricks while others write speeches. And in time, while they are still describing what they want to do, he has done it. Charles M. Schwab was not known for excessive talking. He was known for output. He built structures, teams, enterprises, because his calendar was filled with decisions and delivery, not discussion. You must live this way. Schedule your execution, measure your movement, let others talk, let them speculate, let them ask what you are up to, and give them no answer but consistency. Say this aloud. I speak with my actions. I work while they talk. I rise while they wonder. There is something sacred about the man who holds his tongue and moves his feet. He carries a quiet storm. His silence is not ignorance. It is discipline. He does not explain himself because he knows what he is doing. He does not invite opinions because he has already decided. You must become this man. Do not fill your days with calls, conversations, and updates about the future. Fill your days with the law, with structured hours, repeated affirmations, completed tasks. Let your schedule speak. Let your results answer every question. The world respects silence when it leads to something real. Ask yourself now, how much time have you wasted talking about what you should do? How much energy have you drained sharing plans you never built? How many people know your vision? While your hands remain empty, this must stop. From this moment forward, you shall obey a new rule and no explanation without execution. If you have not moved, do not speak. If you have not built, do not announce. If you have not obeyed the law of repetition, then you are not yet worthy to describe your dream. You must build first. You must train yourself to enjoy the process more than the praise. The subconscious mind does not care about how many people you tell your plan to. It cares about what you do repeatedly in silence. That is what becomes identity. That is what shapes habit. That is what produces riches. The man who talks much and builds little does not deceive others. He deceives himself. But the man who builds without noise becomes inevitable. They do not see him coming. They do not prepare for him. And when he appears, they cannot deny him. Because he has proof, he has structure, he has law. And so I tell you again, I speak with my actions. I work while they talk. I rise while they wonder. This is not a speech of fantasy. This is not a lecture of dreams. This is a call to law, a call to sacred structure, a call to withdraw your need to explain and replace it with a command to do. Let your identity be formed in silence. Let your victories be quiet. Let your presence grow like a seed in the soil until it breaks through and the world must notice, not because you asked them to, not because you explained yourself, but because you became the man you were meant to be without saying a word. When Thomas Edison lit the world, he did not gather a crowd and explain the years of silent labor. He did not host a meeting to justify his delay or declare his schedule to skeptics. He simply turned on the light, and the darkness surrendered, without fanfare, without argument, without demand for attention. The result revealed the man. The product spoke louder than any theory. The light needed no defense. You must do the same. There is a sacred power in silent execution. There is strength in staying quiet while you build, staying invisible while you construct, staying unknown while you prepare. You owe no explanation for the seed you plant, only the fruit it yields. Do not teach the world your method. Demonstrate your results. Talkers are abundant. Builders are rare. The world is not moved by what you intend. It is moved by what you complete. Plans whispered to others will dissolve in the heat of doubt, but plans spoken into your subconscious, repeated with faith, acted upon daily. Those plans rise into visible reality. Those plans become stone, become steel, become success. I say to you now, let your growth mature in silence. Let your ambition take root where no wind of ridicule can uproot it. Let your faith grow in soil untouched by fear. Do not allow the unqualified to witness your becoming. A young man once said to me, I have a grand idea. I've shared it with many, and none believe it can work. And I replied, that is your first mistake. You shared it too early. You scattered your seed among stones. You see, premature exposure invites theft, invites criticism, invites spiritual interference. The seed must be protected while it is soft, while it is vulnerable. Only when the roots are deep, Only when the foundation is set, only when the structure stands on its own, only then may you reveal. When I first conceived of the philosophy of success, I told no one, not until the idea had matured, not until the words had formed into lessons, not until the law had proven itself in my own life. For I understood, if I speak too soon, I weaken the force. But if I wait, the fruit will make the tree undeniable. Even the master builders of the world obey this law. Andrew Carnegie did not announce his first fortune. He simply earned it. Charles Schwab did not host a press conference when he organized his great business plans. He simply delivered. And when Henry Ford envisioned the motor car for the common man, he was laughed at. So he stopped explaining. He worked in silence. And the machine proved his genius. You must protect your power the same way. The soil of your soul is not public property. Guard it. The vision that was given to you was not meant for everyone's approval. It was meant for your obedience. You must protect your plans with silence until they are shielded by proof. Let others wonder, let others speculate, but reveal only what is done. Reveal only the finished book, not the drafts. Reveal only the result, not the outline. Reveal the transformed life, not the intention to change. Why? Because what is revealed too early is killed in public opinion. It is dissected by doubters. It is pulled apart by weak minds. The unprepared world is a poor nursery for a sacred vision. Let the thing grow in secret, in strength, in solitude. And when the fruit is ripe, when the structure is finished, when the work is undeniable, step back and let the world see. For the completed work needs no defense. It will explain itself, it will teach, it will shine, it will speak. This is what Edison knew. This is what Ford understood. This is what every man who has ever created something of true worth obeyed. The law of sacred silence until the result is ripe. And I tell you now, you must learn to be the keeper of your own temple. Speak only to infinite intelligence. Speak only to your written aim. Speak only to your daily action. Let the rest remain in silence. Let the world see your excellence only after it can no longer be denied. Keep your process a secret. Share only the harvest, for the harvest alone will silence your critics, reward your faith, and inspire your generation. Let these words become a part of your being. Affirmation. I reveal only what is complete. I respect my vision. I protect my power. Repeat it morning and night until your voice no longer seeks permission, until your silence grows louder than noise, until your work reveals the man you have become. Let the light you build speak. You now know the cost of early speech. You have seen how premature exposure bleeds strength. You have felt how silence, when harnessed, sharpens the mind, protects the aim, and multiplies results. You have understood that your greatest friend is discretion, your greatest weapon is decision, and your greatest shield is unshakable faith held within. This is not theory. This is power. You were not born to explain. You were born to build. You were not born to convince. You were born to conquer. Your imagination is not for entertainment. It is for creation. Your faith is not for applause. It is for achievement. Your speech is not for reaction. It is for instruction. And instruction must first be given to your own mind. From this day, let your conversation be with your own subconscious mind. Tell it what you demand of life. Repeat it until it believes. Let your mouth deliver commands to your spirit, not complaints to the world. Tell yourself, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Say it until it becomes bone, until it becomes will, until no outside voice can penetrate your internal law. Let your plans grow in privacy. Let your structure rise in silence. Let your habits speak, your actions shout, your results thunder. And never forget, the seed was not designed to boast. The tree does not need applause to grow. The fruit does not need a witness to ripen. All of nature obeys the law of silence. The sun does not declare its return. It simply rises. The lion does not announce its hunger. It simply hunts. The oak does not justify its strength. It simply stands. Do the same. Work in silence, finish in power, reveal only what is done. I have walked the path of silence. I have learned its law through pain and persistence. I have seen men rise when they stopped explaining. I have seen fortunes born in the privacy of thought and the secrecy of effort. And I now hand you this sacred command. Do not speak until the work is complete. Your vision is not a topic. It is a task. Your purpose is not for presentation. It is for proof. Your gift is not for performance. It is for impact. From now on, speak only what strengthens. Write only what instructs. Share only what uplifts. Reveal only what is done. Final affirmation. I no longer announce. I execute. I no longer explain. I building. I no longer need permission. I have power. Speak it daily. Whisper it before sleep. Declare it at dawn. Let this become your new identity. Let the world see your transformation only when it is finished. Let them marvel. Let them wonder. Let them ask, where did you come from? And you will know, I came from silence. I came from the inner chamber of faith. I came from a place where no man could interfere. I came from the sacred fire of daily decision. And now I arrive, completed. Obey this law of silence, and your work will grow in strength, your mind in faith, and your riches in abundance. Speak less, move more, finish quietly. Let the world discover what you became when you told no one. If your life is poor, it is not because riches are missing. It is because your thought is misdirected. You believe the world must change first, but the world is only your mirror. Riches are not won with muscle, nor earned by luck. Riches are revealed to the man who trains his mind to see them. You are surrounded by opportunity, by gold, by law, yet you may be blind to it. The blind man stumbles past treasure because his vision was never trained. So, too, you have walked past wealth, not because it was not there, but because your mind was not ordered to see it. You were born into a sea of abundance, but the sea does not pour itself into your cup unless you raise your vessel. Thought is your vessel. Faith is your guide. Decision is your captain. And unless these forces are trained, the ship never leaves the dock. I say to you, riches are not first earned by the hand. They are commanded by the mind. Until you think in riches, you shall walk in lack. Until you command your subconscious, you shall drift with fear. Until your aim becomes law, your life will reflect disorder. Your thoughts roam like unbroken horses, wild, proud, and undirected. But you are not born to be ruled by them. You were born to be their master. You must break the mind, harness its power, and direct it toward definite riches. This is not fantasy. This is law. Do not ask, where is my wealth? Ask, where is my attention? For attention is the seed of riches. Controlled thought is the lever that moves the world. You are not missing opportunity. You are missing mental command. This speech will give you 8 iron laws, 8 mental disciplines to train your mind to think in riches, prosperity, power, and right service. Not once. Not when it feels good, but daily, faithfully, rhythmically. For what you repeat, you become. And what you become, you attract. Carnegie built with this law. Ford expanded with it. Edison created light through it. Rockefeller walked in silent wealth because he trained his mind to think in empires. They were not lucky. They were not chosen. They were obedient. They thought with law. They spoke with belief. They trained their subconscious mind to repeat only the picture of definite purpose. They moved in silence. They acted as if their future was already delivered, and so it came. And now it is your turn. You shall not think as you have thought. You shall no longer visit doubt, rehearse fear, speak confusion. You shall now learn to think in wealth, walk in belief, act with definiteness, and plant daily seeds of power. These laws are not for the casual. They are not for the drifter, the doubter, or the passive. They are for the builder, the doer, the silent man who has decided, I will think in riches until I become them. Do not treat this lightly, for the power you are about to access has built kingdoms. It has formed railroads, carved cities, and summoned fortunes from thin air. It is not external. It is within you. Let us now begin. Let us now train the mind, and let us plant only riches. Let us repeat only belief. Let us become the man that wealth obeys. Let us begin with the first law. Say it aloud. I train my mind to think only in riches. I speak only in wealth. I become what I command. The first law is this. The mind must be dominated by a definite chief aim. Not influenced, not inspired, dominated. For no man can command riches whose thoughts are scattered. No ship arrives at harbor without a destination. No life produces abundance unless it is directed by one ruling purpose, clearly defined and deeply felt. The majority of men never define their purpose. They drift. They rise each day and respond to the noise of others. Their thoughts are not their own. Their time is sold cheaply. Their actions are guided not by inner command, but by external demand. And so, they earn just enough to survive, but never enough to command. If you wish to build riches, the first step is not work, it is writing. You must sit with yourself. You must decide, what do I desire above all else? What is the single aim for which I will give my thought, my faith, my persistence, and my obedience? Until this is answered, all effort is wasted. All action is blind. It was Andrew Carnegie who gave me this command. He said, young man, sit down and write the purpose of your life. Until that is done, you are working against the laws of riches. I obeyed, and my life was never the same. From that moment on, I was no longer a wanderer. I was a commander. Write this now. My definite chief aim is the guiding law of my mind. I give my thoughts no option but to serve this purpose. Do not write it like a wish. Do not write it like a hope. Write it like a decree. Your mind is a government. Your definite chief aim is its constitution. Every thought must align with it. Every word must reinforce it. Every action must serve it, and anything that does not must be cast out. Until your aim is in ink, it is only air. Until it is spoken aloud, it is only imagination. And until it is burned into your subconscious by daily repetition, it is only a seed left on stone. Do not say you're too busy to write your aim. That is like saying the farmer is too busy to plant his seed. That is the excuse of the drifter, not the discipline of the builder. You have time. What you need is decision. Say this aloud. I give my mind no option but to obey my aim. I think in line with wealth. I reject all stray thought. A vague mind leads to a vague life. A man who thinks of riches, then of worry, then of pleasure, then of fear, has already decided to fail. The mind cannot serve two masters. Either it is governed by your chief aim, or it is governed by drift. Let me repeat the law. Until your definite chief aim becomes the master thought of your daily life, wealth cannot obey you. The riches you desire must be summoned by thought, backed by faith, reinforced by repetition, proven by action. Read your aim aloud every morning. Before the world speaks, let your voice be the first law your mind hears. Speak it with emotion. Stand tall. Breathe deep. Speak like a builder, not a beggar. Read it again every night. Fall asleep with your aim stamped on the screen of your imagination. If you feel foolish speaking it aloud, it is because the voice of doubt still rules your inner chamber. You must drown it out. You must speak until you believe, and believe until you no longer remember what it was like to doubt. When the subconscious mind hears the same command daily with emotion, it begins to accept it as reality. And when it accepts it, it begins to work day and night to bring it to pass. People, opportunities, insight, timing, all move to obey the man whose mind is definite. Do not hide your aim. Post it on your wall. Carry it in your pocket. Let it live in your voice and your eyes. Let your friends call you obsessed. Obsession is the price of greatness. Let the world mock. Let the world drift. You will obey law, and law will reward you. Repeat this now. My aim is written. My aim is spoken. My aim is felt. My aim is law. If your mind has not been dominated by one great purpose, it will be dominated by 1,000 small impulses. That is not wealth, that is slavery. You must choose. Will you command riches or react to circumstances? You cannot build wealth in fragments. You cannot grow an oak from scattered seed. You must plant one aim, water it with belief, protect it with discipline, speak it with authority, and act in its direction daily. This is the first law, and without it, all other laws are void. No amount of reading, wishing, or labor will replace it. You must define your purpose. You must write it. You must read it aloud. You must repeat it until your mind becomes the instrument of that one thought. Say it with power. I do not live by confusion. I do not drift. I do not divide my attention. I live by purpose. I live by law. I live by my chief aim. And now, before we proceed, do not listen further until you have obeyed. Take pen, take page, take voice, write the aim, speak it aloud, read it again tonight, and return tomorrow not as a wanderer, but as one who has decided. Let us now proceed to the next law. The subconscious mind does not argue. It does not debate. It does not question what is repeated. It obeys it. Every time you speak a thought aloud, it is recorded. Every time you imagine a result, it is engraved. Every time you feel a belief, it is planted. The subconscious mind becomes what you repeat. Most men are poor, not because they lack desire, but because they rehearse poverty in their thought. They speak of debt, they speak of hardship, they think of loss, they imagine misfortune. And the mind, ever obedient, says, "Very well." And so the world arranges itself to match the pattern. You must decide, what shall I repeat? For repetition is power. Repetition is law. Repetition is how belief becomes nature. It is not a man's moment of inspiration that changes his life. It is what he tells himself hour by hour that carves his reality. Repeat this aloud now. I do not repeat confusion. I do not repeat fear. I do not repeat limitation. I repeat riches. I repeat law. I repeat power. You do not get what you want. You get what you think about all day long. Your desire must be trained like a seed in a field, and you do not plant a seed once. You plant, water, guard, protect, and speak over it daily. So it is with the riches of the mind. Thomas Edison did not invent the light bulb by accident. He imagined it, then rehearsed it mentally thousands of times before the filament ever glowed. The invention was born in the mind first. The mind created it by repeating the image so consistently that the world could not help but follow. Likewise, you must form the habit of repeating prosperity, not once, not twice, but over and over, until the thought of riches becomes the only rhythm your mind will accept. Write this now. I am a builder of riches. Money obeys my definite thought. My service brings compensation. My life is aligned with purpose. I am the type of man who attracts wealth. Say each aloud. Say them with force. Say them again tonight. Say them again tomorrow. Say them until your voice no longer trembles, until your heart no longer doubts, until your circumstances begin to bend under the weight of your command. Most men whisper prosperity and shout fear. You must reverse the order. You must declare riches and go silent toward doubt. Your speech must match your vision. Your vision must match your aim. And your aim must be repeated until the subconscious mind no longer resists. Understand this. The subconscious is a fertile field, but it does not decide what is planted. You do. And if you plant weeds, worry, hesitation, negativity, you shall harvest accordingly. But if you plant definite riches and reinforce them with spoken word, you shall reap in due season. Repeat aloud, my mind accepts only prosperity. My words speak only belief. My vision sees only riches. This is not about hope. This is about control. You must train your inner ear to expect wealth. You must train your inner eye to see abundance. You must train your tongue to speak only in alignment with your aim. Do not say, I will try. Say, I will do. Do not say, I hope it comes. Say, I have decided to build it. Your vocabulary must be stripped of weakness. Your speech must become the forge of faith. Each repetition strengthens the roots. Each affirmation builds the wall. Each declaration clears the weeds. And when this has been done daily, without interruption, you will look up and discover that your outer world has begun to mirror your inner obedience. You must protect your repetition. You must guard your inner circle. A man cannot speak riches and then sit among critics. He cannot affirm wealth and then gossip of lack. His inner climate must match his spoken law. If your surroundings mock your belief, withdraw. If your friends weaken your repetition, detach. If your environment poisons your mental atmosphere, replace it. The builder of riches must protect his garden with fire. Say this now. I repeat my law until it becomes my language. I speak riches until I feel them. I speak purpose until I become it. The greatest mistake is inconsistency. To affirm riches in the morning and then speak fear in the afternoon is like watering a seed and then burning it with oil. The subconscious cannot serve two voices. You must give it one master, and that master must be prosperity. This is how the law of cosmic habit force takes over. When a thought is repeated long enough, the subconscious accepts it as permanent. And when it is permanent, it becomes routine. And when it becomes routine, the world must obey it. Speak this final affirmation today. I do not wait for riches. I think them into being. I do not beg for success. I repeat its law. I do not wonder. I declare. Now take the next hour and repeat. Take your aim, take your affirmations, speak them aloud, write them again, repeat them again tonight. Do this not once, but every day, for repetition is the chisel that shapes the mind into a magnet for wealth. Let us now proceed to the next law. No man can fill his mind with wealth if it is already filled with doubt. The seed of riches cannot take root in poisoned soil, and doubt is poison, silent, subtle, but deadly. You must cleanse the mind. You must remove the voice of uncertainty. You must tear out the root of fear before you expect the root of fortune to grow. Most men live with doubt as if it were a companion. They feed it with their thoughts. They speak it without noticing. They accept it as truth because it sounds familiar. But understand me now. Doubt is not truth. Doubt is noise. Doubt is the enemy. And if you do not conquer it, it will quietly conquer you. You must ask, whose voice is this that tells me I cannot? Is it mine, or did I borrow it? From a parent who feared? From a teacher who limited? From failure I never forgot? The mind is not naturally fearful. It is trained to fear, and so it must be retrained to believe. Write this now. I reject doubt as false. I believe in my wealth before it is seen. I speak my success into being. Abraham Lincoln was ridiculed, hated, rejected. And still he moved forward, not because he was applauded, but because he was directed by an inner law. His belief was not dependent on public support. His belief was built in solitude, hammered into his mind by decision, repetition, and duty. That is how belief is built, not by feeling, but by command. You do not believe because you feel strong. You believe because you decide to believe. You repeat belief until it takes root deeper than emotion, deeper than memory. You speak it until it becomes real. Take your aim, take your affirmations, and stand before yourself each morning. Read them aloud. Say them with strength. Say them until you override the voice of doubt. Say them until you feel yourself rise. Say them until fear has no oxygen left to breathe. Here is your exercise. Write your most persistent doubt on paper. The phrase you hear most, the sentence that haunts your progress. I'm not ready. I don't have enough. What if I fail? Write it, burn it, and replace it with truth. Replace it with, I am ready now. I move because I have decided. I build wealth because I was born to command it. Doubt is not logical. It is emotional, so it must be overwhelmed by feeling. You cannot reason your way out of fear. You must declare your way out. The subconscious accepts emotion more than argument. Speak with fire. Speak with power. Speak with rhythm until the mind obeys. Do not tolerate small self-talk. You cannot speak poverty and build riches. You cannot think weakness and command strength. What you speak becomes your signal. What you repeat becomes your instruction. And your subconscious listens to everything. Say this aloud now. I no longer host doubt. I no longer serve fear. I no longer believe the voice that tells me to wait. The mind that is full of fear cannot perceive riches even when they appear. It looks at opportunity and calls it danger. It looks at risk and calls it death. But belief reverses the lens. Belief sharpens the eye. Belief opens the door to infinite intelligence. Most men ask, what if it doesn't work? But the man of riches asks, what if it does? Most say, it's not time yet. But the wealthy man says, this is the hour. Doubt waits. Belief begins. Take 10 minutes each morning and each evening to rehearse belief. Sit in silence. Repeat your aim. Repeat your affirmations. Say, I am the man who builds wealth. I am the man who acts with faith. I am the man who no longer serves fear. Do not stop until you feel the resistance weaken. You will know the moment when belief takes over. You will feel the weight lift. The voice of hesitation will fall silent. And you will move, not because it is easy, but because you no longer identify with fear. If you miss a day, begin again. If you feel weak, speak louder. If you forget, forgive yourself and restart. The builder does not need perfection, only repetition. The law does not demand flawlessness. It demands obedience. Say this now with certainty. My mind no longer belongs to doubt. I train it to believe. I feed it with faith. I direct it with power. And now begin to act on that belief. Today, take one bold step. Make one decisive move in the direction of your chief aim, not later. Now, not perfect, just present. Each act of belief reinforces your identity, and each identity shapes your destiny. This is the law. Belief is not passive. Belief is built through daily declaration and faithful movement. Belief is not born. Belief is earned. And if you earn it, nothing can stop you. The poor man looks upon the world and sees scarcity. He says there is not enough: money, time, help, power. And by this perception, he proves himself correct. But the rich mind does not look for what is missing. It searches for what is possible. It trains itself to see wealth in all things, even in difficulty, even in loss. You must recondition your inner eye, for all things in this world contain value, but that value is only visible to the trained observer. Gold lies in the earth, but only the miner sees it. Opportunity lies in people, in situations, in problems, but only the prepared mind detects it. Say this aloud. I see wealth in every place. I train my eyes to find value. I do not complain. I convert. A man is poor not because the world lacks value, but because he does not know how to see it. The builder sees failure and learns. The drifter sees failure and flees. The builder sees waste and finds a system. The drifter sees effort and surrenders. When Henry Ford looked upon the mess of steel scraps and manual labor, he did not despair. He saw efficiency. He saw systems. He saw movement. He created the assembly line, not by chance, but because his mind was trained to ask, how can this be made to serve my aim? That question must become your daily prayer. How can this be used to serve my definite chief aim? When the world mocks you, there is power to be found. When you lose something, there is a lesson to be stored. When time seems wasted, there is insight to be extracted. When nothing is happening, your mind must be sharpening. There is no moment without potential, but you must choose to see it. You must repeat belief, not just in yourself, but in your surroundings. The builder says, all things are working for me, and so they do. The drifter says, everything is against me, and so it is. Your thought becomes the lens through which wealth is seen or missed. Repeat now. Everything around me contains value. I search for it. I recognize it. I claim it. This principle is not magic. It is mental preparation. The subconscious mind becomes like a magnet. When trained by repeated aim, belief, and affirmation, it begins to search. It begins to notice. It begins to draw in people, ideas, and events that align with your chief aim. You do not need to force opportunity. You need to become the man who sees it. You do not need to hope for wealth. You need to train the mind that detects wealth in places where others see only dust. Your speech must reflect this belief. Never say, I can't afford. Say, I am learning to command greater riches. Never say, this is useless. Say, what can I extract from this? Never say, this is bad luck. Say, this is refinement. Thoughts spoken aloud return to the mind with greater force. Words are not idle. They are instructions. Speak wealth, speak power, speak discovery, speak opportunity. And soon your eyes will begin to see what you have been training your subconscious to expect. Take this exercise. As you go about your day, write down 5 moments where you saw opportunity where others would have seen lack. Train the muscle, sharpen the lens, learn to detect value. Repeat this. My eyes are not for fear. My eyes are trained for riches. My mind does not complain, it commands. Do not overlook small things. A stranger's words, a sudden delay, a seeming setback. All things can be used by the mind that sees. Most men reject these moments. The wealthy man studies them, turns them, extracts wealth from them. This is not optimism. This is accuracy. The riches are already here. They have always been here. They are not hidden. They are simply filtered out by those whose thoughts are untrained, unfocused, unprepared to receive. Say this now. I see riches in the air. I see value in my work. I see power in every moment. Once you train your mind to see wealth, every day becomes harvest. Every problem becomes potential. Every inconvenience becomes instruction. You walk no longer as a beggar, but as a builder. You wait no longer for a break, you create one. You become dangerous to poverty because you have left behind the lens of limitation. You now walk with the eyes of a king. This is the law. The world becomes what you believe it to be, and you will never attract wealth if you believe it to be scarce. You must think in abundance. You must look for gain. You must speak in gratitude and command. Do not drift through this law. Practice it. Live it. See it. Write it. Speak it. And you will find that what once passed you by now appears before you, because you trained your mind to detect it. Let us now continue to the next law. You cannot think in wealth while surrounded by noise. You cannot command power when your mind is distracted. And you cannot train your subconscious in a world that speaks over your inner voice. Silence is the sanctuary of success. Silence is where riches are conceived. Silence is where the mind returns to law. Every man who has built an empire has had to learn this. Wealth is conceived in quiet. Carnegie planned alone. Ford imagined in solitude. Edison isolated himself to think. Rockefeller took walks, not to escape, but to listen, to the whisper of thought, to the sound of purpose, to the voice of infinite intelligence. You must now establish your own chamber of silence, a sacred space not made of walls or cushions, but of time protected from interruption, at least 30 minutes daily. No sound, no voices, no pages turning, no thinking of errands or troubles, only your aim, only your affirmations, only the picture of your future, fully formed. Say this aloud. In silence I grow strong. My riches multiply in stillness. I do not speak confusion. I sit in command. This is not luxury. This is necessity. Your subconscious mind cannot receive orders while distracted. It cannot act on scattered thought. If your day is ruled by interruptions, your fortune shall be ruled by delays. Silence is the forge where thought is shaped into command. The drifter fears silence, because in silence he must face his thoughts. But the man of purpose enters silence as a king enters his council. He does not fear the quiet. He uses it to review the plan, repeat the aim, rehearse the image of success until it burns like a flame in the darkness. Repeat this. My mind does not wander. My mind returns to purpose. My mind repeats wealth in silence. You must schedule silence with the same obedience you would schedule labor, morning or night, but it must be daily. This is your meeting with riches, your counsel with infinite intelligence. It is not optional, it is the foundation. During this time, speak your aim aloud, whisper your affirmations, then see them vividly in color and movement. Do not imagine idly, imagine with control, imagine with precision. Do not wish, rehearse. In silence, repeat. I see myself as wealthy. I see myself in command. I see myself surrounded by riches earned through service, law, and definite thought. You will be tempted to skip this. The noise of the world will demand your attention. But remember, noise is the enemy of wealth. It pulls the mind into reaction. Silence returns it to direction. Each minute you sit in silence and command your thoughts. You strengthen your mental magnet. You condition your subconscious to obey only one law. You replace the pull of doubt with the rhythm of belief. Understand this. It is not effort that multiplies wealth. It is concentrated thought. 1 minute of directed imagination is worth more than 1,000 hours of wandering labor. But the imagination must be fed in stillness, not in clutter. Say this now. I train in silence. I rehearse wealth in stillness. I leave the world to return with greater power. You will discover in time that this habit of silence becomes your anchor. When fear rises, you return to silence. When plans fall apart, you return to silence. When others are lost in confusion, you return to silence. And from silence, you emerge decisive, steady, and clear. It is in silence that infinite intelligence speaks, not in noise, not in frenzy, but in that quiet chamber of the soul where belief is heard most clearly. Take this seriously. Create your time, find your place, speak your aim, see your future, feel it, repeat it, and guard it. For silence is not empty. It is where riches are conceived. Let us now move forward to the next law. Thought without action is a broken command. A man may sit for years repeating affirmations, but if he does not move, if he does not act, if he does not build, his words return to him void. The mind must act to prove belief. Faith without motion is not faith, it is illusion. Every thought must be followed by obedience. Every vision must be chased by movement. Every declaration must be backed by step, by labor, by decision. For it is in action that your thought becomes substance. It is in action that the subconscious mind is convinced. The builder of wealth does not wait until the world applauds. He does not ask if the time is right. He does not need the permission of the market or the weather. He moves. Because the act of moving is what turns his aim into a signal. Say this aloud. I think in steps. I think in motion. I act as if I am already the man who has built it. You may say you believe. You may speak it aloud. But your subconscious is watching what you do. And if you say, I will become rich, but you delay, if you speak, I am powerful, but you hesitate, if you declare, I obey my purpose, but you drift, then your subconscious does not accept the law. It accepts the contradiction. You must now decide, I shall prove my belief through action. I shall show my faith by doing. I shall walk as though the vision is already mine. Even if the body trembles, even if the voice shakes, even if the world doubts, I will act. Andrew Carnegie expanded his empire in the face of recession. When men around him cried out for safety, he built. Not because it was easy, but because his belief was not born in the world's approval. It was built in law. Repeat this now. I act before the world approves. I speak before it claps. I build before it believes. This is how the mind becomes rich through action. You do not wait to feel ready. You do not wait to be seen. You do not ask for applause. You command your body. You obey your instructions. You move even if it is one step, because each step is proof. Action is how you train the subconscious mind to believe. You write the aim, you declare the vision, and then you take action, even the smallest act, to confirm it. And in that confirmation, belief grows. Action fertilizes thought. It is the water to the seed. Without it, the seed dies. With it, the root strengthens. Every act of discipline, every small task completed in the direction of your aim is a voice that says to the subconscious, "This man is serious. Let us assist him." Do not ask, "What if it doesn't work?" Ask instead, "What is my next move?" Do not wait for ideal. Move with what you have. Do not study forever. Apply what you already know. For the man who acts, even imperfectly, is nearer to riches than the man who waits for perfection. Repeat this. I move daily in law. I take command. I build before the world claps. Create a daily pattern. Choose 3 tasks each morning that serve your aim. Complete them before noon. Each task is a brick. Each brick becomes a wall. Each wall builds the mansion of your destiny. And if doubt arises, move anyway. If fear whispers, move anyway. If no one sees you, move anyway. For action is your answer to every voice of resistance. It is your sword against procrastination. It is your shield against uncertainty. The man who acts becomes a magnet. Opportunities appear. People respond. Doors open. Not because he begged, but because he walked. Because he stepped forward. Because he declared himself worthy through effort. Say this now. I act now. I build now. I obey now. My wealth grows because my movement is constant. You cannot sit and expect reward. You must plant. You must tend. You must water. And this is done in movement, in obedience to the voice you declared in silence. You may not see results at first, but understand this. Each action sharpens the tool. Each task refines the mind. Each move carves the man. And in time, the world shall match your inner obedience with outer increase. Let this be your creed. I do not drift. I do not delay. I take my purpose and I act. Let us now proceed to the next law. You were not born to chase coins. You were born to build value. The man who makes riches his only aim may gain dollars, but he will never know true wealth. Money is not the master. It is the servant. It follows value. It responds to usefulness. It obeys the law of service. The greatest fortunes ever built were not constructed by greed. They were built by service rendered in excess of payment. This is the habit of going the extra mile. This is the law that turns work into a magnet for riches. Not labor alone, but service, thought, quality, rendered with joy. Say this aloud. I do not chase gold. I build value. I give more than I am paid. I sow service and reap abundance. Charles Schwab did not beg for power. He served beyond his title. He worked beyond his hours. He thought beyond the demands of his role. And because of this, Carnegie gave him the keys to empire. Why? Because the man who gives more is trusted with more. This law cannot be avoided. If you wish for compensation, you must first earn confidence. If you want greater pay, you must give greater value. If you desire riches to arrive, you must become the type of man whose thoughts and labor cannot be ignored. Speak it now. I am a giver of value. I am a thinker in service. I am worthy of wealth because I serve first. Service is not submission. Service is strategy. It is how you rise. It is how you prove that your mind is valuable, that your presence multiplies good, that your touch is golden. No man has ever fallen by giving more than expected. Many have risen by it. The poor man says, they don't pay me enough. The builder says, I am becoming the man they cannot afford to ignore. The poor man does the minimum. The rich thinker over-delivers, not for applause, but for power. Repeat this now. I serve with excellence. I give beyond the contract. I make my name too valuable to overlook. Do not wait for more money to do better work. Do better work, and the money will arrive. Do not wait to be praised before you act with brilliance. Act with brilliance now, and soon you will be praised and paid. This is not theory, it is law. And the subconscious mind must be trained to love service, not because it is noble, but because it is profitable. Every act of over-delivery strengthens your value identity. Every time you exceed the demand, you carve a new channel for abundance to flow. Write this now. Today I will do more than is required. Today I will serve better than I am asked. Today I will become too valuable to stay where I am. Watch how your mind begins to shift. You no longer complain. You begin to create. You no longer wait. You begin to give. And in giving, you grow. And in growth, you earn. And in earning, you lead. Let others drift through their duties. You shall rise by design. Let others scoff at work. You shall transform work into wealth. Let others seek shortcuts. You shall build permanence. Repeat again. I rise through service. I lead through excellence. I become wealthy through usefulness. You do not become wealthy by what you keep. You become wealthy by what you give that multiplies. You do not rise because you hold back. You rise because you plant in others what cannot be ignored. Carnegie said, "No man can become rich without enriching others." And he was correct. Riches are not hoarded. They are circulated through creation. And if you create more, if you give more, if you improve more, then you will be entrusted with more. Make it your duty, not just to complete the task, but to elevate it, not just to meet expectations, but to exceed them, not just to earn your pay, but to earn the right to decide your own pay. This is the law. He who serves richly shall be rewarded richly. He who offers more earns more. He who thinks in service rises in power, and that power becomes wealth, earned by principle, sustained by discipline. Now speak it with strength. I give more than I'm paid for. I create more than I promise. I build my fortune by building others. Let us continue. The final law awaits. Thought alone is not enough. Speech alone is not enough. Even action, though vital, is not the final key. You must think until you become. You must repeat until the repetition is your nature. You must affirm until the affirmation is your identity. You must obey the law until it no longer feels like effort, but instinct. This is the final principle. Prosperity is not a single act. It is a nature formed by law, by belief, by consistency. You are not poor because you lack money. You are poor because you have not become the man who commands money by thought, service, and will. Say this aloud. I think until I become. I repeat until I transform. I obey until I no longer doubt. The law of cosmic habit force governs all. Thoughts repeated become belief. Belief repeated becomes behavior. Behavior repeated becomes identity. And identity, once fixed, becomes destiny. You must not merely wish to be rich. You must become the type of man to whom riches flow naturally. That is not magic. That is training. That is the result of obedience. Daily reading of your aim. Daily affirmations of wealth. Daily silence. Daily service. Daily motion. This is the ritual of transformation. It is not done once. It is done until you are no longer who you were. Say now, I do not pretend to be rich. I become rich. I do not borrow belief. I build it. I do not hope. I become. You must not stop short. Too many begin the journey of prosperity, but grow weary before they arrive. Why? Because they misunderstand. They believe they are acting to get something, but in truth, they are acting to become something. You are not training the world. You are training your inner world. You are convincing your subconscious that you are no longer a drifter, no longer a beggar, no longer a man of confusion. You are declaring through repetition, through obedience, through command, I am the type of man who possesses riches because I possess law. Look at the lives of the builders. Ford thought industrial wealth into being, and never stopped thinking it. Rockefeller thought expansion even when critics called him ruthless. Edison thought light into the darkness and never doubted, even after 10,000 failures. You are no different. You are made of the same substance, but you must become intolerant of drift. You must become addicted to repetition. You must burn your aim so deeply into the subconscious that even in sleep, even in trouble, even in confusion, your mind returns to the law. Repeat this. I am not who I was. I am who I repeat myself to be. I obey law until I embody it. This is why the exercises matter. This is why silence matters. This is why faith matters. You are not performing tasks. You are building a self. You are shaping a being. You are molding a consciousness that will no longer tolerate lack. You will know you have become when you do not think if you will be rich. You know it. When you do not wonder when, you walk as if it is done. When you do not check for applause, because your movement is rooted in command, not permission. This is what must happen. You must move from repetition to embodiment, from obedience to identity, from learning the law to becoming the law. Write this now with power. I am a man of wealth. I am a mind of power. I am an embodiment of thought controlled by law. That is your final seed. And now that it is planted, you must nurture it with the repetition of all the laws you have learned. A mind dominated by definite purpose. A tongue that repeats only wealth. A heart free of doubt and full of belief. Eyes trained to see wealth in all things. A will grounded in silence. Action aligned with aim. Service rendered beyond measure, and now identity carved by repetition, lived without effort. This is your new standard. You do not act wealthy, you are wealthy. You do not think of riches, you are riches in form. You do not chase results, you carry the cause. Repeat one final time. I do not drift, I do not delay, I do not deviate, I have become. And now begin the next day with the first law. Do not skip, do not soften, do not drift. Plant the thought, speak the aim, act the identity, give the service, enter the silence, walk in law, and in time the world will conform to the man you have become. You have completed the instruction. Now go forth and live it until it lives in you. Look at your life. Look at the hours you've wasted, wondering, doubting. You know there's more in you, but you haven't moved, not because you lack knowledge, but because you lack command. You are not lazy. You are undirected. And this speech, if you obey it, will give you the laws to break free. Listen to me. If you sit through this entire speech and absorb these principles with full belief, you will never think about money the same again. You will stop chasing pennies and start commanding purpose. You will begin to see opportunities you've walked past for years. You will no longer ask, why does nothing work for me? Because you'll know exactly what to plant, what to say, what to act on. But if you drift, if you treat this as just another speech, you will stay as you are. You will continue begging for what you could be building. You will walk through another month ruled by hesitation and invisible fear. You will stay broke, not in your bank, but in your belief. So ask yourself, why do others seem to attract wealth while I work twice as hard? What is the real reason I keep falling short, no matter how much I try? Is there something I've never been told about how wealth is truly created? These questions have answers, and they are in this speech. Sit down, listen closely, and this time, do not drift, because what you're about to hear can either break the chains forever or tighten them one last time. You think wealth is a matter of fortune? Then let me awaken you. No man stumbles into riches, he plants them. He does not receive them by favor. He commands them by law. Every dollar earned, every fortune formed, every empire built, began as a single seed of thought. Not labor, not chance, thought. The law of prosperity is not hidden, it is ignored. You wait for signs, you wait for the world to reward you for your wishes. But the soil does not bless the man who holds the seed in his hand. It blesses only the man who plants it. This is your hour of planting. And I speak now not to your ears, but to your command center, your mind. The seed of wealth must be chosen deliberately. The ground of your subconscious must be broken by repetition. The harvest is produced only through consistent faith, speech, and action. If you plant confusion, you shall reap failure. If you plant vague hope, you shall reap delay. But if you plant definite purpose, faith, and decision, the world must, by law, conform to the pattern you build. You say you want riches, but your mind is scattered. You think of success 1 hour and fear the next. You declare your dream in the morning and doubt it by night. The soil does not respond to contradiction. The soil responds to definite command. And I tell you now, no man becomes rich who does not command. You do not wait for wealth. You grow it. You grow it by law. You grow it by planting thought into your subconscious until it becomes identity, until it becomes the very nature of your being. The man who becomes rich does not become something new. He becomes exactly what he has rehearsed, what he has spoken, what he has imagined, what he has believed. This is not fantasy. This is the method by which Edison lit the world. He did not hope the bulb would shine. He believed, spoke, worked, and acted on what the world had never seen. It is the method by which Ford imagined the automobile in every home while others laughed. It is the method by which Carnegie challenged me, yes, challenged me, to write down the purpose of my life and then repeat it until the world could not deny its reality. He did not say try, he said declare, and I obeyed, I wrote, I repeated, I believed. And over time, the world bowed to what I first wrote in silence. And so shall it bow to you if you obey. You say, I want more. But the question is, have you written what more means? Have you repeated it aloud with belief? Have you taken the daily steps to plant it, water it, protect it? If not, you are not building, you are wishing. And the universe does not pay wages to wishers. It pays builders. So I tell you this with fire. For the next few moments, you shall be given 7 mental laws, 7 principles, 7 seeds. Each one, if planted, spoken, and obeyed, will take root in your subconscious. And from that root will rise the tree of your prosperity. But I must warn you, this is not a game. This is not something to try when convenient. These are laws. They cannot be broken. They can only be ignored. And if you ignore them, you shall continue to wander. You shall continue to drift. You shall continue to beg for the fruit you have not sown. You cannot reap what you refuse to plant. You cannot plant while waiting for conditions to be perfect. You cannot delay and expect the law to reward you. The ground does not wait for the lazy man. Why then do you wait? Carnegie did not wait. Ford did not wait. Edison did not wait. They acted in law. They moved when others hesitated. They planted when others hoped. They built their fortunes while the world asked permission. And they became masters of their fate. You must do the same. But to do so, you must become definite in your purpose. You must write the law you will obey. You must repeat it aloud until your mind accepts it. You must act daily upon that purpose, even when the world does not applaud, even when the results are invisible. For in the invisible roots lies the visible fruit. And now it is your turn. You shall no longer walk in confusion. You shall no longer whisper your desires. You shall no longer plant weeds of doubt and expect fields of gold. You shall rise. You shall choose your aim. You shall believe in your wealth before it appears. You shall speak it, think it, act upon it daily, and you shall reap because the law says you must. So let us begin. Let us plant the first seed. Let us write the aim. Let us break the ground of the mind, and let the planting of your wealth begin by law. Principle 1, the seed of definite purpose. Must. Wealth flees the vague. It obeys the definite. The very first act of a man who intends to become wealthy is not to labor harder, nor to ask for advice, nor to plead with fortune. His first act is to become clear. And clarity begins not with talk, but with ink. Until your purpose is written, you have none. You are a wanderer with wishes. not a builder with plans. The first principle of prosperity is this: no wealth shall appear until a definite chief aim is written, spoken aloud, and burned into the mind through repetition. You must know where you are going, and you must declare it to yourself in language that leaves no doubt. A man with no written aim is like a ship at sea without a compass. It may move, but it shall never arrive. I learned this truth from the lips of Andrew Carnegie. He summoned me into his presence and asked, "What is your definite purpose?" I stumbled. I hesitated. I answered with vague words and general hopes. He said nothing at first. He merely looked at me with quiet strength and then spoke words that changed my life. Until you write your purpose and repeat it daily, you are not a man. You are only a shadow. Those words struck my spirit like lightning. I went home and wrote down what I wanted. Not a casual sentence, not a hopeful thought. I wrote a declaration. I put emotion behind every word. I read it aloud. I repeated it morning and night. And something changed. Slowly, the universe began to respond, not because I was worthy, but because I had finally declared. Understand this: a written aim turns wandering thought into a plow. It breaks the mental soil. It organizes your ideas. It gives direction to your subconscious mind. The world outside you begins to move only when the world inside you is first made definite. Until your purpose is in ink, it is only a wish, and wishes do not move the universe. Commands do. You do not say, "I would like to succeed." You say, "I will accomplish this specific outcome by this date. I will exchange this value. I will create this impact." That is a command. That is a blueprint. And once it is written, it is no longer floating in the clouds of possibility. It is grounded in the law of action. The man who writes his definite chief aim and reads it aloud morning and night is building a foundation no storm can shake. He is giving his subconscious mind an unshakable order. And your subconscious will obey what you repeat, so long as you repeat it with belief. Affirm this now. I write my definite chief aim. I repeat it aloud. I burn it into my mind. My life obeys the law I declare. Do not dismiss this as mere routine. It is the beginning of everything. The seed that is never planted can never be watered. The goal that is never written can never be built. A man may spend years working with all his might, but if his labor is undirected, he is like a man swinging wildly in the dark. You say you want success, but what do you mean? What shall it look like? What do you expect to receive? What are you willing to give in return? By when shall it be done? If you cannot answer these, you are not yet serious. You are flirting with fortune instead of committing to it. Sit in silence, take a pen, write your definite chief aim as though your life depended on it, because it does. Read it aloud when you rise. Read it again before you sleep. Do not whisper it. Declare it. Do not read it like a sentence. Read it like a vow. Let your voice awaken the soul. Let your ears hear your intention. Let your spirit know it has been summoned to obey. Your chief aim must be clear. It must name the amount of wealth you will acquire, the time you will acquire it by, and the service you shall render in return. Vagueness is the death of prosperity. Specificity is the breath of it. Speak your aim as a builder holds a blueprint, not as a dreamer hoping for favor. Do not touch sleep without having first rehearsed your aim in the chamber of your mind. You must not drift into the night like a leaf in the wind. You must go to rest, having given your subconscious its orders. And when you do this, you shall wake with direction. Ideas will come. People will appear. Circumstances will begin to align, not by magic, but by law. The man who writes his purpose has already begun to build it. The man who repeats it aloud has begun to believe it. The man who believes it begins to act. And the man who acts with belief must succeed. I tell you this plainly: until your aim is written, you are not in control of your destiny. You are reacting. You are following the currents of stronger minds. But once your aim is declared, you become the stronger mind, and all else begins to bend around the certainty you express. Do not delay. Do not wait for the perfect wording. Write your aim today. Post it where your eyes must see it. Speak it aloud every morning, even if you do not yet believe it, especially when you do not believe it. For belief is not required at the beginning. It is forged by repetition. Every great man I have studied had a definite chief aim. Everyone, not most, all, without exception. Some wrote it on their walls. Some kept it in their pockets. Some etched it in the chambers of their minds so deeply that they could not succeed. They burned the aim into their being until the world had no choice but to deliver. Now it is your turn. You must stop hoping. You must stop wishing. You must command. Write your aim. Declare it aloud. Speak it with passion. Repeat it until your voice carries the weight of certainty, until your mind is saturated with purpose, until your spirit moves at the sound of your own command. Let me remind you, you cannot reap what you refuse to plant, and a man who will not write his purpose has already chosen to wander. So write, speak, repeat, and let the law begin to move in your favor. Principle 2, the soil must be prepared with faith. The seed of wealth has now been written, but a seed, no matter how potent, cannot grow in barren soil. And the soil of your mind must be prepared, not with chance, not with hope, but with faith. Thought is the seed, but faith is the soil. If your belief is weak, your fortune shall never rise, no matter how noble your aim. Faith is not blind. It is not emotional hope. It is spiritual certainty built by repetition, decision, and mental command. It is the knowing, not the wishing, that what you have planted will bear fruit. Just as the farmer does not dig up the ground each day to check if the roots are growing, you must not disturb your purpose with doubt. You must believe it is working, even when you see nothing. Understand this law. Thoughts plus faith equals prosperity. A thought without faith is a dry root in dead ground. But when the thought is fertilized by unwavering belief, it begins to pull power from unseen sources. Infinite intelligence does not respond to empty wishing. It responds to definite belief. I have written before, and I repeat it now, faith is the eternal elixir which gives life, power, and action to the impulse of thought. Without it, you may labor, you may act, you may strive, but your efforts will yield confusion and delay. With it, the smallest act becomes mighty. The faintest whisper becomes a trumpet. Let me give you a man who knew this law, Thomas Edison. He failed 10,000 times in pursuit of the electric light, 10,000. But never once did he speak defeat. He saw the light before the world did. He lived in the certainty of its creation long before the bulb ever glowed. That was not stubbornness. It was faith. Faith is the soil that does not ask how. It obeys the law of it shall be done. It does not consult current evidence. It commands future results, and it is built, not given. You do not wait for faith. You build it by repetition. You train it by what you speak. You nourish it by what you choose to believe, even when the world gives you no reason to. Faith is not passive. It is not the idle acceptance of fate. It is the aggressive decision to walk as if the thing you seek already belongs to you. It is the inner fire that says, though I see no harvest yet, I know the ground has received my seed. I will walk in the direction of its fruits. This is the kind of faith that moves wealth. Affirm this now. I believe in the riches I command. I see them before they appear. I walk in possession before the world confirms it. But how shall this faith be built? Through the principle of autosuggestion. Every time you speak your definite chief aim aloud with belief, you are fertilizing the ground of your subconscious. You are watering the soil. You are saying to your inner mind, this is truth. This is reality. Build it. This is not superstition. This is law. The subconscious mind responds only to repetition laced with emotion. That is why I have commanded you. Read your aim aloud with feeling. Without emotion, your words are dust. With belief, they are seeds of gold. You cannot feed your mind both faith and doubt. One must die. The man who speaks belief and then questions it in silence is building and tearing in the same breath. You must be ruthless with doubt. You must replace it, not reason with it. You cannot argue with poison. You must eliminate it. And every time you feel fear, every time you feel unworthy, every time you wonder if you will succeed, you must speak your aim again. You must drive belief into the soil again. You must declare, "This is mine. I shall have it. I am building it now." And do not confuse faith with arrogance. Arrogance says, "I do not need instruction." Faith says, "I shall obey this law until the result comes." One denies truth, the other applies it, and only one yields prosperity. Let me give you a command. Repeat your purpose aloud with feeling 3 times daily. Once in the morning, once during the day, and once before sleep. Let the tone be full. Let the breath be deep. Let the words be certain. This is the daily act of the wealthy. The greatest fortune you shall ever earn is not in coins, it is in belief. For belief becomes behavior. Behavior becomes habit. And habit becomes destiny. Do not neglect this soil. Do not leave it to chance. Cultivate your faith as the gardener tends the ground, daily, deliberately, and without fail. Now ask yourself, do you believe in what you wrote? Not as a wish, but as a command? If not, then speak it again. Speak it again. Speak it again, until your mind begins to bend toward certainty, until the words no longer feel foreign, but familiar, until your heart answers back with, "Yes, this is mine." Remember this law. Feeling makes the thought grow. If you speak without feeling, you will reap nothing. But if you speak with faith, if you speak with inner fire, if you speak with the authority of a man who already possesses the thing he names, then the world must obey. So now you know the truth. The seed has been planted, but the soil must be nourished, and the soil is belief. Faith is not an accessory, it is a necessity. Without it, your seed dies in the ground. With it, your purpose becomes unstoppable. Now move forward. You have planted the seed. You have begun to nourish the soil. In part 3, we will confront the truth that riches obey planting, not wishing. Let us now continue. Principle 3, riches obey the law of planting, not wishing. You now hold a written aim. You have begun to nourish it with faith. But understand this. No matter how noble the purpose, no matter how deep the belief, wishing alone shall produce nothing. Riches come only by the law of planting, and a planted thought must be reinforced daily, not daydreamed occasionally. Wishing is what idle men do. They speak softly of what they hope for, but never move with the force of decision. The drifter wishes, the builder plants. He takes the image in his mind and drives it into the subconscious with relentless repetition, discipline, and thought. You do not get what you wish. You get what you sow. A field will never yield a crop just because a man wants it. He must turn the soil, insert the seed, water it, shield it, and tend to it daily. Then, and only then, shall the harvest come. Your mind is that field. Your thoughts are the seed. But only through the law of deliberate planting will riches ever appear. Understand this. Your thoughts are either idle or intentional. An idle thought is a weed. It grows by neglect. It invites fear, uncertainty, and stagnation. But a planted thought is precise. It is chosen, repeated, believed, and enforced through daily command. You must become a gardener of the mind. You cannot think of poverty and attract riches. You cannot dwell on lack and build abundance. You cannot rehearse fear and expect courage. This is the law. What you plant in your mind, your life must obey. And most men suffer not because of fate, but because they have planted confusion. Let me give you an example. Henry Ford did not build his fortune by luck. Long before a single car rolled off his production line, he had already constructed the idea in his mind. He saw the process. He believed in mass production when others called it foolishness. He planted the thought of efficiency daily until it became reality. Ford did not wait for conditions to improve. He did not wait for others to agree. He acted upon the thought that he planted and kept planting. even when failure stared him in the face. He knew the truth. Thought, planted with belief and acted upon with purpose, becomes destiny. Now I say to you, what are you planting? Each day that you rise without repeating your definite chief aim, you are planting weeds. Each hour spent in idle thought, mindless conversation, or drifting desire, you are allowing weeds to take root. And weeds are not neutral. They choke the seed of success. You must become a man of active thought. Your mind must not wander. It must work. You are not to think randomly. You are to think deliberately. Begin your morning by planting the image of wealth. Speak your aim. Declare your identity. Water it with faith. Do this before the world begins to pull at your focus. Affirm this now. My mind is a field. I plant prosperity, not confusion. I water it with belief. I guard it from fear. I reap what I command. You do not need more time. You need more planting. You do not need more chances. You need more repetition. Stop waiting for better conditions. Start building better thoughts. Every day you do not plant, you invite decay. And every day you do plant, you strengthen the roots of your future. Now understand the law of cosmic habit force, the invisible law that binds repeated thought into habit and habit into reality. The more often you think a thought with belief, the more that thought becomes automatic. And once it becomes automatic, it begins to direct your decisions, your emotions, your speech, your results. Habit force is the soil's memory. It does not forget what you plant. If you think fear, delay, and indecision each morning, it will grow more of it. If you think purpose, courage, and wealth, it will multiply the seed. But it must be done daily, not once, not occasionally, but every single day. Do not tell me you are too busy to plant thought. A man who is too busy for 5 minutes of purpose is not building success. He is building failure on schedule. Carve the time, guard the time, and use the time to plant with intensity. Just as the farmer rises early to sow before the sun scorches the earth, you must rise before the world speaks to your mind. Plant first, speak first, repeat first. Let the first voice you hear each morning be the voice of your purpose, not the voice of confusion from the outside world. Let me give you your command. Each morning, before you eat, before you speak, before you listen to the opinions of men, plant the thought of wealth into your mind by repeating your aim aloud with belief. Each evening before you sleep, repeat it again. Feed the soil as your subconscious opens to receive it. Do not wait for motivation. This is not about how you feel. This is about what you are commanded to do. The weak man seeks to feel ready. The strong man plants anyway, and by obeying this command, he trains his emotions to follow. You are building a mind that cannot drift. You are replacing idle thinking with organized planting. And organized thought is the root of every great fortune. Do not seek more information. Do not wait for a sign. Begin to plant, begin to sow, and the harvest must come. Now prepare to move forward. In Part 4, I will teach you that once the seed is planted and the soil is nourished, it must be acted upon as though the harvest were guaranteed. Principle 4. You must act as though the harvest is guaranteed. No matter how clearly you write your aim, no matter how faithfully you speak it, no matter how deeply you believe, it will not bear fruit unless you move. Action is the bridge between thought and possession. Action is the proof of belief. Without it, you are no sower. You are merely a man gazing at the field, hoping it will plant itself. Faith must not stand idle. It must walk. It must build. It must advance as though the outcome were already certain. When a farmer casts his seed into the earth, he does not sit in fear. He does not ask, "What if it fails?" He does not revisit the field and dig up his work. He expects the harvest. He moves forward with confidence. And so must you. You must act in absolute faith that your riches are on the way. that the moment you planted your definite chief aim and reinforced it with repetition, belief, and thought, you set in motion unseen forces. But these forces only respond to continued obedience. And movement is obedience. Rockefeller was not praised when he expanded during financial crisis. He was not cheered when he bought failing refineries. He did not act because others believed. He acted before belief appeared. That is the law. The rich man moves first. He does not wait for applause. He moves because he is governed by internal law, not public opinion. Every man who built a great fortune moved when it made no sense to others. Edison built the electric light through 10,000 failures. He did not wait for a crowd to believe in his idea. He acted because he had already decided the outcome. The outcome was real in his thought. Therefore, he built in advance. Now I say to you, do not wait. Do not delay your movement. Do not postpone your first step because the path is not lit. The path becomes visible after you begin to walk it. Action fertilizes your belief. Every time you move, you multiply the power of your thought. Let us burn this into the mind. I act before the world approves. I speak before it claps. I build before it believes. These are not poetic phrases. These are laws of wealth. The man who waits for signs is a beggar. The man who moves with vision is a builder. You must build as though the riches were already yours. You say, but I do not see results. I say, then plant more, move more, water more, but do not cease. You do not question the harvest every hour. You do not dig up the roots to check their progress. You continue in faith. You act in rhythm. You obey the law of motion. Action is not to be grand. It is to be daily. If your aim is to build a business, send the letter, make the call, write the page, study the market, build the plan. If your aim is to attract wealth, begin by creating value, solve a problem, offer your service, develop your idea, but move every day. Do not confuse planning with action. Many men are buried beneath beautiful plans. They have drawn the map, but they have never taken the first step, and they wonder why no riches arrive. It is because the soil only responds to the one who plants and waters, not the one who dreams of planting. You must now form a pattern of movement. Decide that every day, without exception, you shall take one definite action toward your definite chief aim, not 100 vague steps, one clear, focused, deliberate act. This is how a fortune is built, not by frenzy, but by rhythm. Affirm this. I move daily in obedience to my aim. I build even when the world is still. I act with the certainty of one who owns the harvest. This is not optimism. It is discipline. It is spiritual law. You are to act in harmony with your thought. And when your thought and movement are aligned, nothing can stop you. Beware of the man who studies but does not act. He is the most dangerous kind of drifter. He wears the garments of wisdom but possesses none of its power. For power is not in learning. Power is in the use of what is known. Do not say, I do not feel like acting today. The builder does not wait for mood. He obeys the law, and law is not based on emotion. It is based on command. You must become the man who acts regardless of how he feels. When you move, you teach your body to obey your mind. And when the body obeys the mind, you become a master. You are no longer a slave to fatigue. You are no longer governed by distraction. You become a man of dominion. Let this be your command. Every day, take one deliberate action that proves your faith in your purpose. Do not explain it. Do not justify it. Do not wait for perfect timing. Act. Act now. Act again tomorrow. And again the next day. Movement builds momentum. Momentum attracts opportunity. Opportunity only arrives for the man who is already moving. It does not visit the one who is still. It does not reveal itself to the one who waits. It appears in the path of motion. You must be in motion to receive it. Each act, no matter how small, is a vote for the new identity you are forming. When you act with power, you feed your belief. And belief becomes identity. and identity becomes destiny. Let us close this part with your declaration. I act before I am ready. I move before I am approved. I believe as though I already possess the riches I command. Now prepare yourself, for the next law of prosperity demands that you guard your mind from noise, that you protect your focus in silence. Let us move forward. Principle 5. Wealth grows best in the silence of inner discipline. Riches are not born in noise. They are conceived in silence. They are nurtured in solitude. They are matured in the still chambers of a man's disciplined thought. A mind that is never quiet can never command. A man who does not guard his inner world is already conquered by voices that are not his, by urgencies that are not real, by a world that profits from his distraction. To build wealth, you must first learn to sit in stillness and hear the voice of law. This voice does not shout, it whispers. And it will never be heard by a man whose days are ruled by chatter. He who fears being alone with his own thoughts has not yet claimed authority over them. And a man cannot lead his life if he is afraid of the counsel of his own mind. Lincoln was not loud. He was deliberate. He would sit for hours, not to escape action, but to shape it. He understood what most men miss. Clarity comes not from reaction, but from reflection. You cannot command great riches with a reactive mind. You must be still long enough to listen to purpose, to consult with infinite intelligence, to receive instruction from the inner chamber. Say this aloud: I protect my silence. In silence, I hear the voice of purpose. In silence, I multiply riches. Do not confuse stillness with laziness. This is not the idleness of drift. This is the sacred silence of builders. This is the discipline of those who seek mastery. Before you act, you must align. Before you speak, you must listen. Before you command, you must commune with the law of your own spirit. Make it a daily law, 15 to 30 minutes of complete silence, not with the aim to escape, but to prepare. During this time, repeat your definite chief aim. Visualize it. Speak it aloud. Or simply sit with it, holding it in the chamber of your mind like a precious flame. Let no day pass without this private meeting with your purpose. Infinite intelligence speaks most clearly when the conscious mind is still. The greatest ideas are not shouted into your mind. They arise in calm, like a pearl forming deep beneath the waves. You must become still enough to notice them. And when they arrive, write them down. Obey them. Test them. Distraction is the destroyer of riches. And today's world is a festival of distraction. Every bell, every voice, every gossip and opinion seeks to pull your mind from its throne. The average man is ruled by noise, but you are not average. You are not available to every voice. You do not answer every message. You do not chase every opinion. You are not led, you lead. Say this with power. I am not accessible to confusion. I do not think with the world. I think with law. You must now pull the weeds from your garden. And weeds are anything that breaks your focus. Gossip, news, complaining without aim, idle arguments, emotional reaction. These are not small matters. They are seeds of poverty. For every moment you spend reacting to noise is a moment stolen from building riches. Lincoln wrote letters in silence. Edison took long walks in silence. Ford sat alone and visualized machines in motion. Carnegie removed himself from the noise of critics to concentrate on the structure of his empire. These men understood a truth that must now become your own. No riches can flourish in a noisy mind. F. Make this a law. You shall have a chamber of silence. It may be a room, a chair, a walk through the woods, or even a closed door at dawn, but it must be sacred. It must be regular, and it must be yours. In that place, no world is allowed, only purpose, only law, only the voice of the self you are becoming. And in that silence, ask questions of purpose. Not what do I feel, but what is required of me. Not am I ready, but what action aligns with my law. You are not consulting emotion. You are consulting destiny. The difference is everything. Let us now affirm again. In silence, I prepare my riches. I do not seek applause. I seek alignment. I do not chase attention. I chase command. Most men will never do this. Silence frightens them. They fear what they will find in themselves. But that is precisely why you must do it. Because silence exposes your weaknesses, and once exposed, they can be replaced with strength. It is the quiet hour that reveals where your thought is scattered. It is the pause that shows you where your actions are not aligned with your words. You do not need more noise. You need more rhythm. And rhythm begins in silence. Use the silence to rehearse your affirmations. Speak them aloud until they become your thought. Use the silence to write, to reflect, to revise, to hear what law is trying to tell you. Use the silence to detach from confusion, to withdraw from the mental marketplace, to stand even for a moment as a man alone in dominion. The world is loud because it is lost. You are not lost. You are rising. Therefore, you must walk a different path, one of quiet power, one of hidden roots, one of unseen momentum. Riches begin in the soil, and the soil is silence. Say it one more time. I protect my silence. In silence, I build the thought that shapes my wealth. When you honor this law, you will notice your voice gains weight. Your presence becomes centered. You will not be moved by storms because your roots are deep. You will not be confused by trends because your course is set. You will walk in rooms with quiet fire and others will feel it. You will not have to explain. They will know this man is governed by something higher. Let this be your discipline from this day forward. One chamber of silence daily. One conversation with your purpose uninterrupted. One meeting with law. If you do this faithfully, your riches will no longer be scattered thoughts. They will be an inevitable harvest. Now we advance. You have written the aim. You have believed it in faith. You have acted upon it daily. You have cultivated it in silence. But now comes the next power, the spoken word, which waters the seed and commands the subconscious. Principle 6, your spoken word is the water of wealth. The mind is the field. Faith is the soil. Thought is the seed, but the spoken word is the water. Without speech, the seed of riches dries. Without declaration, it withers in silence. A man may think of his fortune, but if he does not speak it with authority, he will never command it. For the subconscious mind responds not merely to thought, it responds to verbal law. The mouth is not just for conversation, it is a tool of creation. The words you speak aloud with belief are instructions delivered to infinite intelligence. They are the blueprints sent down to the workers of your inner world. And just as no builder constructs without a plan, no fortune is built without repeated spoken instruction. What you say aloud, you instruct the universe to obey. Say this now. I speak wealth aloud. I declare it with belief. I water my thoughts with sound. I shape my future with my voice. I have said this before. Through the principle of autosuggestion, every man may become the master of himself. And yet most men misuse this principle. They speak of their problems, their fears, their doubts, and they wonder why life delivers more of the same. They rehearse their poverty aloud and expect riches. But the law cannot be mocked. You reap what you speak. Do not speak idly. Do not speak casually. Do not speak defeat. Every word is a seed. Every sentence a planting. Every repetition an instruction. If you say, I can't, I'm not ready, I don't know how, the subconscious accepts these as law and obeys accordingly. Speak only what aligns with your purpose. Here is the law. Every morning and every night, you are to speak aloud your definite chief aim. Not read silently, speak. With emotion, with breath, with belief. The voice must carry the message deep into your spirit. The subconscious does not listen to whispers. It listens to fire, to certainty, to repetition. When I was unknown, when I was without wealth, when I was rejected, I still spoke aloud. I am building the greatest philosophy of success the world has ever seen. I had no evidence, no fame, no applause, but I had law. And the law was this: speak it until it becomes. And it did. Say it again. I do not wait to see, I speak it until I see. I declare my riches aloud until they rise before me. Let me now give you a command. Write 5 affirmations. 5 clear, powerful statements of wealth and purpose. Not vague wishes, not borrowed phrases, but declarations that match your aim. Say them aloud twice a day with force and rhythm. These are not hopes. These are spiritual orders. Here are examples you may use or adapt. I am the type of man who attracts great wealth through definite purpose. My mind is magnetized for prosperity. I speak riches into being. I am calm, bold, and certain. I command my future with thought and action. Money flows to me through law, service, and obedience to purpose. I do not hope for success. I create it daily through mental command. These are to be spoken aloud, not muttered. They are not affirmations, they are verbal blueprints. And as you repeat them, you must feel them. The subconscious mind is not moved by empty tone. It is moved by emotion-charged instruction. Let us clarify a great secret. You cannot think one thing and speak another. If your thoughts aim toward wealth, but your speech declares lack, your mind will remain divided, and a divided mind cannot command. Your word must match your aim. Your voice must reinforce your belief. This is not superstition. It is spiritual science. Edison understood it. He spoke of invention as though it were inevitable. Ford declared victory before the factory was even drawn. Carnegie built mental castles before they became steel. These men were not idle thinkers. They were verbal commanders of reality. Say aloud now, my voice builds my life. I do not speak weakness. I speak law. I speak purpose. I speak prosperity. This practice of repeated verbal command is your daily watering ritual. Every repetition strengthens the root. Every declaration deepens belief. Every session trains the subconscious to obey your desire without question. Over time, you become the man who speaks with conviction, because you have trained conviction into your bones. If you are tempted to skip this ritual, remember, the man who does not speak his purpose aloud is at the mercy of voices who will. The world is filled with noise. If your voice is not the strongest voice in your mind, you will be governed by someone else's law. And if you do not give instruction to your subconscious, it will follow the one who does. You cannot drift and speak with power. You cannot be ruled by mood and still command wealth. You must become the man whose mouth is a daily stream of fire, not fire of anger, but fire of purpose, of certainty, of definite desire. You must become the builder who speaks life into brick, who speaks order into chaos, who speaks faith into fear. You must become the man who speaks of success even in the silence of poverty, because he knows that spoken faith is the first step to visible fortune. Repeat once more. I do not describe what I see. I declare what shall be. My speech waters my wealth. My voice gives order to my destiny. Now begin. Write your 5 affirmations. Stand before the mirror. Say them aloud, with rhythm, with breath, with belief. Say them again at night before you sleep. Let them enter your spirit. Let them shape your image. Let them magnetize your thought. Let them water the seed of your aim. Do this for 30 days, without fail. And I tell you, your confidence will shift. Your actions will align. Your opportunities will rise, not because of magic, but because you are obeying a spiritual law that governs all creation. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was spoken. Now let us advance. You have planted with thought. You have prepared with faith. You have acted with discipline. You have spoken with command. But every field must be protected from the weeds of fear. Let us now learn how to defend our prosperity. Part 7. You must defend the seed from fear. Every man who sows prosperity must become a guardian of that seed. For there is a thief, silent, subtle, and disguised, that waits at the edge of the field. It comes not in storms, but in whispers. It does not shout, it suggests. Its name is fear. And unless a man learns to recognize and reject its voice, the crop he plants will be choked before it ever rises. Fear is not strength. Fear is not wisdom. Fear is deception dressed as caution. It wears the clothes of common sense. It calls itself realistic. But its only aim is paralysis. It delays action. It steals clarity. It poisons the subconscious mind with confusion. And the man who allows fear to dwell in his thoughts has already handed over the key to his fortune. You cannot reason with fear. You cannot wait for it to go away. You cannot plead with it. You must replace it, immediately and ruthlessly, with a statement of purpose so clear, so commanding, so full of belief, that fear has no ground to stand on. Say it now. I do not consult fear. I speak only to my vision. I think in law. I act in command. There are 6 known forms of fear. I have written of them before. They are not ghosts of fiction. They are spiritual weeds that creep into every garden of the mind. The fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love, the fear of old age, the fear of death. Each one disguises itself as protection, but in truth, each one is a thief of progress. A man fears poverty, so he avoids risk and remains poor. He fears criticism, so he stays silent and never speaks his vision. He fears ill health, and with that thought alone, invites it. He fears the loss of love, so he never builds himself strong enough to be loved. He fears aging and spends his youth in anxiety. He fears death and so never truly lives. You must destroy these fears, not with denial, but with replacement. The subconscious mind cannot remain empty. If you remove fear, you must fill the space with faith and purpose. Repeat this. I do not speak of what I fear, I speak of what I build. My voice is loyal only to my aim. Andrew Carnegie, who I studied for 25 years, surrounded himself with men of courage, not cowards, not complainers, not fearful thinkers. He understood that the mind is influenced by association and fear is contagious. So he built a wall of willpower around his thoughts and never allowed doubt to sit at his table. You must now do the same. Identify the fear that haunts you most. Name it. Write it down. Then take that page and burn it. Watch the smoke rise as a symbol of your new command. Then immediately replace it with your definite chief aim, spoken aloud with feeling. Do this every time fear arises. Do it without exception. Understand this. The subconscious mind is neutral. It does not judge. It obeys. If you feed it fear, it obeys fear. If you feed it decision, it obeys decision. The mind cannot hold 2 masters. You must choose daily whom it shall serve, fear or purpose, drift or command. Say aloud, I choose law, I choose purpose. I reject fear as false. I plant only belief. Fear is often felt most in delay. The man who hesitates invites doubt. But the man who acts quickly with principle gives fear no foothold. That is why I command you, when in doubt, repeat your aim aloud. Then take 1 step forward. Do not seek courage. Act, and courage will find you. Most men wait for their fear to vanish, but the masters I have studied, Edison, Ford, Lincoln, did not wait for fear to leave. They moved through it. They built while afraid. They spoke while uncertain. They dared while doubting. And in that movement, they proved that action is the antidote to fear. Say it now with strength. I do not wait for fear to leave. I speak my aim. I take action, and fear disappears beneath my feet. Let me give you now a tool. When fear arises, speak this declaration with force. Fear is not my teacher. Fear is not my law. My aim is written. My mind is fixed. I walk in command. Repeat it 7 times, loudly, with breath, until the fear subsides. Then continue your task. The subconscious will take notice, and over time it will begin to default not to fear, but to faith. And this is the true transformation. When fear no longer governs your decisions, your life begins to move at a pace the old you could not withstand. You become the man who says little, but moves with clarity, who decides quickly and seldom changes, who walks with certainty because his spirit has been trained to obey purpose, not panic. I tell you now, as I have told thousands, every great fortune was built under pressure. Fear was present, but it was not in command. The builder felt the same winds, but he steered with principle, not emotion. The world does not reward the fearful. It rewards the faithful. So guard your seed, speak your aim, move through doubt, replace every whisper of fear with a louder voice of belief. And if the fear returns tomorrow, you repeat the process, not once, but daily, until fear finds no welcome in your house. Now we move forward. You have planted the seed. You have watered it with faith and speech. You have defended it from fear. But remember this, no seed bears fruit in a single day. Wealth is not an event. It is a habit, a rhythm, a way of life. Let us now enter the final principle. Let us finish the pattern that rewrites destiny. You who have planted the seed, watered it with faith, spoken it with power, and defended it from fear, hear me now. Nothing grows unless it is repeated. Repetition is the tool of infinite intelligence. It is the motion by which all form is shaped, all belief is built, and all riches are delivered to man. The farmer does not scatter a single seed and wait in hope. He returns to the field. He waters daily. He watches the sun. He protects it with labor, discipline, and rhythm. So too must the man who seeks prosperity. He must return to the mind every day, planting, reinforcing, rehearsing his definite chief aim with relentless consistency. Say it aloud. I repeat my aim until it becomes my nature. I speak wealth until it feels natural. I plant prosperity until it becomes my harvest. Do not believe that success is a moment. It is not a single breakthrough, a one-time opportunity, a fortunate meeting. Success is a pattern, a habit of mind, and that pattern is built by repetition with belief. All wealthy men you admire, whether they wrote their names in steel or in speech, followed a pattern. Ford had a schedule fixed in thought and motion. Edison lived by design and habit, even in chaos. Carnegie read his aim to me not once, but every time we met. They did not act at random. They built routines, and those routines became their wealth. Do not trust emotion. Emotion changes. Feelings fade. But repetition creates belief even when you do not feel it yet. Speak your aim aloud every morning. Repeat your affirmations each night. Review your plan. Take your steps, and return again tomorrow without fail. Repeat this now. I do not depend on mood. I build by law. I rise by rhythm. I repeat until I become. Why does repetition matter? Because the subconscious mind does not accept a thought the first time it hears it, nor the second. It must be impressed. And only thought charged with emotion and spoken with belief can do this. Once impressed, the subconscious acts without hesitation. It becomes your silent builder. But beware, the subconscious also repeats what you allow by accident. If you rehearse fear, you will live in anxiety. If you rehearse excuses, you will drift. If you repeat laziness, your body will decay and your aim will vanish. Every day you do not repeat your aim, you are rehearsing its opposite. You must now declare your new identity, not once, but daily, morning and night, rain or shine, until the voice of the old self fades and your true voice is all that remains. Say it now with force. I am the man who builds. I am the man who speaks wealth. I am the man who repeats law until it becomes nature. Set your morning. Begin with water, movement, and the spoken aim. Before the world speaks, you must speak first. Set your night. Review your day. Speak your purpose. Fall asleep with command. These bookends are the tools of transformation. Without them, you will drift. The world around you will not help you remember your law. It will pull at your focus. It will tempt you to delay. That is why you must build a world within you that is stronger than the one around you. And that world is built by repetition of vision. 30 days of repetition will shift your identity. 60 will harden it. 90 will seal it, but you must not stop. The old self waits in silence, hoping you will quit. Do not give him room. Each day you repeat, he fades. Write this law in your chamber. I do not rehearse weakness. I do not speak failure. I rehearse wealth. I rehearse purpose. I rehearse my true name. Do not make repetition a chore. Make it a privilege. A builder does not curse the brick. He lays it with care. So too must you speak your aim not with boredom, but with belief, with fire, with joy, with clarity. This is the tool that sets you apart from drifting men. Remember this. You are not what you wish. You are what you repeat. You are not what you hope to become. You are what you declare daily, in voice, in thought, and in action. This is the law. This is the path. This is how mountains are moved and fortunes are formed. Now say this. I repeat my aim until the world reflects it. I repeat wealth until it becomes my environment. I repeat command until I become unstoppable. As you repeat, notice your walk change, your tone sharpen, your spine straighten. You are not playing with ideas. You are building identity, and that identity becomes your magnet. It draws to you men, resources, guidance, and riches, because you are no longer signaling confusion. You are broadcasting command. The builder of prosperity does not ask if the method is working after 5 days. He obeys the law until the harvest comes. If you trust the soil, you will not dig it up every morning. You will water, you will wait, you will repeat. Write your affirmations, carry them, speak them, review them, memorize them, but most of all, live them. For it is the living of law, not the knowing of it, that builds wealth. Say these aloud, day and night. I am the type of man who commands wealth with purpose. I repeat my vision until it becomes visible. My words are law. My aim is fixed. My habits are wealth. If you ever feel lost, return to your pattern. The pattern is the master. The routine is the savior. The law is your direction. Let others wander. Let others hope. You repeat. You rehearse. You build. And so I say to you now, you have planted, you have spoken, you have believed, you have moved, you have defended, and now you repeat until the harvest comes, until the old voice dies, until prosperity becomes not something you chase, but something you are. This is the final seal, the final principle, the daily act of repetition, spoken with emotion, acted on in discipline, refined in law. You now hold the power to form wealth by thought. The seed has been planted. Let it now grow through your will. Say it one final time. I repeat my law until I become it. I rehearse wealth until I embody it. I do not guess. I grow. I do not wait. I plant. I do not fear. I build. Now go. Not with noise, but with rhythm. Not with excitement, but with decision. Not with delay, but with obedience. You are the sower. You are the law. You are the seed, the voice, the water, and the hand. And you will reap exactly as you repeat. You want to know if you're on the right path? Then prepare yourself, for the path does not resemble comfort. It resembles fire. It resembles silence. It resembles rejection. It resembles the storm that surrounds a man who has burned the bridge to his old self and begun building a new identity brick by brick, law by law, decision by decision. You think the right path is lined with praise? It is lined with testing. Most men never know they are on the right path because they keep looking outward. They want signs. They want confirmation. They want others to say you are doing the right thing. But the man of purpose does not wait for signs from men. He looks within, for the signs are not given. They are earned, and they are always written internally, in silence, in solitude, in the sacred tension between what you used to be and what you are becoming. When I first stepped onto the path that would change my life, I did not feel celebration. I felt fire. I did not receive applause. I received doubt, not just from others, but from within. But I pressed forward. And as I pressed, the signs began to appear, not from the world, but from the results, from the rhythm, from the way my own soul responded to discipline. That is the only compass a man of destiny requires. Now I say to you, I will give you 7 signs, 7 unmistakable conditions that will not flatter you. They will confront you. And if you see them, if you feel them, if you are living them, then you are not confused. You are not lost. You are not failing. You are on the right path. Do not turn back. Do not delay. Do not ask for easier terrain. Ask for stronger legs and sharper thought. These signs were revealed through the study of men who changed the world. Edison, who lit it. Ford, who moved it. Carnegie, who built it. Lincoln, who guided it. Rockefeller, who financed it. Schwab, who mastered initiative. And I, too, have confirmed them through fire, repetition, obedience, and the voice of infinite intelligence that speaks not to the wandering, but to the directed. You may be tired. You may be doubting. You may be tempted to return to the crowd and its comforts. But I say to you, listen carefully. For if you hear your life spoken in the signs I now reveal, you must stay the course. You must go deeper. You must become sharper. You must continue your climb, not with hesitation, but with holy certainty. Now let us begin. First sign, you no longer need approval. You no longer ask for applause. You no longer wait for recognition. You no longer shrink when unseen. That is the first sign that you are no longer the man you were. You are walking in law now. You are becoming dangerous to the world because you no longer need it. And that is the first mark of power, indifference to approval, not hatred for the crowd, but independence from it. Most men live on borrowed certainty. They act when others say you should. They stop when others frown. They move forward when praised and shrink back when doubted. That is not the right path. That is the path of a drifter, a puppet pulled by invisible strings. The man on the right path listens not to claps, but to conscience. He obeys a voice so internal that silence becomes confirmation. I once lived by reaction. I moved when others moved. I changed my mind when others shook their heads. But the day I chose to walk in purpose, I felt the first fracture between myself and the crowd. And that fracture widened into a canyon. I was no longer included, no longer cheered, no longer understood. And yet I moved faster, I moved cleaner, I moved stronger. That is the proof. Approval is a drug. It tastes sweet at first, but poisons the soul over time. It replaces self-trust with outer noise. It turns principle into performance. It bends the man of fire into the shape of his audience. And the man who needs an audience to keep going will never finish the journey that requires solitude, sacrifice, and silent obedience. You may feel it now, the discomfort of not being noticed, the unease of being misunderstood, the sting of people turning away as you change. Let them. That is the confirmation. The right path narrows your circle. It strips your need for agreement. It removes applause from your spirit until you are powered only by your own decisions, your own voice, your own law. I tell you now of Abraham Lincoln. misunderstood by many, opposed even by those in his own cabinet. He was ridiculed by editors, slandered by political enemies, doubted by generals. Yet he pressed forward, not with arrogance, but with quiet force, not because he was supported, but because he was certain. He did not wait for agreement. He acted by principle. If Lincoln had waited for approval, the Union would have collapsed. If Carnegie had waited for praise, he would have remained a messenger boy. If Edison had waited for others to believe in the electric light, the world would still sit in darkness. Every man who built his future had to, at some point, walk away from the comfort of being understood. And you? Can you walk when no one claps? Can you act when the room is silent? Can you keep rising when all you hear is doubt? If so, then you are not weak, you are not lost, you are rising. And every voice that turns away from you is not rejection, it is proof. You no longer belong to the common rhythm. You have tuned yourself to a higher pattern. Affirm this now. I no longer wait to be seen. I act because I am directed by purpose, not applause. Speak it until your need for approval dies in your throat. Speak it until your spirit no longer looks over its shoulder. Speak it until your movements become sovereign, until your words carry weight, not because they're accepted, but because they are spoken in law. I must remind you, the approval of others is not a sign of alignment. In many cases, it is a sign of conformity. If they are cheering, it may be because you are comfortable to them. And the man of power is not here to comfort, he is here to climb. And climbing often disturbs those who have settled. Be willing to disturb them. Be willing to be left alone. Isolation is not punishment. It is the sanctuary of builders. It is where vision grows. It is where repetition finds no interference. It is where the inner voice becomes louder than the outer noise. The masses need mirrors to see themselves. The master needs only obedience to his written law. He does not ask, "Do they see me?" He asks, "Have I obeyed my purpose today?" There will be a moment in your climb when the last voice falls silent, when you are no longer being praised, no longer being questioned, no longer being watched. That moment will feel like death to the ego, but it is birth to the soul. In that silence, infinite intelligence speaks. In that isolation, your real self is born, not made by the crowd, but forged in fire and persistence. You may feel tempted to go back, to water down your law, to soften your words so others will applaud. But I warn you, the price of being seen is often the sacrifice of your aim. The price of being liked is often the burial of your law. Do not trade eternity for noise. Do not trade the climb for compliments. You are not here to be approved. You are here to become. You have begun to walk without looking for faces. That is the first sign. You have begun to act without waiting for applause. That is the first sign. You have begun to say, "I know who I am," even when no one affirms it. That is the first sign. You are shedding the identity of a beggar and assuming the posture of a builder. And no builder begs to be seen. He builds to fulfill his law. You may be called cold. You may be called proud. You may be called distant. But those who say this only see the shell, not the flame within. They do not hear what you hear. They do not feel what you feel. They do not walk with the pressure of purpose upon their shoulders. Forgive them. Leave them. Climb. Say it with me now. I act because I am directed by purpose, not applause. I obey because I have written the law. I continue whether they notice or not. I am not here to be seen. I am here to build. This is your new identity. Unseen, undeterred, obedient to vision, deaf to praise, silent in movement, relentless in direction. You are no longer the man who waits for permission. You are the man who commands himself. That is the first sign. You no longer shrink when unrecognized. You no longer seek comfort in being understood. You no longer perform for the crowd. You walk forward, directed by principle. You climb, not for visibility, but for fulfillment. You build, not for reaction, but for mastery. And I say again, this is not a curse, this is not a loss, this is not exile, this is evolution. And every builder must endure it. You will be alone for a time, you will be doubted for a season. But if you stay the course, if you walk your law, if you obey your voice, you will become something the crowd cannot ignore. But you will not need their recognition then. You will already be complete. Second sign, you wake with urgency, not confusion. The second sign you are on the right path is that you no longer wake in fog. You rise with mission. You rise with command. You rise with fire. You no longer feel aimless in the morning because the night before you gave your mind orders. And a mind that receives instruction before sleep awakens ready for battle. This is the law of directed consciousness. The drifting man opens his eyes and waits to feel ready. The man of purpose opens his eyes and acts, not because of feeling, but because of rhythm. He has declared what the day shall be. He does not consult mood. He consults his written aim. He does not browse for permission. He obeys the command he planted the night before. That is the difference between confusion and creation. When I began to study the subconscious mind, I realized its obedience is absolute. It will act on whatever it is fed. If you plant fear, it grows fear. If you plant vision, it grows discipline. And the hour before sleep is when the gate is most open. The soil is ready. The seed is either your downfall or your destiny. Most men plant worry. Builders plant law. When you lie in bed, do not ask your mind idle questions. Give it instruction. Say, tomorrow I will act on these goals. Tomorrow I will walk with confidence. Tomorrow I will speak with clarity. Tomorrow I will obey the law. Write your definite chief aim. Review your list. Close your eyes with purpose in your mouth. Sleep becomes obedience, and waking becomes direction. You must treat your mind as a servant, not as a suggestion box. Do not lie awake negotiating with weakness. Declare, command, affirm, decide. Your mind is waiting to be told who you are and what you will do. If you give it doubt, it will obey. If you give it law, it will construct. The man on the right path builds his day before the sun rises. Edison understood this principle without modern language. He slept with a pencil in his hand and a notepad on his lap. He would drift into the place between waking and sleep, the subconscious domain, and ideas would pour forth. He did not wait for genius. He gave it a doorway. He expected the answers, and they came, not by magic, but by faith in law. Now I say to you, if you wake up and feel as lost as the day before, you have not planted properly. You are wandering. And the right path is not found in wandering. It is found in repetition, in preparation, in the daily cycle of decision. If your day begins with hesitation, it was because your night ended without declaration. This is the system. Before you sleep, write 3 to 5 non-negotiable actions. Review your chief aim. Say your affirmations aloud. Picture yourself completing the tasks with focus and certainty. Do not drift into slumber. March into it. Let your final thought be law. Let your final word be purpose. And then sleep shall become a tool of manifestation. When you wake, do not reach for noise. Do not reach for distraction. Do not scroll. Do not compare. Do not check the temperature of the world. The only temperature that matters is the fire within. The world will speak soon enough, but you must speak first. Recite your aim. Move your body. Review your orders. Begin before you are interrupted. I rise early, not because it is fashionable, but because it is sovereign. The early morning is when the mind is unspoiled, the world is silent, and the will is strongest. It is the hour of builders. It is the moment where law takes form. If you miss this hour, you do not begin the day. You react to it. And the man who reacts is always late, always weak, always waiting. Say this with me now. I rise with urgency. My day obeys my plan. I do not wait, I direct. Speak it into your bones. Let it ring in your chest. Let it replace the old pattern of wandering. Let it burn the bridge to hesitation. You do not wake to drift. You wake to dominate. You wake to build. You wake to fulfill the orders you gave yourself last night. I must warn you, the world does not care whether you begin with purpose or confusion. It will come either way. And if you do not prepare, it will conquer. The phone will ring. The crisis will arrive. The distractions will gather. But the man who has already moved, already acted, already obeyed his written aim, he cannot be shaken. He is anchored. If you continue this pattern, the feeling of aimlessness will die. In its place will grow a feeling unfamiliar to most, certainty. The man who is certain does not question his morning. He does not dread it. He meets it with power. He does not stumble into decisions. He completes them with strength. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. Ford was said to have kept a written rhythm for every step of production, and every morning he reviewed it. He was not wondering what to do. He was executing what had been declared. His assembly line was not just mechanical, it was mental. And that same structure is available to every man who writes his own orders and reviews them daily. I now give you the instruction. Each night before sleep, write your aim, write your actions, review your plan, speak your affirmations aloud, picture your execution, and each morning upon waking, drink water, move your body, read your aim, act immediately on one task. This is the rhythm. This is the law. This is the structure of masters. If you break the pattern, do not despair. Begin again the next night. The law is patient, but it is not passive. It waits for your return. It does not beg. It does not plead. It responds to obedience. Begin again. Declare again. Speak again. Wake with urgency. The fog you once felt will flee in the face of your clarity. Your confusion is not a character flaw. It is a signal. It is the result of neglecting order. But the man who restores order, who brings law to his evenings and his mornings, becomes sharper. He sees the day as a ladder, not a cloud. He climbs. He does not drift. And every day he climbs, he proves that he is not hoping to succeed. He is executing the command to succeed. You are on the right path if you wake with force. You are on the right path if you no longer negotiate with the morning. You are on the right path if your feet hit the ground before your doubts can speak. You are on the right path if the first voice you hear is your own voice reciting your law. That is how you know. That is how you confirm. And even when fatigue comes, even when the bed whispers for more time, even when the body resists, you rise. Because law is stronger than comfort, because obedience is stronger than appetite, because decision is stronger than delay, because you have built a pattern, and the pattern now moves you. Repeat it with me now. I rise with urgency. My day obeys my plan. I do not wait. I direct. You are no longer confused. You are no longer wandering. You are no longer waking into drift. You are waking into direction, and that is the second sign. You are no longer the same man in the morning, because the night before you gave instruction. And the man who gives instruction to his mind becomes the commander of his fate. Third sign. You are misunderstood, even criticized. You are misunderstood. People question you. They say you've changed. They whisper that you are distant, too intense, too focused, too silent. They miss who you were. They do not understand who you are becoming. This discomfort you feel is not failure. It is the third sign. You are walking in law now, and the law always separates you before it elevates you. When a man begins to rise, the first thing he must leave behind is recognition, not just from strangers, but from those closest to him. The climb is steep and solitary, and the air at the top is thin, not because you are wrong, but because few can breathe at that altitude. And when you begin to climb, expect the voices to come, but do not listen. They are not your guide. The man on the right path becomes foreign to his old circle. His silence offends them. His consistency condemns their chaos. His intensity reveals their passivity. His focus exposes their distraction. They will not say this. They will simply pull away. They will call you obsessive. They will say you are acting strange, and that is your confirmation. You are becoming different. If you are not misunderstood, you are not walking with purpose, for purpose always disturbs the crowd. Purpose threatens the rhythm of drift. Purpose breaks patterns. And people do not hate you. They hate what your transformation reminds them of. It reminds them that they too could change. But they have chosen comfort over calling. You cannot build and explain at the same time. You cannot grow and ask permission. You cannot rise and ask to be understood. You must choose. And if you are misunderstood, if you are being questioned, criticized, doubted, then you have chosen correctly. That is the path of every man who builds something eternal. I think now of Andrew Carnegie, a young immigrant, a telegraph messenger boy with nothing but ambition. He told others he would rise to the top. They laughed. He saved his pennies. They mocked. He worked in silence. They dismissed him. And one by one, the voices fell away. But he did not stop. He was not confused. He did not seek confirmation. He obeyed the law he had written within himself. When Carnegie became the steel king of the world, the same voices that once ridiculed him tried to claim him. But he had no need of them. He had already crossed into a new world. And you, too, are crossing. But you must do so alone, and you must be willing to endure misunderstanding without explanation. The man who needs to be understood will always slow down to be approved, and the man who slows down to be approved never reaches the summit. You cannot carry every voice with you. You cannot drag your old identity into the new future. You cannot walk boldly while constantly turning to see who still agrees. Turn your face toward the mountain. Let the crowd vanish. Obedience to inner law separates you. It must. It has to. For if it did not, you would never become anyone new. You cannot transform and remain familiar. You cannot evolve and still be embraced by those who cling to the man you used to be. That man is dead now. That version of you who hesitated, delayed, wandered, explained, he is buried. Do not dig him up for conversation. Affirm this with power. I do not return to the crowd. I walk with law. I walk with fire. Speak it aloud until the need for approval burns away. Speak it until the weight of misunderstanding no longer touches you. Speak it until the sting of rejection becomes the seal of your purpose. For it is not rejection, it is refinement. The man on the right path is not surrounded. He is forged. He is not entertained. He is instructed. He does not chase applause. He follows law. He does not gather the masses. He becomes a beacon for the few who are ready. The higher you climb, the fewer will understand you. That is not loneliness. That is elevation. You must make peace with silence. You must grow stronger in criticism. You must become calm when falsely accused. You must continue working when no one believes in the plan. You must walk with power when they laugh. You must advance in total obedience to your vision, even as they fall away one by one. They do not see what you see. They do not feel what you feel. They are not being pulled by what pulls you. That is why they cannot understand. And that is why you must not stop. Do not wait for understanding. Do not explain your fire to those who worship smoke. Do not dim your light to avoid their discomfort. Burn, blaze, building. Every man I studied, every builder, every king of his craft, walked through fire without applause. They were ridiculed before they were revered. They were doubted before they were declared great. And they were often hated while they were rising, because their clarity unsettled the drifting, and their discipline insulted the indulgent. Lincoln was misunderstood by nearly everyone around him. His own party doubted his strength. His opponents mocked his language. His generals ignored his orders. And yet, he stood like a pillar. He did not need the approval of men. He acted according to his conscience. And in time, history bent to his law. He did not change for the crowd. The world changed around him. You must understand this clearly. When you begin to change, those who are not changing will try to stop you. Not always with malice, sometimes with concern. but it is the same in the end. Their confusion cannot be your compass. Their discomfort cannot become your direction. Their voices cannot drown the law you wrote when the fire was clear. Repeat it again. I do not return to the crowd. I walk with law. I walk with fire. You are not here to be remembered as agreeable. You are here to become unshakable. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be built. And that building takes place not in the center of the crowd, but in the lonely, disciplined obedience to your own path. They may call you proud. You are not proud. You are focused. They may call you selfish. You are not selfish. You are devoted. They may call you distant. You are not distant. You are advancing. And you must not lower your head when they say these things. You must raise your standard. That is how you build. One day they will understand, or they won't. But by then it won't matter, because you will be living the life they thought was impossible, and you will not have to say a word, because your results will speak with thunder, and they will know, not that you were right, but that you were obedient to a higher call. You are misunderstood, you are criticized, you are doubted. That is not your failure, that is your signal, that is the third sign. Do not run from it, walk through it with fire in your bones, with silence in your soul, with clarity in your step. Do not explain, do not apologize, do not soften your voice. You are not who you were, and you are no longer turning back. Fourth sign, you are repeating, repeating, and repeating. Repetition is the hammer that builds kings. Repetition is the wheel that spins gold from dust. Repetition is the law that separates the dreamer from the finisher, the wishful from the builder, the curious from the committed. If you find yourself repeating, 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 then rejoice. That is the fourth sign. You are no longer playing. You are obeying. The weak man resists repetition. He says, I've done this already. He says, this is boring. He says, I know that. But knowing is not becoming. Repetition is not for knowledge. It is for identity. It is for mastery. It is for installing the law so deeply into your spirit that action no longer depends on emotion. Action becomes your very nature. The path to greatness is not paved with new ideas every morning. It is paved with loyal execution of the same principle day after day, until the muscle of your mind no longer trembles, until the law becomes second nature. And when you repeat the same acts long enough, you do not merely do them, you become them. Henry Ford did not build an empire by chasing novelty. He perfected the Model T over and over. Refinement, precision, rhythm, not chaos, not constant reinvention. The undisciplined man wants something new. The disciplined man makes the old perfect. The disciplined man does not ask for stimulation. He asks for structure, and he obeys it. You must understand this. Repetition is not punishment. It is the blueprint of mastery. You cannot install a new identity without repeating the law that shapes it. You cannot become someone new while performing new actions every day. You must build patterns, and patterns are forged only through obedient repetition, day after day, through all weather and feeling. The man who trains his body once is not strong. The man who recites his aim once is not directed. The man who writes his goals once is not committed. But the man who does these things every day until they etch grooves into his consciousness, he becomes a new creature. He no longer forces himself to act. He is now compelled by law. Say this now. I repeat my law until I become it. I repeat because I obey. I obey because I decide. Let those words take root. You are not repeating because you are behind. You are repeating because you are rising. The world may not see the difference, but your subconscious does. Infinite intelligence does. And in time, the results will. When I began to transform, I realized something terrifying. My old identity was built by repetition. Repetition of weakness, repetition of excuses, repetition of delay. I had trained myself to lose, So I had to break that pattern, not with willpower alone, but with new repetition. I had to install law where chaos once reigned. That took obedience. That took rhythm. I woke and read my aim. I wrote my tasks the night before. I repeated my affirmations aloud. I did this not for entertainment, but for transformation. And day by day, I began to feel different. Not because the world changed, but because I changed. And when I changed, the world could no longer ignore me. I became inevitable. You must do the same. Repetition must be your new religion. Not emotional bursts, not temporary motivation, but quiet, steady, invisible faithfulness to the pattern. The pattern is your savior. It is your ladder. It is your tool. It is your weapon. Most men reject it. But the few who submit to it, those men change everything. There will come a day when someone asks you, "What is your secret?" And you will have no glamorous answer. You will say, "I do the same things every day." And they will not understand. They will look disappointed because the masses want spectacle, but the builders want results, and results only come through repetition. If you are bored, it is because you are undisciplined. The disciplined man is not bored, he is building. He does not need new feelings, he needs the same structure. He does not ask for excitement, he asks for obedience, and when obedience becomes a habit, boredom dies, purpose replaces it, power replaces it, command replaces it. Repeat your definite chief aim every morning and every night. Do not whisper it. Speak it aloud. Feel it. Engage the emotional faculty. Let the subconscious hear and obey. Write it again. Post it on your wall. Post it on your mirror. See it. Say it. Become it. Do not ask if it's working. That is the question of a doubter. You are not here to analyze. You are here to obey. You must also repeat your physical movement. Train the body daily. Walk, lift, stretch, move. Not for vanity, but for alignment. The body must obey the same law as the mind. And when both obey, you will move through life with force. You will become precise. You will become efficient. You will become magnetic. And do not forget to repeat your planning. Every night, write your goals. Not endless to-do lists, but clear, focused, non-negotiable tasks. Choose what matters. Decide in writing. Go to bed with your law written before you. That way, you wake not as a wanderer, but as a commander, and every day builds on the last. The man who cannot repeat will forever be a slave to novelty. He will chase programs. He will chase books. He will chase mentors. But he will never stay long enough to build anything. He will always start over. He will always say, "I'm figuring it out." But he never does, because he refuses the pattern. He rejects the law of rhythm. You are not that man. You are repeating now. You are not trying. You are doing. You are not testing. You are transforming. You do not need new instruction. You need deep obedience to what you already know. Say it again. I repeat my law until I become it. I repeat because I obey. I obey because I decide. You are no longer scattered. You are no longer wondering. You are no longer half-hearted. You are focused. You are grounded. You are climbing. And the man who climbs with repetition cannot be stopped. His spirit becomes immune to mood. His energy becomes automatic. His success becomes mechanical. That is the goal. You are on the right path if you are doing the same things daily. You are on the right path if your life now feels repetitive to the outside world. You are on the right path if you are no longer chasing novelty, but refining your structure. That is the fourth sign. And I tell you, most will not follow, but you will, because you have decided. You repeat not to impress. You repeat to install. You repeat not to appear disciplined. You repeat because you are becoming disciplined. And repetition, over time, becomes identity. And identity governs fate. You are no longer chasing results. You are becoming the man who commands them through law. So now repeat with me. I repeat my law until I become it. I repeat because I obey. I obey because I decide. Say it again and again and again. That is how change happens. That is how a king is born. Fifth sign, You feel pulled by something greater than yourself. There comes a moment in the journey where you no longer push. You are pulled. You no longer chase. You are summoned. You no longer need willpower to continue, because something deeper, stronger, and more invisible has taken hold of your spirit. That something is not emotion. It is not ambition. It is law. And that law is not outside you. It now flows through you. This is the fifth sign, when your labor becomes devotion, when your repetition becomes rhythm, when your every step feels magnetized, not by a craving, but by a calling. You are not moving for reward. You are moving because you were designed to. The mountain is no longer optional. The vision is no longer a concept. It has become your duty. I have seen it in the lives of every great man I studied. The moment where desire transformed into destiny, where discipline transformed into delight, where obedience no longer felt like effort. It felt like identity. These men were not dragged by resistance. They were pulled by a future version of themselves that had already been written in purpose. Charles Schwab was that man, young, confident, and full of what Carnegie called initiative. But it was more than initiative. It was spiritual alignment. Schwab did not need to be micromanaged. He did not wait for instructions. He anticipated the mission before it was spoken. He lived not for tasks, but for transformation. That kind of pull cannot be faked. You will know you are on the right path when what once felt like work now feels like oxygen. You do not act to get ahead. You act because standing still would feel like suffocation. The pattern has possessed you. The law now owns you, and yet you are not enslaved. You are liberated, because you are no longer guessing. You are no longer seeking. You are certain. It is here that infinite intelligence begins to whisper, not in dramatic fashion, not in bursts of euphoria, but in a silent knowing. You begin to feel carried, not because you are avoiding difficulty, but because difficulty no longer frightens you. It becomes part of the assignment. You stop resisting the mountain. You now carry it. Let me be clear. This is not motivation. Motivation fades. This is not emotion. Emotion changes. This is calling. It burns even when you are tired. It moves you even when the path is steep. It commands you when all others stop. And if you feel this pull, if you are now being moved by something greater than hunger, then I tell you, do not resist it. Follow. You may not be able to explain it. That's how you know it is real. It does not come from words. It comes from the depth. You will lose taste for triviality. You will feel agitated when you wander. You will sense quickly when you are misaligned. Your body will know. Your spirit will alert you, and you will return to the path faster every time. Affirm this now. I am not here to get, I am here to build. I am not chasing. I am being called. Speak it not as a phrase, but as a vow. You are now a man summoned by a vision he did not invent, but discovered. The path is not a means to success. It is success. Obedience is the treasure. Fulfillment is the result of faithfulness to duty. This pull is not comfortable. It is not soft. It is not kind to the old version of you. It burns the bridges. It exposes your excuses. It forces you to see who you have been and who you must now become. But it never lies, and it never fails. That is why it is holy. That is why it is law. You begin to notice this pull when time disappears. You lose the need for applause. You forget the hour. You feel guided. You sense order. You stop overthinking. You simply act. And when you finish, you are not drained. You are sharpened. That is the reward of being aligned with something greater than your ego. I remember when this happened to me. I was no longer writing to be read. I was writing because I could not breathe without it. The words were no longer my own. The mission was not a career. It was consecration. I did not need encouragement. I did not need results. I was carried by law, and the more I obeyed it, the more it opened to me. Some will mock this language. Let them. They live only by what they can see. But the man on the right path knows. The invisible world is more real than the visible. The forces that guide your inner man are more powerful than the winds of circumstance. And once you taste the pull, once you are summoned, you will never again settle for being pushed. Say it again. I am not here to get. I am here to build. I am not chasing. I am being called. You are not seeking motivation. You are responding to instruction. You are not grinding blindly. You are advancing with vision. You are not looking for the path. You have become the path. And in this condition, obstacles do not stop you. They instruct you. Delays do not break you. They polish you. Doubt does not derail you. It confirms you. Because you no longer need validation, you are animated by law. You are moved by a pattern that does not consult the crowd, does not bow to weather, does not wait for applause. Let me tell you the truth. Most men will never feel this pull because they stop before it arrives. They quit in the early phase. They delay obedience. They break the pattern. And so they never reach the altitude where the calling begins. But you, if you are still here, if you are repeating, if you are walking in silence, then the pull is near. It will not shout. It will not beg. It will not wait. It calls once. You either obey or suffer. That is the truth. And if you obey, the path will not become easier, but you will become stronger. You will begin to sense the next step before it appears. You will know what to cut, what to build, what to speak, what to do. That is alignment. You are on the right path if you are no longer dependent on outer fuel. You are on the right path if you feel internal instruction. You are on the right path if you are not chasing approval, but obeying the design whispered into your mind by infinite intelligence. That is the fifth sign. You are not chasing. You are being led. Say it one more time. I am not here to get. I am here to build. I am not chasing. I am being called. The builder does not beg. The builder does not guess. The builder obeys. That is how kingdoms are built. That is how purpose is fulfilled. That is how fate is decided. You feel it now. It is not random. It is not emotion. It is the divine law pulling you. Trust it. Obey it. Follow it. Sixth sign, you have cut off the old identity. You do not explain who you were. You do not apologize for who you are becoming. You do not seek to be recognized by your old reflection. That man is gone. His voice has been silenced. His habits have been buried. His weakness has been starved. And in his place stands someone reborn by decision, by law, by pattern. This is not evolution. It is detachment. It is death. You no longer wear his clothes. You no longer speak in his rhythm. You no longer think in his fears. The things that once thrilled you now bore you. The people who once understood you now seem foreign. The habits that once pulled you now disgust you. You have begun to cut away the old identity. That is the sixth sign. It is not surface, it is surgical. This is the most painful part of the path, because the old identity is not just habits, it is relationships. It is names, it is attachments, it is labels you once wore like armor, and now you must burn them. Not with bitterness, but with finality. Because if you do not cut them, they will call you back, and you will go, not because you want to, but because you are still familiar. Let me tell you this. The most dangerous thing on the right path is nostalgia. The idea that maybe you can grow and still be who you were. That maybe you can rise and still be accepted. That maybe you can transform and still remain in the old rhythm, that is a lie. A man cannot serve two identities. He cannot build with one hand and reach backward with the other. Rockefeller understood this. When he was still just a bookkeeper, he walked like a financier. He dressed like one. He thought like one. He spoke like one. He moved with the law of his future, not the echoes of his past. And that is why he rose. He did not carry his old identity forward. He replaced it. He obeyed the new role before the world gave him permission. And that is what you must now do. You cannot keep explaining yourself to people who only knew your weaker form. You cannot beg for validation from those who were once comfortable with your drift. You cannot carry the names, habits, and associations of your former self, because your future is allergic to them. Your law has outgrown them. Your spirit rejects them. Say this now. I am no longer who I was. I am not in transition. I am reborn through law. Speak it aloud. Let it burn. Let it settle. Let it become your new armor. This is not a phase. This is not a slight adjustment. This is a total severance from a weaker past. You do not taper off weakness. You kill it. You bury it. You move on. You must change how you speak. You must change what you tolerate. You must change your schedule, your focus, your surroundings. You must say no without apology. You must walk away without conflict, not because you are angry, but because you are finished. The bridge is gone, and only the mountain remains. When you wake up and no longer recognize the man you were, that is confirmation. When you speak and hear a new voice of conviction, that is confirmation. When you look in the mirror and see the eyes of someone who no longer waits, no longer hesitates, no longer negotiates, that is confirmation. The identity has shifted. The law has taken root. You are not becoming a better version of the old man. You are replacing him. You are not upgrading. You are overthrowing. The former you is not your ally. He is your enemy. He is the reason you delayed. He is the one who feared. He is the one who apologized. You do not need to improve him. You need to forget him. Do not say, I'm trying. That is his language. Do not say, I'll figure it out. That is his tone. Do not say, I just need to be more consistent. That was his lifetime excuse. You say, I do. I decide. I execute. I obey. I command you speak with the rhythm of law now. You walk with the posture of a builder. That is how identity is installed. You must begin to move as the man you have written in your aim, not the man the world expects, not the man your friends remember, not the man your family still calls by the old name, but the man you declared in silence when you made your vow, the man you saw in fire, the man who walks with rhythm, law, structure, fire, and silence. The people around you may not like this. That is not your concern. They miss the old you. That is not your burden. They will say you've changed. Say nothing. Change again. They will say you've become distant. Walk further. They will say you think you're better. You don't. You are simply no longer weak. You are no longer available to your past. I must warn you, cutting off the old identity will cost you. You will lose comfort. You will lose company. You will lose understanding. But in its place, you gain clarity. You gain direction. You gain power. You gain faith. You gain freedom. And most of all, you gain the capacity to finish what the old version of you only talked about. Say it again. I am no longer who I was. I am not in transition. I am reborn through law. You no longer repeat the patterns of the man who feared criticism. You no longer entertain the language of weakness. You no longer tolerate delay, excuse, or wandering. You are no longer becoming. You are now installed. And you protect that installation through relentless structure. You are now a guardian of your new identity. That means you must decline conversations that reopen the past. You must avoid environments that whisper old cravings. You must leave behind those who cannot see the man you are building. Not with bitterness, with certainty. You are not being harsh. You are being holy. You are obeying the law that built your new self. You must walk with forward energy. You must build without glancing back. You must master your schedule so tightly that the old you cannot find an entrance. He has no place in your calendar. He has no room in your habits. He has no presence in your speech. He is gone. Let him stay buried. You are on the right path if you feel this severing. You are on the right path if you have walked away from the familiar with quiet fire. You are on the right path if you no longer explain yourself to the voices of your past. That is the sixth sign, and it is sacred. Protect it. One more time. I am no longer who I was. I am not in transition. I am reborn through law. Say it until it lives in your posture. Say it until it speaks from your eyes. Say it until no part of your being even remembers the man you used to be. Seventh sign, you are alone but not lonely. You are alone, but you are not lost. You are silent, but you are not uncertain. You are moving without applause, without witnesses, without noise, and yet you are moving with more conviction than ever. You are walking in law, and the man who walks in law walks alone, not because he is abandoned, but because he has ascended. This is the seventh and final sign. You are no longer surrounded by distraction. You are no longer propped up by noise. You are no longer drawn to crowds, comfort, chaos, or commentary. You are alone, not as punishment, but as purification. And in this solitude, infinite intelligence speaks. The law echoes. The identity you've built is no longer interrupted. Most men fear being alone because they've never built anything worth being alone with. But you have built law. You have built rhythm. You have built repetition, structure, aim, silence. You no longer depend on being entertained. You no longer beg for belonging. You belong to the few who understand solitude is sacred. There was a time in my journey when I felt I had been left behind. No calls, no invitations, no affirmations. But that was not the world turning away. It was law closing the door. The voices had served their purpose. The crowd had nothing left to teach me, and in that silence, I heard the only voice that ever mattered, the one within. I wrote my best pages in solitude. I constructed my sharpest thoughts in isolation. I moved with most precision when I had no audience to impress. I began to command results when I no longer needed conversation. The lonely man becomes dangerous because his power is internal, and the internal man is invincible to the world. Do not confuse solitude with sadness. Loneliness is what the drifter feels when disconnected from the crowd. Solitude is what the builder feels when connected to his mission. You are not disconnected. You are deeply connected to law. You are married to your chief aim. You are immersed in your repetition. You are surrounded by structure, not people. Say this with me now. I am not alone. I am in the company of greatness. I hear the voice of law. Do not just say it, be it. Walk in it. This is the highest frequency a man can live on. Not dependence, not interaction, not stimulation, but communion with purpose. And purpose speaks loudest when the world is quiet. You must now protect your solitude. That means saying no to the call that leads nowhere. That means turning down the invitation that offers nothing but escape. That means leaving unread what distracts. That means spending your most sacred hours in the company of your own spirit, your own thoughts, your own instruction. The man who is always seen, always heard, always invited is rarely building. The man who is always celebrated is rarely obeying. You cannot walk the path of law and stay popular. You cannot build eternal structures while answering every knock. At some point, you must close the door. Not to be rude, but to be ready. Look at the lives of those who mastered their craft. Edison locked himself in his lab for days. Ford kept his circle small and his focus sharp. Lincoln spent nights alone with the weight of a nation on his chest. And I, too, withdrew, not to escape the world, but to construct what I was sent to give it. Solitude is not a retreat. It is a forge. If you now wake and feel the stillness of silence, do not panic. That is the forge heating up. That is the chamber of your transformation. That is the test of whether your law has taken root. Can you still obey when no one is watching? Can you still move when no one is clapping? Can you still speak your aim into the morning fog with no response but your own echo? Say it again. I am not alone. I am in the company of greatness. I hear the voice of law. You do not require crowd energy. You are now generating your own voltage. You do not need group discussion. You are now building from internal revelation. The fewer the voices, the louder the law. You will look around one day and realize you have not spoken to anyone in hours or days, but your spirit will feel fed, your purpose will feel active, your vision will feel real. That is not isolation, that is calibration. You are tuning yourself to a higher frequency, one that cannot be broadcast to the masses, only received by the few. And one day they will ask where you went. They will ask how you built what you built. And you will not have a formula. You will have a pattern, a rhythm, a system, a set of laws you obeyed while they distracted themselves with entertainment. You will speak with authority not because you read, but because you obeyed in silence. You are on the right path if you have become comfortable being unseen. You are on the right path if you have ceased explaining. You are on the right path if your silence now roars louder than your old noise. That is the seventh sign. You are alone, but you are not lonely. You are forged. You are focused. You are whole. Let the crowd call it strange. Let the weak call it sad. Let the confused call it antisocial. You do not build in front of everyone. You build away from them. And when the work is complete, you will emerge with something so powerful they will not ask questions. They will listen. So say it one final time. I am not alone. I am in the company of greatness. I hear the voice of law. You have climbed through the fire. You have walked away from the crowd. You have written your aim. You have installed your repetition. You have become the law you once doubted. And now you are rising, not loudly, but permanently. You are no longer reaching for approval. You are no longer waking in fog. You are no longer needing to be understood. You are no longer reinventing. You are repeating. You are no longer pushing. You are pulled. You are no longer carrying the old man. You have cut him off. You are no longer afraid of silence. You are crowned by it. You are alone, but you are not empty. You are filled with decision. You are filled with law. You are filled with purpose. You are filled with rhythm. You are filled with the unmistakable signature of a man who cannot be stopped, not by weather, not by fear, not by doubt, not by man. You are not drifting. You are not lost. You are not falling behind. You are not broken. You are on the right path. And the proof is your silence. The proof is your fire. The proof is your rhythm. The proof is the man you are now, the man who no longer negotiates with weakness, no longer delays in confusion, no longer speaks to be heard, the man who walks alone but never without purpose. That is the final sign. You have been lied to. They told you to work hard, save a little, retire at 65, and that this was freedom. But if 40 years of labor ends in a pension too small to live on, what do you call that? You were not born to serve until death. You were not born to watch life pass while you trade your soul for a salary. The world does not reward the obedient. It rewards the man who sees the trap and walks out of it. And that man begins here. Listen closely, because if you miss this message, you may work to the grave and still die poor. You believe you are free. You believe that hard work will pay off. You believe that one day, maybe after 40 years of labor, if you've been loyal, if you've saved, if you've followed the system, you will get your reward. But I say this to you without apology. If 40 years of labor ends in dependency, then who truly owned your life? I have seen it too many times. Men who gave their entire youth to a job, only to reach the age of 65 with a tired body, a trembling hand, and a fearful glance at the calendar because their money is running out. They obeyed every rule. They stayed quiet. They did what they were told. They worked. They waited. And when the waiting ended, there was nothing waiting for them. I ask you again, who owns the life of a man who gives it away one paycheck at a time, only to die uncertain, unfree, and unremembered? You must understand this. Slavery has changed its costume, but it has never left. The chains are no longer metal. They are made of routine, of debt, of low expectation, of unexamined beliefs. You were told that the system works if you follow it. But what you were not told is that the system was never designed to make you rich. It was designed to make you useful to someone else's wealth. I will not soften my words. I am not here to encourage you. I am here to awaken you, because until you see the truth of your condition, you will never walk free. You will smile politely while you waste your years and call it responsibility. You will praise the men who enslave you and call it employment. You will wait for a retirement that barely covers your rent and call it security. This is not a tragedy. This is a choice. And that means it can be unchosen if you are bold enough to face it now. In this speech, I will give you the laws that the wealthy learned while others were asleep. I will tell you exactly how Carnegie, Rockefeller, Schwab, Ford, and Lincoln rose from nothing, not by chance, not by favor, but by alignment with truth and obedience to law. You will learn why work alone will never make you free, why retirement is the reward of the obedient, not the free, how schools are designed to shape employees, not owners, why your job is not a plan, it is a placeholder, how the rich obey invisible spiritual laws that poor men ignore, how your daily habits form the prison you call life, why waiting is the enemy and movement is the cure, and how the man who refuses to serve eventually becomes the one who commands. You will answer these questions. What is my life really producing? Have I mistaken obedience for purpose? Why have I delayed the building of wealth? What must I stop doing immediately? What must I repeat every day until my freedom is real? If you are honest, truly honest, you will realize that you are not free. Not yet. But if you stay with me, if you listen to every word, if you repeat what I teach and apply it with precision, you will no longer work until death. You will build a life that works for you. And let me say this plainly, the chains are in your habits. The key is in your mind. And this is your last warning before time makes the decision for you. Affirm this aloud now. I refuse to work my life away and die poor. I was born to own, not to obey. Let us move forward now into part 1. Work alone will never make you free. You have been taught to believe in labor. You have been told that hard work is the answer, that if you simply clock in, stay late, serve well, keep your head down, you will one day rise. But the truth is this: work alone will never make you free. You can sell your strength to another man's dream for 40 years and still die without a name. You can give your finest decades to a factory, to a company, to an office, and still retire into scarcity, watching the calendar and the checkbook with equal fear. I do not speak against work. I speak against misplaced loyalty. The man who works without thought is no better than a machine. The man who works without purpose is no freer than a mule. And the man who works without ownership is still a servant, no matter how large the paycheck appears. Let me teach you the difference between labor and wealth. Labor is the effort of the body. Wealth is the command of thought. Most men sell their hours for another man's vision because they never understood this law. Money obeys thought, not time. A man can spend his entire life in toil and be passed by the thinker who dared to build a system. One man digs a hole, the other sells the shovel. Who do you think gets rich? The poor man always points to effort. He says, I worked hard. I showed up every day. But he does not realize that the reward never goes to the one who merely shows up. It goes to the one who builds leverage, the man who, through definite thought, creates something that works without him. Andrew Carnegie worked once and profited forever. He did not simply swing hammers in a steel mill. He designed an empire. He built a system of processes, men, and materials that multiplied while he slept. He used his mind to organize men with skill and vision. And from that moment forward, his ideas earned more than any single day of labor ever could. That is the secret the worker never learns, that the mind is the only true factory of fortune. Yet you have been trained differently. From youth, you were taught to associate hours with income, to believe that your value is based on how much time you give. But time is a poor man's currency. It is the one thing you can never earn back. And every time you trade it for someone else's dream, you are selling the only thing that is truly yours. The truth is this: men were trained to work, not to think. They were trained to obey, not to build. And now they wonder why they labor for a lifetime and have nothing to show. It is not injustice. It is programming, and it must be broken. You cannot continue to believe that more effort will bring more freedom. It will not. What brings freedom is ownership. Ownership of thought, ownership of systems, ownership of purpose. Until you stop working blindly and start working with definiteness, you will always trade your life for crumbs. Listen to me. A man who never escapes hourly labor dies a servant. It matters not whether you wear a suit or swing a hammer. If you trade your time for pay with no greater plan, you are merely a more expensive slave. But there is a way out. There is a new law to obey, a new identity to form, and it begins here. Affirm now, speak with power. I do not sell my life for crumbs. My work builds ownership, not dependence. This is the beginning of your liberation, but if you stop here, you will fall back into the same old cell. So let us move forward. Part 2, The Retirement Lie, a Slave's Reward. You were told to wait. Wait until your 60s. Work while you're young. Save a little here. Sacrifice today so you can enjoy tomorrow. And when tomorrow comes, you're tired, you're broke, and your freedom is nothing but a memory you never lived. Retirement is the lie they gave slaves so they wouldn't revolt. The truth they never told you is this: you are not saving for freedom, you are saving to delay collapse. The whole structure was built on the assumption that you would obey long enough to become too weak to question it. They gave you just enough security to keep you from running, just enough hope to keep you from asking, and just enough fear to keep you working. I say this without apology. The man who waits until 65 to begin living was never alive to begin with. You think retirement is a reward? It is a leash. They call it a pension. I call it permission to survive. You were never supposed to reach your final years with dread in your chest and a calculator in your hand. That is not freedom. That is a sentence. And the only crime you committed was trusting a system that was never built to set you free. Let me show you how wealth works. Not the fantasy, but the formula. True wealth is not saved. It is not rationed. It is not handed out at the end like a prize for obedience. True wealth is built through value. It is the byproduct of thought, decision, and the courage to step off the assembly line. Look at Henry Ford. He didn't save his way into millions. He didn't work for someone else until he was 65. He created something that multiplied without him. He built systems. He saw opportunity where others only saw jobs. And because of that, his wealth worked while he slept. That is the difference between the man who builds and the man who waits. The builder lives now. The waiter dies hoping. You were taught that delayed gratification is the key to success. But the truth is that delayed vision is death. If your entire life is built around a reward that only comes when you're too tired to enjoy it, you were deceived. You want to know the truth about retirement? Here's the truth. Most men never make it there. They die before they ever escape the wheel. And the few who do arrive with a body that's weak, a wallet that's light, and a soul that's forgotten what it meant to move with purpose. It doesn't have to be this way, but only if you're willing to break the lie today. Affirm with power. I do not wait for freedom. I build it now. I reject the retirement trap. My wealth begins today. The system rewards the silent. Part 3. Schools create obedient workers, not rich men. You were trained, not educated, conditioned, not liberated. From the first day you stepped into a school, they were not preparing you to own your life. They were preparing you to serve someone else's. The school system does not produce creators, it produces cogs. Think carefully. What did they teach you? Sit down, be quiet, memorize, repeat, obey, raise your hand for permission to speak, wait your turn, learn the rules, follow instructions, stay in line. Now ask yourself, how many of those lessons do you see in the life of the rich? None. Because no man ever became free by obeying everyone else's commands. The men who rose, Carnegie, Edison, Ford, they broke the line. They rejected the path laid before them. They thought, they imagined, they questioned, they moved with belief, not compliance. Let me tell you about Thomas Edison. He was thrown out of school. The teachers said he was unteachable, deficient. They told his mother he would never learn. And what did he do? He went on to bring light to the entire world, not because of a classroom, because of belief, because of persistence, because of vision. And here is the great irony. The same system that rejected Edison now teaches about him. They celebrate his name, but they punish the spirit he lived by. The truth is this: schools do not teach wealth. They do not teach imagination. They do not teach faith. They teach order. They teach comfort. They teach dependency. They teach you to memorize a script and never to write your own. If you want to become rich, you must unlearn the thinking that made you poor. You must cast out the false beliefs that were planted in you by those who were never free themselves. You must question the path. You must think for yourself. Ask, why was I taught to fear mistakes more than mediocrity? Why was I never taught to build income? Why did no one speak of definite purpose? Why were the laws of wealth, faith, autosuggestion, desire, organized planning left out of every curriculum? I will tell you why. Because obedient workers do not need wealth. They only need enough to survive and to keep showing up. This is not an attack on learning. This is a war against indoctrination. Education is power when it liberates the mind. But when it only trains the hand, it becomes a prison. If you want to rise, you must retrain your thinking. You must study what the free men study. You must speak like the man you intend to become, not like the one you were trained to be. You must ask questions they never let you ask. Who benefits from my obedience? Who profits from my delay? Who taught me that my value is measured in grades, hours, or approval? The moment you start questioning, you start building your exit. You were not born to follow instructions. You were born to give them. You were not made for desks and bells. You were made for vision and command. And if you are willing to reclaim your mind, you will reclaim your life. Affirm now, with certainty, I think for myself. I question the path I was given. I was not born to follow instructions. I was born to give them. Part 4. A job is a temporary solution, not a permanent strategy. Let us be honest now, brutally honest. A job is not freedom. A job is not wealth. A job is not a plan. A job is a placeholder for the man who has not yet taken command of his own life. You are taught to believe that a job is security, but I tell you, it is only a cage with polite walls. The world taught you to find employment, not purpose. It taught you to search for paychecks, not plans. It taught you to settle for survival instead of building a life that commands respect and earns abundance. Understand this truth. A job may solve your immediate need, but it cannot fulfill your ultimate calling. If you do not have a definite chief aim, a job becomes a coffin. It is the slow decay of potential masked as duty. You wake up, you punch in, you work all day, you punch out, and repeat. And somewhere along the way, you forget that you were meant for more. Do I say abandon your job? But I say this: use your job the way free men use tools, not as a master, as a means, as leverage, as the funding for your freedom, not the replacement of it. Let me tell you about Edwin C. Barnes. He did not despise work. He worked as a clerk, but he had one vision burned into his soul: to become business partners with Thomas Edison. He worked with purpose, not just for a wage. He used the job to get into the room. And once in the room, he proved himself and left the job behind forever. This is how wealth is built, not through years of repetition, but through intention, definiteness, and strategy. The tragedy of modern man is not that he works hard. It is that he works hard without direction, without purpose, without ownership. And so he becomes a slave, not because of chains, but because of habit. Hear me now. A job is only noble when it funds your freedom. If you are still working to stay alive, you are not yet free. If you are still hoping for a raise instead of building income streams, you are not yet free. if your days are consumed with tasks that build someone else's dream and leave yours dormant, you are not yet free, but you can be. The door is open, but you must stop kneeling before the illusion of security and start standing for the reality of ownership. Do not live your entire life renting your time. Own your days. Command your income. Use your job. Don't let it use you. Say it with conviction. My job is not my identity. It is my tool. I use my job to build freedom. Part 5. The rich man's laws are spiritual first. Let the world keep chasing money. Let them scramble for crumbs. Let them trade hours for coins and sell their birthright for wages. You, I am speaking directly to you, you must understand what they do not. The laws that create wealth are spiritual before they are material. You cannot rise until you rise in mind. You cannot earn until you believe you are worthy. You cannot command until you obey the laws that govern riches. Not the laws written by men, but the ones written into the very structure of the universe. There is a divine law behind every fortune. And if you break that law, the money will break you. You have been told money comes from effort. I tell you plainly, money comes from alignment. You must align your thought with your belief with your words with your action, and your action with your plan. This is law. This is order. This is power. Look at the lives of the wealthy, not the ones born into it, but those who built it. Rockefeller tithed not out of superstition, but out of principle. He honored divine law. He believed money was a stewardship. He structured his empire not just on business, but on internal discipline. Andrew Carnegie surrounded himself with minds greater than his own, not because he was weak, but because he obeyed the Mastermind principle. He believed that riches were attracted to unity, to definiteness, to mental harmony. Edison repeated the vision of electric light to himself long before the world believed in it. He walked with certainty while others mocked. He obeyed the invisible law of belief, faith applied to a definite aim. Do you understand now? It is not business alone that creates wealth. It is belief. It is spiritual alignment. Faith is not religion. It is power. It is seeing the invisible as though it were visible. It is holding your vision with such intensity that the world must obey. And what of autosuggestion? The world calls it foolish repetition. The rich call it mental programming. They know the subconscious mind must be told what to do. And what you say to yourself with emotion becomes instruction. And the subconscious executes what it is told. If you wake each day and speak defeat, delay, weakness, you have issued orders for poverty. If you wake and declare belief, wealth, clarity, you have issued orders for victory. And planning, do you think riches obey the man who moves without a map? Never. Wealth is a general. It responds to organized defense. Write your aim, write your steps, review them daily, adjust, attack again. All of these, faith, definiteness, repetition, planning, are spiritual in nature before they ever manifest a dollar. This is why the poor man may work harder than the rich and yet remain poor, because he works with muscle while the other works with mind. One sweats without direction, the other thinks with precision, and the man who thinks according to law will earn in 1 year what the other cannot earn in a lifetime of labor. You must master these laws. The law of definite chief aim, the law of faith through autosuggestion, the law of planning organized by purpose, the law of the mastermind, the law of cosmic habit force, which rewards only rhythm, not randomness. These are not opinions. These are eternal laws. Break them, and life will break you. Obey them, and the world will yield. You must live by inner command. You must rise before the world rises. You must speak your aim aloud. You must write your instructions to self. You must review your plan and build rhythm into every hour. This is not spiritual fluff. This is the foundation of every empire. Riches are not the reward of effort. They are the reward of obedience to law. Part 6. The habit system that creates financial slavery. If you would understand slavery, you must stop looking at chains and start looking at habits. For no man wears shackles on his wrists anymore. He wears them in his routines. Slavery in this age is not enforced by force. It is enforced by familiarity, by repetition, by rhythm gone wrong. You rise, you eat, you labor, you rest, and you call it life. But I ask you, is it your life? Or is it the life designed for you by other men who profit from your blindness? The modern slave is not bound by a master. He is bound by a cycle. And that cycle, unless interrupted, will carry him to the grave with nothing to show but obedience and exhaustion. The chains are in your habits. What time do you wake? What thought enters your mind before the world speaks? Do you begin your day with instruction to self, or do you check a machine and follow the world's instruction? When your body rises but your purpose sleeps, you are already a servant. Let us speak plainly. You cannot live like a common man and expect uncommon results. You cannot drift into fortune. You cannot wander into mastery. You must command it, and command requires rhythm, but it must be the right rhythm. The poor man wakes late, eats thoughtlessly, consumes without producing, reacts without thinking, and repeats the same confused day, year after year. This is the habit system that leads to financial slavery. It does not feel oppressive. That is why it is so dangerous. It feels normal, but it is normal only because it is widespread. And slavery that is widespread is still slavery. The difference is that now the slaves are quiet. They sing no sorrow songs. They just keep working and hoping and waiting for a reward that never comes. Now compare this with the habits of the wealthy, not those who inherited, but those who built. Andrew Carnegie rose early. He did not wait for orders. He issued them. He planned his day the night before. He spoke aloud his aims. He wrote letters of intention. He reviewed his progress daily, and he demanded the same from every man around him. Charles Schwab did not stumble into leadership. He became a multi-millionaire because he mastered organized rhythm. Every hour had a purpose. Every morning was planned. Every night was measured. He knew the law. If you cannot measure it, you cannot multiply it. Thomas Edison tested one idea over 1,000 times, not because he was lucky, but because he was structured. His repetition was not random. It was rhythmic. It was aimed. Now ask yourself, what is your daily rhythm producing? Do you eat like a rich man? I do not speak of food, I speak of thought. Do you consume knowledge that builds your aim or distraction that destroys it? Do you speak like a rich man? Are your words definite, clear, aimed, and positive? Or are they vague, filled with doubt, and drifting in complaint? Do you move like a rich man? Is your day mapped? Is your progress tracked? Do your actions serve a vision, or simply respond to the needs of others? Do you think like a rich man? Have you formed the habit of directed thought, or do you merely react to the noise around you? You must audit your habits, because your habits are your destiny. Let me give you the model of wealth-building rhythm. This is what I teach all who seek to rise above the slavery of the world. Morning command. Rise before the world speaks. Speak your definite chief. Aim aloud. Read your plan for the day. Repeat your wealth affirmations with emotion. Midday. Alignment. Review progress against plan. Speak aloud. I am still on target. My aim is fixed. My pace is strong. Correct drift with immediate focused action. Evening review. Measure what was completed. Journal new lessons. Repeat your aim aloud before sleep. Visualize success as already yours. Repeat daily, without fail, without excuse. This structure alone will begin to reprogram your subconscious mind, and your subconscious is the builder of all results. Do not underestimate this. Most men fail not because they lack intelligence, but because they lack rhythm. The law of cosmic habit force is not poetic. It is practical. It means that every thought repeated becomes a command. Every action repeated becomes a pattern. Every pattern reinforced becomes identity. and every identity manifests results that match it. If you want wealth, you must form the habits of wealth. If you want power, you must form the rhythm of power. And if you want freedom, you must form the disciplines of a free man. And do not say you are too old. Do not say it is too late. The moment you command your rhythm, your life begins again. Repeat these affirmations daily. My habits build freedom or chains. Each day I command myself into power. Now write your daily rhythm. Practice it tomorrow, and the next, and the next. Do not skip. Do not drift. Do not delay. You are either forming the habits of freedom, or you are wearing the chains of slavery. Part 7. If you wait, you will serve those who did not. There is a law few men are willing to confront, a law more sobering than failure and more costly than ignorance. He who waits serves the man who does not. The world has never rewarded hesitation. It has never crowned the cautious. It has never surrendered its riches to the man who delayed. Look around you at every industry, every street, every corner of society, and you will find the same truth. The men who rule are not the ones who waited for permission. They are the ones who moved when others paused, decided when others doubted, and acted when others were still seeking clarity. Wealth does not come to the brilliant. It does not come to the good. It does not come to the hopeful. It comes to the man who moves. It finds its way into the hands of the one who stepped into the storm, made a decision under pressure, and claimed his portion while others still counted the cost. You think life will give you time? You think opportunity will wait? Number life waits for no one, and the man who waits becomes the laborer for the one who didn't. Abraham Lincoln, a man of great principle but greater movement, understood this law. In the darkest hours of his leadership, he did not sit in endless counsel. He moved. When the nation fractured, he acted. When the outcome was uncertain, he still advanced. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation not when it was safe, but when it was necessary. He did not wait for clarity. He created it through decision. That is what leaders do. That is what free men do. They act, and the world adjusts. Most men do not fail because they made the wrong move. They fail because they made no move. They wait for the economy to shift, for the perfect plan to emerge, for fear to disappear, for someone else to show them the way. But understand this, waiting is not neutral. Waiting is movement, backward. Every day you delay, another man acts. Another man builds. Another man claims the ground you forfeited. And then, when your years have passed and your energy is gone, you will find yourself in service to him, not because he was better, not because he was chosen, but because he moved. I must say it plain. Your delays will become your chains. And I know the voice that tries to excuse this. I'm still researching. I'm just not ready. I'm being patient. Let me tell you something that the rich understand and the poor ignore. Patience is only a virtue when it is paired with action. Patience without movement is paralysis. And paralysis is death in disguise. Look at the wealthy. Not one of them waited. Carnegie started in poverty, but he acted. He moved to organize steel when others feared risk. Ford dared to mass produce when others mocked the idea. Edison declared his inventions before they worked because he understood the law. Movement precedes manifestation. So, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the economy to improve? While you wait, someone is creating their own economy. Are you waiting for more knowledge? While you wait, someone with less intelligence is building more wealth. Are you waiting for courage? Courage is not something you feel. It is something you decide. The tragedy is not that men fail. The tragedy is that they delay and delay and delay until the very life they wanted is now owned by someone else. And so I warn you, as a man who has studied failure and fortune alike, if you wait, you will work for the man who didn't. If you hesitate, your children will serve the children of the man who didn't. If you pause, your dream will be built by the man who didn't, and your name will not be on it. You may think you are being cautious, but the law of the world is movement. Those who do not move are trampled, and no excuse will spare you. I do not speak this to frighten you. I speak this to awaken you. The time is now. The door is open, but it will not remain open forever. Say these words with me. Let them burn into your being. I act while others wait. My speed creates my freedom. Do not let your habits be slow. Do not let your voice be hesitant. Do not let your life be a monument to what could have been. Move, decide. Building now. Part 8. The man who refuses to serve becomes the one who commands. Let us now bring every law, every truth, and every warning to its final conclusion, identity. For until you transform who you are, no change in your habits, no change in your income, no change in your environment will last. This world does not obey the man who performs. It obeys the man who commands, and no man can command until he first refuses to serve. I do not speak of service to others, for there is honor in building, in giving, in contributing. I speak of servitude to fear, to routine, to wage, to mental chains. The man who wakes each morning only to serve the vision of another, who never writes his own aim, who waits for orders, who drowns in tasks without purpose. That man is not free. That man is not fulfilled. That man is not the master. And I tell you with the force of law, that man can be transformed. He must. Or else he will become what this system designed him to be, a worker until death, a consumer until empty, a servant until forgotten. The turning point, the line between labor and leadership is this: self-command. Not emotion, not wish, not even effort, command. And that command begins with the mind. A man who masters himself no longer obeys the world. The world obeys him. The market shifts to make room for his value. The people adjust to match his belief. The money moves toward his aim because he moves toward it without hesitation. Let me speak to you plainly now. You can die as a laborer or rise as a leader. The difference is not money, it is thought, discipline, and decision. You were not born to merely work. You were born to build. You were not born to be instructed. You were born to direct. You were not born to comply. You were born to create. And if you are still breathing, still hearing these words, it means it is not too late. But understand, this is the final gate. You must cross it, or forever live beneath it. What must you do? First, write your definite chief aim. Not tomorrow. Now decide who you are, what you demand from life, how you will serve others through your purpose, and make it clear, bold, and written. Second, build daily command. Do not trust motivation, trust repetition. Every morning, read your aim aloud. Every night, speak your belief in your wealth, your power, your identity. Shape your subconscious into the man who commands by daily shaping your words. Third, build income streams. A man who depends on one stream is still serving. Build systems. Create value. Use your mind, not just your time. Let your labor fund your freedom. But do not stop at labor. Build ownership. And if you ever doubt that this path works, let me remind you, I walked it. I was the son of a poor miner in the hills of Virginia. I had no inheritance, no connections, no safety. But I had a voice. I had a mind. And I had a decision that I would no longer serve the fear of poverty, that I would no longer serve ignorance, that I would no longer serve the chains passed down by weak men. I studied the minds of the rich, not the surface of their wealth, but the spiritual roots. I studied Carnegie, Ford, Rockefeller, Edison, and I found that every one of them obeyed laws that most men never learn. They mastered themselves, they decided, they acted, they repeated, and they became impossible to ignore. And by mastering thought, I became more than what the world expected of me. I advised millionaires. I built a legacy. I passed down a system, not of tips, but of transformation. And so can you, but it begins now. And it begins with your refusal. Refuse to live as if you are powerless. Refuse to wake up with no aim. Refuse to sell your time for crumbs. Refuse to think small, move slow, act weak. Refuse to die without building something the world cannot erase. You are not here to serve fear. You are not here to obey mediocrity. You are here to command. Let these final affirmations become your oath. I will not be a slave to any man. I was born to command wealth, not to work until death. And now walk, speak, building live, not as the man the world tried to make of you, but as the man you were always meant to become. This is your beginning. This is your freedom. This is your new law. Most men lose before they begin, not because they lack opportunity, but because they walk like they've already been defeated. Their shoulders carry fear. Their eyes carry doubt. Their voice stumbles with apology. Their presence whispers, I hope this works. And life responds with equal uncertainty. But the man who walks like he's already won, that man cannot be denied, because power obeys posture. Wealth obeys identity. Success obeys certainty. The man who gets the result is not the one who wishes for it. It is the one who moves, speaks, stands, and breathes as if the result is already his. He does not seek approval. He does not wait for permission. He carries belief so deeply that his walk declares the outcome before the evidence appears. This is not a speech. This is not a suggestion. This is a reprogramming, a challenge, a law. You will either walk like you've won, or you will spend your life begging for scraps from men who do. I am going to show you how to move in such a way that the world begins to adjust around your presence. Not because of noise, but because of inner dominion. Because when you carry certainty, the door opens before you knock. When you embody belief, the result begins to move toward you, not by luck, but by law. Listen to me now. You cannot fake this. The world knows when a man doubts himself. Your body reveals it. Your pace reveals it. Your voice exposes it. And you may think no one can see it, but the law can. And the law does not reward need. The law rewards conviction. Your life does not reflect what you hope for. It reflects who you are being. And who you are being is revealed not in your declarations, but in your walk, your tone, your repetition, your discipline, your presence. If your posture carries hesitation, your harvest will carry delay. If your motion carries fear, your future will match it. But the man who walks like he's already won, he walks with law on his side. He carries no anxiety. He carries no panic. He does not ask, will this work? He decides, it is already done. And he moves through the day as proof of that decision. That is the man the world follows. That is the man fortune respects. That is the man who doesn't get ready, because he stays ready. And let me tell you what I've learned. Confidence is not built through applause. It is built through repetition, through holding the image of the winner until your body begins to match it, until your habits reflect it, until your voice carries it, until you look in the mirror and realize you no longer hope, you expect. I spent my life studying the most successful men to ever walk this earth, and without exception, every one of them had a presence about them, a command, a weight, and that weight did not come from their wealth, it came from their walk. Long before the riches arrived, long before the world knew their name, they walked like the victory was already in their possession. Henry Ford walked like every man on earth would one day drive his vehicle. Andrew Carnegie spoke like the steel empire already belonged to him before the first furnace was lit. Lincoln moved like he had already secured the soul of a divided nation, even as the war waged on. They walked like they had won until the world believed them. So I ask you now, how are you walking? Are you walking like a man who owns his aim, or like a man still waiting for proof? Are you speaking like the outcome is secured, or still looking over your shoulder for reassurance? Are you moving like the world must adjust to your belief, or like you're adjusting to its doubts? You do not rise by accident. You rise by alignment. Your identity, your structure, your thought, your pace, they must all declare the same truth, that you have decided, that you are certain, that you are finished with hesitation, that you are done playing the role of the man who tries, and you have finally stepped into the man who moves because he knows. From this point forward, your days of apologetic movement are over. You will not walk small. You will not walk uncertain. You will walk as a man who already has the reward. You will speak with the voice of one who knows it is done, and your body, your routine, your entire presence will become an unbreakable signal that the result is no longer in question. This is how we begin. Say these words aloud. I walk like I've already won. I move with the weight of a man who knows the result. Again, I walk like I've already won. I move with the weight of a man who knows the result. Let these words wash over the memory of every step you ever took in fear. Let them erase the trace of every hesitant movement. Let them mark the beginning of a new man. A man who doesn't chase, he commands. A man who doesn't beg, he becomes. This is extremely powerful. This is the difference. This is the line. And once you cross it, you will never be mistaken for the man who doubts again. You cannot attract what you apologize for. You cannot hold what your posture denies. The man who hunches under the weight of insecurity, who shuffles instead of strides, who mumbles his purpose with a question mark in his tone, that man will never be followed by success. Not because the success is not available, but because the signal he sends says, I am not yet worthy to receive it. You do not become wealthy by seeking permission. You do not lead by lowering your voice. You do not rise by looking unsure. You rise by commanding presence, not just with words, but with the total language of your being, your walk, your breath, your eye contact, your tone, your consistency. Every part of you must agree with the man you say you are. There are many men who say they want riches, who say they want to lead, who say they want to win, but you can tell by the way they move that their soul still doubts it. Their shoulders slump beneath invisible failure. Their eyes glance sideways for approval. Their energy leaks contradiction. They think they are speaking power, but their body is still in debt. Let me say this to you plainly. Every action, every movement, every tone must match the man who has already received what he declared. Not someday, not when the world agrees, not when the money lands, but now. Before the reward, before the audience, before the applause, you must walk as if it is already yours, and you must do it so convincingly that even the world begins to believe it. This is not delusion, it is law. The subconscious does not give birth to reality until the man walks in full agreement with his belief. And the world does not yield to your desire until it reads the signal that you already possess what you claim to seek. Your state creates your signal. The world reacts to who you are, not what you say. If you walk like a beggar, you will live like one. If you speak like the uncertain, you will be treated as such. But if you carry the weight of belief in your posture, in your tone, in your actions, if you move with the calm of certainty, you will become magnetic. That is why Henry Ford succeeded, not because he had approval, not because he had education, not because he had inheritance, but because he moved like the Model T already existed in the hands of the common man. He carried his vision with conviction, and every gesture confirmed that it was no longer a possibility, it was a certainty. He did not shuffle into rooms. He did not ask, "Can this be done?" He walked with the assumption that it already was, and so it became. The world will always mirror the level of belief you carry in your body. This is the law. Your state creates your signal, and your signal writes your future. If you are timid in posture, the world will treat you as fragile. If you doubt in movement, life will wait to deliver. But if you walk like the outcome is finished, If you stand like the reward is sealed, if your body confirms your belief, then even when there is no evidence, the law begins to bend in your direction. Let me now ask you, what does your walk say about you? When you enter a room, does the room quiet or get louder? When you speak your aim, do people lean in, or do they doubt you before the sentence is done? These are not judgments. These are measurements, indicators, thermometers of the signal you are currently sending. You may be reading the right books. You may be saying the right affirmations. You may even have written the perfect plan. But if you walk like the result is uncertain, none of it will move, because the body always reveals what the mind truly believes. So from this day forward, you must train your body to walk ahead of your results. You must train your tone to speak from ownership, not request. You must train your energy to match the man you are becoming, until one day you realize you no longer have to try, because it has become your default signal. Say this now: my belief walks ahead of my results. My posture makes no room for doubt. Again, my belief walks ahead of my results. My posture makes no room for doubt. Say it until your body shifts. Say it until your shoulders square. Say it until your eyes harden with calm. Say it until your breath slows with conviction. Say it until your next step carries more weight than your last sentence. You do not need to raise your voice. You need to raise your signal. You do not need to ask for more. You need to embody more, because the world is not looking for who wants it the most. The world is watching for who walks like they already have it. This is the shift. This is the law. This is where belief becomes evidence, where hope becomes harvest, where your presence becomes prophecy. From this day on, move like the man who has already won. Not someday, not later. Now, you do not wait for clarity. You do not wait until all the signs line up, until every step is visible, until your confidence feels perfect. That is not how success is built. That is not how results arrive. That is not how men rise. You move like the man who knows where he's going, and the way begins to appear, not before you start, but because you start. You are not rewarded for hesitation. You are not honored for standing still. You are not blessed for waiting. You are blessed when you walk. You are blessed when you move. You are blessed when you act in faith, before the proof, before the applause, before the evidence, because that is when the law begins to obey you. Most men say, when I see it, I will believe it. But the man who wins says, because I believe it, I will see it. That is the difference. That is the law. That is what separates those who drift from those who dominate. Certainty is not the result of success. It is the cause. You do not become confident after you win. You win because you were confident first. You do not walk boldly after the path is clear. You walk boldly while the path is still fog, and every step you take clears it just enough for the next one to be revealed. Your problem is not ignorance. It is not lack of information. It is not that you don't know what to do. It is hesitation. It is the habit of pausing when you should be moving. It is the addiction to second guessing. It is the muscle memory of waiting for life to approve your next step. But life does not approve, it responds. It reacts to the signal of certainty. It bends for the man who walks before he knows, who acts before he sees, who declares, I belong here, before the room gives him permission to speak. Think of Edwin C. Barnes. He did not wait for an invitation. He did not craft a resume. He did not look for the safest moment. He walked into Edison's office with no plan but belief. And because he believed, because he stood like he already had the role, because his posture matched the result, the opportunity revealed itself. He did not wait to know how. He moved because he knew who. That's all it takes. The world is not looking for your qualifications. The world is waiting for your movement, for your presence, for your certainty, for your decision to act as if you already carry the thing that everyone else is still trying to find. Let me tell you a truth that most men never accept. Life becomes clear only after you walk. You cannot think your way into clarity. You cannot sit still long enough to be ready. You cannot plan your way into belief. You must walk. And here is the real question. If you knew the future was guaranteed, how would you walk today? Would you move slowly? Would you apologize? Would you wait? No, you would stride. You would command. You would act with peace, with finality, with fire. So do that. Walk as if it is already done, not because it is seen, but because you have chosen to believe before the world confirms it. That is the man who receives. That is the man the law follows. That is the man the door opens for, not because he knocked the loudest, but because he walked as if it had already opened. You don't need to figure out every step. You only need to take the next one in full conviction. You don't need to answer every doubt. You only need to drown it in movement. You don't need to wait for peace. You must walk like the man who already has it, and peace will meet you in motion. Say this now: I don't wait for certainty. I walk as if I own it. My movement creates direction. Again, I don't wait for certainty. I walk as if I own it. My movement creates direction. Let these words end your habit of hesitation. Let them break the loop of delay. Let them replace the question, what if I'm not ready, with the declaration, I have already begun. Because the truth is, your future does not belong to the man who prepares forever. It belongs to the man who moves in faith. Stop rehearsing your doubts. Stop pacing in circles of indecision. Take the step. Make the call. Start the sentence. Build the thing. Begin the journey, not when the path is revealed, but because you've decided the destination belongs to you. You are not here to wait. You are here to walk. And when you walk long enough, far enough, steady enough, the way will rise to meet you. Not because it was always visible, but because the law responds to motion backed by belief. Most men speak because they lack conviction. They think that by explaining themselves, they will be believed. They think that by dressing their weakness in many words, they will hide the truth that they have not yet decided. But the man who knows does not over-explain. He does not dress his belief in decoration. He does not shout to be heard. He does not argue to be understood. He speaks little, but every word lands with weight, because it is backed by certainty. The language of the winner is few words and firm steps. The man who speaks too much is often a man who moves too little. He speaks promises that his body cannot fulfill. He makes declarations that his habits do not support. His words are loud, but his walk is hesitant. And so the world listens, but does not trust him. But the man who carries belief in his bones, that man does not need to convince. His presence is proof. His tone is grounded. His silence is louder than another man's speech. He says, I will, and then he moves. No delay, no discussion, no second invitation. The way you speak must match the way you move. Your words must be in agreement with your walk. If your mouth says confidence, but your tone says hesitation, you will not be trusted. If you say you will rise, but your posture says apology, you will be overlooked. This is why I tell you, speak less, but when you speak, speak with finality. And then let your steps do the rest. Words are weightless when posture contradicts them. But when your body and your tone match your declaration, even a few words become unshakable. Think of Abraham Lincoln. He did not shout to command. He did not decorate his thoughts with endless rhetoric. But when he spoke, the room turned. The nation listened. The world remembered. Why? Because his belief was unshakable, and his words reflected that. They were not loud. They were final. Lincoln didn't need to say much because his presence carried truth. His speech carried law. His decisions were made long before he delivered them. That is why he was trusted. That is why he was followed. He embodied certainty. And so every word felt like it was already done. You must now begin to live the same way. Do not talk for attention. Do not over-explain your goals. Speak only what you intend to prove through action. Do not declare outcomes you are not willing to walk toward daily. Do not say soon when you mean someday. Do not say I'll try when you mean I'm scared. Your words must no longer betray your belief. Speak once because you believe always. Declare your aim. Then repeat it silently in action. Let your schedule speak for you. Let your habits preach your vision. Let your walk silence the questions. Because the man who moves does not need to keep explaining. His steps become his message. His posture becomes his language. His results become his biography. And the world follows, not because he persuaded them, but because he became undeniable. Say this now. My steps prove my beliefs. I speak once because I believe always. Again, my steps prove my beliefs. I speak once because I believe always. Let these words become the gatekeepers of your tongue. Let them govern your speech. Let them remind you that talk is cheap when action is absent. But talk becomes sacred when backed by consistency. From now on, let your words be few, but final. Let them be sharp, not scattered. Let them declare what will be done, not what might be considered. Speak like a man who already holds the outcome, not like a man still negotiating with doubt. And when you speak, move. Move before they ask for proof. Move before they doubt your aim. Move before the crowd forms. Move because it was already done in your mind, and now your steps are simply delivering what was promised. That is the language of the winner. It is not volume, it is velocity. It is not complexity, it is clarity. It is not show, it is substance. So let them talk, let them announce, let them proclaim. You will build, you will return. You will rise, not through speech, but through structure. And when the time comes to speak, you will say what is necessary, nothing more. And the world will feel the difference, because your words will no longer be ideas. They will be instructions. Walk like you've won, and speak only when the step is already in motion. To walk like you've won is not arrogance. It is not delusion. It is not fantasy. It is alignment with spiritual law. It is obedience to the highest principle of creation, the law that states what you believe, you become. What you assume, you express. What you express, you eventually live. The man who waits to become before he moves will never move. The man who hesitates until he sees the evidence will never see it, because life does not follow proof. It follows posture. Life does not obey emotion. It obeys identity. And this is the law of assumption, and it is the law of identity. What you consistently believe and act upon as true becomes true. Not because you forced it, but because you aligned with the reality you were always meant to walk in. You do not wait to become the man. You walk as him until the world has no choice but to agree. The subconscious mind does not ask questions. It does not check facts. It does not wait to be convinced. It only receives repetition. It only believes what is expressed often, felt deeply, and declared with certainty. It accepts what is assumed, and then it makes it your reality. Let me say that again. The subconscious cannot distinguish between what is real and what is repeated. It will build based on whatever you tell it to build, whether by word, by action, or by imagination. And once it believes, it will begin to shape your world accordingly. This is why walking like you've won is not a mindset. It is a spiritual command. Because every time you carry the identity of the man who already possesses the goal, you reinforce the truth until your environment must reflect it. Every time you assume you are the leader, the wealth bringer, the builder, the winner, you are instructing the deepest part of you to remove all contradiction, to eliminate all excuses, to take your external conditions and bring them into agreement with your inner assumption. This is how Andrew Carnegie moved. He did not hope for success. He expected it. He assumed it so deeply that even his partners began to walk like kings, because his belief in them shaped their own identity. His assumption was not fantasy, it was command. He looked at men who had no reputation, no experience, and no background, and spoke to them as captains of industry. Why? Because he had already decided they were worthy of the role. And because he walked in that belief without hesitation, they rose to meet the standard he set. You see, assumption does not only shape your life, it shapes the lives of everyone around you. The man who assumes strength is contagious. The man who assumes leadership is magnetic. The man who assumes abundance without apology creates an atmosphere of faith so strong that lack cannot breathe in his presence. And this is the man you must become. You must no longer ask, "When will I arrive?" You must declare, "I have already arrived in spirit, and the world will soon catch up to what I already know." You must no longer say, "I'm trying to become him." You must say, "I am him. I walk as him. I breathe as him. I speak as him. I act as him. And the results are on their way because I am ready to hold them." This is not self-deception. This is self-construction. This is not fantasy. This is foundation. Because no man becomes what he doubts. No man maintains what he apologizes for. And no man attracts what he refuses to embody. Say this now. I walk in the identity I have decided. Assumption is my advantage. Again, I walk in the identity I have decided. Assumption is my advantage. Let these affirmations overwrite the old belief that told you to wait for permission. Let them eliminate the last traces of hesitation. Let them build a rhythm inside you that speaks louder than results. Because the man who walks like he's won will not wait long before life rewards his posture. If you wake each morning and act like the man who already has the results, the world begins to organize itself in your favor. Not instantly, not always visibly, but inevitably. Because identity is not what you are given, it is what you claim. And the law respects what is claimed with conviction. If you speak power long enough, power will enter your tone. If you move with belief long enough, confidence will become your default state. If you assume leadership daily, soon others will look to you. Not because you asked, but because your assumption made it obvious. But if you continue waiting, waiting to be ready, waiting to feel perfect, waiting for someone else to validate your value, you will stand still while others pass you by. And not because you weren't worthy, but because you never assumed you were. The man who changes the world is the man who assumes his place in it long before anyone else offers it to him. He does not wait. He does not beg. He does not whisper. He walks. He walks like the decision is made. He walks like the future is sealed. He walks like the outcome is not in question, and eventually it isn't. That is the power of assumption. That is the law of identity. That is the man you are now becoming. Let us walk forward with it. The man who hesitates kills momentum. He doesn't just stall results, he fractures his power. He leaks doubt into every room he walks into, every sentence he speaks, every action he delays. And the world sees it. Even if his lips say confidence, his timing betrays him. His energy whispers hesitation. His movement exposes uncertainty. And because the world responds not to what you say, but to what you are, he does not hold power. Indecision breaks your signal. It weakens your command. It teaches your subconscious to mistrust your own voice. It sends mixed messages into your environment, and life cannot reward contradiction. The man who cannot choose trains the world to withhold its reward, because no one knows what to follow when the man himself hasn't decided where he stands. Understand this law. Inconsistency in movement creates contradiction in energy, and contradiction delays reward. You do not need to be perfect. You need to be decisive. You do not need every answer. You need a direction, declared and walked in with full presence. Most men stall not because they lack options, but because they fear ownership. They delay because they don't want to be wrong. But let me tell you the truth. Wrong action carried out with full conviction holds more power than the correct idea delayed into nothing. John D. Rockefeller understood this law. He did not hesitate. He made decisions quickly and rarely changed them. And because of this, people followed him, not because he was always right, but because he was always definite. His decision-making created atmosphere. It gave people clarity. It created confidence, not just in himself, but in those around him. Even when his decision brought resistance, it carried the authority of finality, and that weight bends environments. You must move like that. You must speak like that. You must act like a man who has already decided and who no longer needs to ask for permission to walk in the direction he has chosen. Because indecision is not neutral. It is not harmless. It is not the absence of choice. It is the presence of fear. It is the posture of a man who does not trust his own vision. It is the mark of one who cannot command belief, neither from himself nor from anyone else. But when a man chooses and moves as if the outcome is already his, the world aligns itself to that level of authority. Your aim may evolve, your path may adjust, but if you move with conviction, you will carry a signal that cannot be ignored. That is what the world respects. Not noise, not delay, but direction. And make no mistake, your direction is your decision. If you are unsure, the world will wait. If you are hesitant, the world will hesitate. If you waver, so will your reward. But if you move clearly, daily, powerfully, results begin to pursue you. Not because you force them, but because certainty is attractive, and definite movement is the language of belief. Let me ask you directly, how many rewards have you delayed by standing still? How many seasons have passed because you waited to feel ready? How many opportunities stood in front of you, quietly waiting for you to choose, only to disappear when your silence confirmed your doubt? That is the cost of indecision, not just delay. Loss, not just waiting. Decay. You were never meant to live paused. You were never meant to rehearse every outcome before moving. You were created to walk by principle, not by sight, to act out of belief, not out of need for confirmation. So decide. Not emotionally, not impulsively, but with law in your voice and certainty in your spine. Say this now. I move as if I have decided. My confidence is born in my speed. Again, I move as if I've decided. My confidence is born in my speed. Let these become your new command. Let them train your subconscious to obey direction, not delay. Let them break the habit of overthinking and replace it with the rhythm of definite action. Because when your pace matches your purpose, the results no longer run from you. They come, and they come quickly. Because the man who moves decisively leaves no room for doubt, and doubt is the only thing that ever blocked your reward in the first place. From this day forward, do not walk halfway. Do not speak with hesitation. Do not plan without action. Do not touch your purpose without following through. Choose, move, finish. That is the new pattern. That is the new man. Let us continue in power. The world hears you long before you speak. Before your mouth opens, before your pitch forms words, before your hands move with intention, your presence is already speaking. Faith has a sound. So does fear. And the man who understands this, who lives this, who disciplines his tone and posture until it speaks only belief, becomes unshakable in the eyes of the world. You are not followed because you know more. You are followed because your vibration is consistent. You are not trusted because you say the right thing. You are trusted because the sound of your presence matches the certainty of your soul. You can say, I believe, but if your breath is shallow, your shoulders slumped, your tone shaky, the world will listen to your fear, not your words. Faith is not silence. Faith is sound. And faith does not ask permission. Faith does not stutter. Faith does not apologize. Faith carries a tone of completion. It speaks as if the result is already possessed. It walks as if the victory is behind every next step. It breathes with ease because it already knows the answer is on the way. But fear speaks too. Fear trembles even in quiet voices. Fear asks 5 times for what faith declares once. Fear repeats the question because it does not trust its own power. Fear leaks through small talk, excuses, indecision, over-explaining. Fear doesn't just stay in your head, it moves into your energy, into your timing, into your posture. And the world knows the difference. Even children know it. Even strangers feel it. Because we are not responding to logic, we are responding to spirit. Let me teach you something most men never understand. You are already creating your results with your tone alone. Not your loudness, but your frequency. Not your volume, but your certainty. Because the world bends for the man who walks with peace while everyone else panics. The man who breathes slowly when others rush. The man whose very being says, "It is done," before the evidence shows up. You must walk, speak, and breathe like a man who carries peace. Not anxiety, clarity, not chaos. That is the man the law of success obeys. Not the loudest, not the busiest, not the most emotional, but the most rooted. Look at Thomas Edison. He did not invent the electric light by accident. He did not wait for approval. He did not speak like a man still guessing. He declared the outcome before the result. He spoke about his invention as if it already existed. And because he moved with that conviction, others began to believe him. He shaped his team with tone. He shaped investors with certainty. He shaped the outcome with repetition. He said it would be, and so it became. Not because it was guaranteed, but because he sounded like it was. That is the man you must now become. You must practice carrying faith in the way you speak, not with performance, but with peace. You must speak your aim not like a wish, but like a written decree. When you enter a room, your presence should not shout. It should settle. It should bring order. It should carry silence, not because you are uncertain, but because you are already secure. This is what you must now do. Sound like the outcome already belongs to you. Speak with a calm that comes only from knowing. Move with a pace that belongs only to men who are done rushing. Carry yourself with the tone of one who has walked this path 1,000 times, even if you're seeing it for the first time, because that tone, that vibration, that spiritual rhythm, that is what will build your life. And say this now: faith walks before me. I silence fear by how I move. Again, faith walks before me. I silence fear by how I move. Let these words shape your breath. Let them slow your speech. Let them teach your body what it feels like to carry divine expectation. Because if your presence carries faith, you will no longer need to convince anyone of anything. They will feel it. They will adjust. They will obey your rhythm, not because of force, but because your certainty leaves no room for doubt. And if fear does rise, let your body answer. Do not argue with fear. Do not beg it to leave. Move. Walk with command, speak with finality, stand with alignment, and fear will lose its footing. Not because it is gone, but because you no longer carry the tone it requires to live. This is not a game of motivation. This is a matter of frequency. And the man who disciplines his tone, his walk, his breath to carry only belief, only peace, only order, becomes a living law. No one can shake the man who moves like his answer is already done. No one ignores the man whose voice confirms his vision before it appears. No one questions the one who walks in rhythm with his outcome because he has nothing to prove. He already has it. Let this be the sound you now carry. Let it enter your mornings. Let it lead your actions. Let it remove every ounce of fear, not through emotion, but through spiritual silence. You don't need more words. You need more alignment. Now move as if the answer is here, and it will be. To walk like you've won is not a moment. It is not a mindset you visit. It is not a speech you hear and feel temporarily charged by. It is a ritual, a discipline, a spiritual sequence that must be repeated until it becomes who you are, until the lines between action and identity dissolve, until you no longer have to remind yourself you are the winner, because you simply live like it. Most men try to walk in power once and expect permanence. They declare a new self, they act bold for a day, and then return to the drift. Why? Because they never rehearsed identity until it replaced their old one. because they believed motivation was enough. But motivation is a flame without fuel. It flashes, then dies. Identity, however, is a fire that feeds itself, once it has been programmed into your structure. This is why you must build ritual, not random effort, not emotional peaks, daily, repeated practice of who you say you are until you forget you were ever anyone else. Identity is not a declaration. It is the residue of repetition. It is not spoken into being once. It is trained, layered, enforced until the former self can no longer find a place to breathe. The man who wins does not think about being the winner. He no longer asks, "Am I him?" He walks, he acts, he moves in line with a belief so deeply anchored, so consistently repeated, that the world no longer has to guess who he is, and neither does he. That is what you are now building, and you must build it deliberately. You must layer your identity into your day like a craftsman builds a monument, not with hurry, but with precision, not with passion, but with pattern. Let me now give you the 3 anchors of your new identity. This is your daily law, your repetition, your training ground. Do not skip, do not deviate, do not forget. 1. Morning. Walk in purpose. Before you speak to the world, before the world touches you, you must touch the man you have decided to become. Before you check for updates, before you engage noise, before you take on responsibility, you must rise into presence. You must breathe into posture. You must speak your aim aloud. Do not whisper it. Declare it. Stand tall, shoulders back, eyes focused. Breath slow. Walk with it. Even if only for a few moments, let your feet remember. Let your nervous system adjust. Let your mind say, "He is already here." You must act out your new identity before the day can challenge it. You train your power in peace so it remains in pressure. 2nd midday, realign posture with affirmation. At the peak of activity, you will forget. The world will pull you. Chaos will distract you. Doubt will whisper. This is why you must return. In the middle of your day, pause. Just for a moment. Stand again. Check your walk. Breathe again. Say the truth. Out loud if you must. Whispered if you cannot. Say, "I am no longer becoming. I have already become." I rehearse the identity until I never question it. This is how you override the old self, not by force, but by rhythm. You return to the identity as often as it tries to leave you, and each time you do, it stays longer, until it never leaves at all. 3rd evening, return to stillness, speak your aim, visualize possession. Before you close your eyes, close your day with command. Do not drift into sleep. Reclaim your image. Rehearse it once more, not as if it's coming, but as if it's already done. Speak your aim with authority. Picture it. See the outcome. Feel it. Not like a dream, but like a memory you are stepping into. Let your subconscious hold that image while your conscious mind rests, because the subconscious will begin building what you consistently submit to it. Identity is built in sleep if it is planted in repetition. This is the law. Morning frames the man. Midday corrects the man. Evening engraves the man. Follow it. Do not rush it. Do not neglect it. You are not waiting to become. You are already becoming. And the faster you move in repetition, the faster you forget that you were ever anything else. Say it again. I am no longer becoming. I have already become. I rehearse the identity until I never question it. These are not declarations. These are installations. You are writing the software of your future. You are erasing the programming of the man who hesitated, the man who begged, the man who doubted. Every time you speak as the new man, move as the new man, and return to his walk, you make it harder for the old man to rise again. Eventually, the winner becomes the only voice you hear, the only image you carry, the only presence that remains. And when that happens, when you are no longer practicing the role but living in it without thought, then you have crossed the line. then identity has taken over. Then your habits are no longer maintained by willpower, but by nature. The winner no longer tells himself he is winning. He simply walks like it. Let this be your aim. Let this be your rhythm. Let this be the structure you obey until it obeys you in return. Now walk into the next day, not with effort, but with rhythm. Let us move forward. The man who walks like he's won cannot be denied. It is not because he demands. It is not because he argues. It is not because he pleads or proves. It is because he has already decided that he is the man who owns the outcome, and every part of his being confirms that decision. His posture, his tone, his timing, his movement, his habits, they all speak the same word: certainty. You must now understand what few ever truly learn. Life does not respond to your need. It responds to your assumption. It does not give you what you desire. It gives you what you embody. If you walk like the outcome is still uncertain, life will treat it that way. If you speak like the result is still up for debate, life will keep negotiating with you. But when you walk like it is already done, when you carry the vibration of completion, when your being aligns with the man you declared in secret, the result must appear. This is not arrogance. This is not fantasy. This is law. This is the law that governs all success, all identity, all wealth, all power. Embody the end before it appears. Speak from it. Walk from it. Move from it. And the world will be forced to catch up. Let me make this plain. The man who does not embody the outcome he desires will always be ruled by the man who does. And it does not matter who is smarter. It does not matter who is more talented. It only matters who moves like he belongs there. The universe yields to the man whose inner belief, outer posture, and daily repetition match the life he commands. When his thoughts, his breath, his actions, and his schedule all declare the same thing, then the world, seeing no contradiction, no hesitation, no double signal, must respond. And if you are wondering why you have not yet received the thing you want, it is not because it is hidden. It is not because you are unworthy. It is because you have not yet fully embodied the result. You speak it on Mondays. You believe it when you're inspired, but you still walk like the outcome is up for vote. Let me ask you, if you had already won, how would you walk today? Would you look down? Would you overthink? Would you delay? Would you negotiate your value? Would you speak softly where you should declare? Would you entertain distractions that do not serve the man you've already become? Number, you would move with authority. You would act with peace. You would speak with clarity. You would no longer be testing your power. You would be living it. And that is what must now happen. Because if you do not walk like you've already won, life will wait for you to believe it first. It is not your potential that's missing. It is your posture. And posture is not fixed by theory. It is fixed by decision, backed by repetition. You must now wrap every law we have spoken into one command. Walk like the man who owns the result, not when others approve, not when the outcome is visible, but now, before the room claps, before the contract lands, before the body transforms, before the money arrives. Because that walk, that rhythm, that presence is what creates the future, not what reacts to it. The man who walks like he's already arrived owns rooms not because of noise, but because of alignment. He leads nations not because he forces men to follow, but because they feel safer in his rhythm than in their own doubt. He builds empires not because he tries harder, but because every part of him agrees with the vision he set in motion long before the bricks were laid. This man doesn't change when pressure comes, because he was already that man in private. He doesn't flinch when critics speak, because his belief was never for sale. He doesn't apologize when the opportunity arrives, because he knew it would. This is now you. This is now the standard. Say this now. I walk as the man who owns the result. The world moves for the man who does not doubt. Again, I walk as the man who owns the result. The world moves for the man who does not doubt. Let these be your final instructions. Let them walk with you. Let them breathe through you. Let them correct you when your spine softens, when your voice trembles, when your rhythm falters. Let them remind you that you are not building to become. You are walking because you already are. You are no longer the man who wishes. You are no longer the man who waits. You are no longer the man who practices his power only in private. You are the man who owns the result. And the more you walk in that, the faster the world will yield, not because you pushed it, but because you left it no other choice. Step forward now and let every step carry your name before you speak it. You will never get rich until you face this. You will never build wealth until you confront the thing you've spent years running from. You can read every book. You can write every plan. You can study every principle. But as long as there is something within you that you refuse to confront, something you hope will disappear on its own, you will stay poor. Poverty is not just a financial condition. It is a symptom of spiritual avoidance. It is the outer reflection of the man who hides, the man who avoids responsibility, the man who lies to himself, the man who builds 1,000 goals but never confronts the one enemy that lives in his own mirror. I have studied the richest men of our time, Carnegie, Ford, Rockefeller, Edison. Not one of them began with great wealth. Not one of them started with approval or applause. But what they all did, what separated them from the millions who stayed small, was this. They were willing to face what other men avoided. They looked at their own fear, their own indiscipline, their own hesitation, and they declared war on it. You cannot rise until you face. You cannot build until you confront. You will never get rich until you deal with the weakness you pretend is not there. Most men are not defeated by the world. They are defeated by denial. The denial of how they spend their time, the denial of their inconsistency, the denial of their emotional weakness. They dress it in distraction. They justify it with intellect. They drown it in endless learning. But deep inside they know there is something they are still running from. This message is not designed to make you feel good. It is not for entertainment. It is a confrontation. And the moment you feel defensive is the moment you should lean in. Because I am not speaking to the man you pretend to be. I am speaking to the part of you that knows you've been hiding. There is a version of you that is ready to rise, but he cannot live until the old version dies. And the only way that happens is when you face what you've avoided for too long. Let me tell you what I've learned. Riches do not obey the clever. They do not obey the talented. They do not obey the man who wishes, hopes, or dreams. They obey the man who looks at himself without flinching, who tears out every lie, every excuse, every delay, and replaces it with discipline, decision, and truth. And here is the truth. Your current condition is not random. It is the result of what you've tolerated, what you've justified, what you've failed to face. You are not tired. You are undisciplined. You are not stuck. You are indecisive. You are not confused. You are avoiding clarity because clarity demands action. But that ends now. This is the line. This is where you either retreat and stay the same, or you face what must be faced and become the man you were meant to be. Do not tell me you want to be wealthy while you still avoid your mirror. Do not speak of success while you still postpone your standards. Do not say someday when the truth is you haven't even started facing what's in the way. I will show you the law. I will walk you through every layer of what's been holding you down. I will give you the steps, the principles, the structure, but none of it will work unless you first look inward and say, I will no longer run. I will no longer hide. I will no longer excuse. Say this now. I face what others flee. I cannot rise until I confront. Again, I face what others flee. I cannot rise until I confront. These words are not declarations of ambition. They are spiritual keys. They unlock the door between the man who talks and the man who does, between the man who fantasizes and the man who finishes, between the man who blames and the man who builds. So if you are ready to rise, face this, because you will never get rich until you do. Now let us begin. Poverty does not chase men. Riches do not hide. Both obey thought. Both are attracted or repelled by the invisible state of your inner world. You may say you want success, but if your thoughts are filled with contradiction, if your beliefs are poisoned by fear, if your emotions are disordered, riches will not come to you. Not because they are scarce, but because you are not yet a fit place for them to stay. Riches do not flee from men. They are repelled by inner contradiction. The man who says, "I want to be rich," but walks like a beggar, he will repel wealth. The man who dreams of freedom but fears decision, he will repel wealth. The man who speaks of greatness but doubts himself in private, he will repel wealth. You may not see this happening, but the law sees it. The subconscious sees it, and the universe obeys law. I have told you before, and I tell you again, your only limitation is the one you accept in your own mind. And if you are poor, not just financially, but poor in peace, poor in purpose, poor in power, it is not because of your job, your city, or your past. It is because of your inner world. Inside you, right now, are forces either working for you or against you. Most men are ruled by them, and they do not even know their names. I gave them names in my early work. I called them the 6 ghosts of fear. These 6 are not mere emotions. They are spiritual blockades. They are invisible prisons, and they are the true cause of almost every failed life. Let me name them again for you. The fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love, the fear of old age, the fear of death. But the first 3, poverty, criticism, and ill health, these are the most vicious when it comes to repelling wealth. The fear of poverty is the silent slave master of millions. It hides behind caution, behind safety, behind reasonable decisions. It causes men to take small steps. It teaches them to choose the easy road. It prevents risk. It whispers, "What if you lose it all?" And so the man never dares to gain anything. But here is the truth. You are already poor if fear controls you. The fear of criticism is the reason most men never begin. They are not afraid of failure. They are afraid someone will see them fail. They are ruled by the opinions of those who are not building anything. They lower their voice. They hide their fire. They trade their destiny for comfort in a crowd that secretly envies their courage but will never admit it. You must stop caring what weak men think about strong moves. Let them laugh. Let them scoff. Let them pretend you've lost your mind. You are not here to be approved. You are here to become. The fear of ill health is the fear of breaking down. It creates anxiety, hesitation, and obsession with self-preservation. It causes men to waste years preparing to one day begin, only to find they have grown too old in delay. But what they missed is this: a man who moves with conviction is already healthier than the one who lives in fear. You must stop believing that avoiding pain is the path to power. It is not. Pain is the price. Risk is the gate. Discipline is the cure. Now listen closely, because this is the law. When fear is your master, wealth will never serve you. It cannot. You have not created the inner order to sustain it. You have not earned the clarity to direct it. You have not become the man who can be trusted with it. It is not money that is hard to earn. It is belief that is hard to maintain. And the man who is at war with himself, who fears one moment and hopes the next, who builds with one hand and destroys with the other, he will always be poor. Even if money lands in his hand, it will flee, because he has not resolved the contradiction in his soul. You must now look inward, not with emotion, not with guilt, with precision. You must find every thought that resists the image of wealth, every belief that whispers, "You are not worthy," every behavior that makes you a stranger to discipline, and you must destroy it, not gradually, immediately. There is no victory without self-confrontation. You cannot become wealthy on the outside while remaining chaotic within. That is not how the law works. That is not how identity works. That is not how power works. You must become a fortress, a pillar, A man whose thoughts are clear, whose words are aligned, whose actions reflect a settled decision. A man who has faced every shadow and refused to let any one of them rule him. Say this now: I will not excuse the weakness within me. My thoughts attract or repel wealth. Again, I will not excuse the weakness within me. My thoughts attract or repel wealth. You must say this every morning until your mind is clear. You must say it every night until your subconscious obeys, because you are not poor by chance. You are poor by thought. You are poor by tolerated fear. You are poor by the contradiction that lives in your chest and speaks louder than your plans. But the moment you face it, all of it, you become dangerous. You become clear. You become magnetic. You become the kind of man that wealth no longer avoids, but chases. This is not theory. This is spiritual law. The root of poverty is always within, and the man who has the courage to pull it out will never be the same. Let us face the next truth. You cannot outperform the identity you refuse to face. You can read every book. You can attend every seminar. You can memorize every principle of success, but you will never rise above the image you carry of yourself in secret. The mind obeys belief, the body obeys identity, and the universe obeys the signal you send through the man you are, not the one you pretend to be. This is the deception that has enslaved more men than ignorance ever could. If I learn more, I'll succeed. No, you will not. Not until you become more. Not until you become the kind of man whose habits, language, attitude, and direction reflect identity, not just ambition. You cannot outrun your reflection. And every time you try to build a greater future on top of an unchanged identity, you are constructing on sand. You will rise for a season. You will feel the fire for a time. But your old self will collapse the new structure, because you never dethroned him. You never faced him. You must face him now. The truth is this: identity sets the ceiling of every man's life. You may want a 10-story future, but if your self-image is built for 3, you will never exceed it. You will sabotage it. You will doubt it. You will feel like an imposter. And the moment resistance comes, you will say, maybe I was never meant for this. Not because the vision was wrong, but because your inner governor would not let you live above the level of belief you secretly carry. Let me speak to you clearly. If your current results are small, it is not because your dreams are too big. It is because your self-permission is too low. You have not yet upgraded the man. You have upgraded your tools. You have upgraded your network. You have even upgraded your language. But you have not upgraded the image you hold of yourself when no one is looking. Until you do, you are building a palace on weak soil, and the law will not let that structure stand. Let me show you the example of Edwin C. Barnes, the man who became Thomas Edison's partner, not because of experience, not because of training, not because of pedigree, but because of identity. He walked into Edison's world, unknown and uninvited. And what made Edison look twice? Barnes saw himself as an equal long before anyone else did. He was not posturing, he was not pretending. He had already assumed the identity of business partner, not assistant, not employee, not admirer, partner. And because he carried that assumption in his tone, in his appearance, in his composure, the opportunity formed around his image. Edison didn't give him a role. Barnes's identity forced a role to appear. That is the law. You don't wait for identity to be validated. You assume it, wear it, reinforce it, and the world must reflect it. But most men never reach this point. Why? Because they refuse to face the truth. They lie to themselves about who they are. They pretend to be further than they are. They say they are kings while their daily actions reflect beggars. They speak of wealth while their calendar reflects confusion. They declare discipline while their mornings reflect chaos. And the worst part? They know it. It is not the lie you tell the world that weakens you. It is the lie you whisper to yourself. The lie that says, I'm close. The lie that says, I'm doing my best. The lie that says, I'm waiting for the right moment. But here's the truth. You are not waiting for the right moment. You are avoiding the real mirror. And until you look into that mirror and say, this is who I actually am right now, and this is who I must now become, nothing will change. You will continue to learn, to plan, to talk, to delay, because you are building a future on top of a man you are secretly ashamed of. But I tell you this, shame is not your master. Fear is not your ruler. Denial is not your home. You can confront that man today. You can tear him out. You can destroy what no longer serves you. You can walk out of that old frame and step into a new one. But you must face it. You must say, I will not lie to myself about who I am. I face my reflection and I rise. Say it again. I will not lie to myself about who I am. I face my reflection and I rise. Let these words become the chisel that breaks through every false image. Let them cut through the performance. Let them tear down the mask. Let them wake the part of you that knows. The man I have been is not the man who will lead me forward. And the moment you speak truth to that identity, you will feel the shift. You will feel the old version begin to lose power. You will feel the illusion start to dissolve. And in its place, you will feel clarity, not comfort, but clarity. And from that clarity, structure. And from that structure, power. Because power belongs to the man who knows who he is and acts accordingly. You are not small. You are not behind. But you are also not where you pretend to be. And that's why the results are delayed. Now end the delay, end the excuse, end the negotiation. Face yourself. Replace yourself. Walk as the man who has nothing to hide. And everything will begin to change. Do not tell me what you want. Show me your day. Because what you truly believe is not written on a vision board. It is written in your calendar, in your routine, in the choices you make when no one is watching. Your days are your signature. Your structure is your statement of faith. And if your habits do not reflect discipline, clarity, and motion toward your goal, you are not building wealth. You are avoiding it. Every man has a plan until it costs him comfort. Every man has a dream until the work becomes daily. But the man who wins, the man who becomes wealthy, is the man whose belief is visible in how he spends his hours. His minutes are managed. His direction is deliberate. His discipline is not determined by emotion. He does not chase feelings. He obeys structure. Let me speak plainly. If I look at your day and I see no order, no rhythm, no intention, then I already know why you are poor. Wealth does not arrive by accident. It is not given to the man who wishes. It is not earned by the man who only works when inspired. Wealth is the reward for how a man thinks, speaks, decides, and acts consistently. Not when he feels like it. Not when things go well. Not when others are watching. But always. If you say you want riches but sleep through your mornings, you are lying. If you say you want freedom but fill your evenings with distraction, you are lying. If you say you want to lead but drift from one task to another without finish, you are lying. And worst of all, you are lying to yourself. The truth is this. Your life right now is the result of what you've allowed. The man you are is built not by intention, but by habit. And those habits are either pulling you toward wealth or guaranteeing your continued frustration. You must now face the way you've been living, not the highlights, not the plan, the pattern. You wake up without urgency. You scroll instead of prepare. You react instead of initiate. You speak of goals without the habits to match them. And every day you repeat these invisible betrayals. You tell the universe, I am not ready yet. Look at Henry Ford. The man was not the most educated. He was not the most connected. But what he had was focus. While others chased complexity, he pursued simplicity. While others tried to be impressive, he tried to be effective. While others spent their day reacting to noise, Ford spent his days refining motion, system, and delivery. He kept building when others got bored. He stayed in one lane while the rest scattered. And the result? A fortune. A legacy, a product that outlived the men who laughed at him. Now I ask you, what are you building that will outlive your excuses? What do your mornings produce? What do your evenings reinforce? What is the daily rhythm of your belief? Do not look for magic. Look for consistency. Do not search for breakthrough. Search for repetition, because your day is either your ladder or your leash. And if you are honest, you will admit most of your days are leaking energy, leaking time, leaking power. You drift from one task to another without declaring war on your distractions. You begin the morning without speaking your aim aloud. You go to bed without review, without correction, without reinforcement. And then you wonder why the money doesn't arrive. It's not because you're unlucky. It's because you're undisciplined. You cannot afford to drift another day. You cannot continue to pretend that your goals will somehow rise above your patterns. They will not. The law will not let them. Wealth is not for the clever. It is for the consistent. Say this now. My habits reveal my value. I cannot afford to drift another day. Again, my habits reveal my value. I cannot afford to drift another day. Let these words become a mirror. Let them follow you into the morning. Let them interrupt your drift. Let them whisper into your spine when you reach for something that pulls you off course. Because one more wasted hour is not just time, it is a crack in your future. From this point forward, your schedule becomes sacred. Your time becomes governed. Your identity becomes evident, not in what you say, but in how you live. You will rise with aim. You will speak with clarity. You will act with order. You will close the day with proof. And if you fail, you will correct quickly. Not tomorrow, not later. Now, because every moment matters to the man who knows his time is limited and his calling is real. This is what separates the rich from the restless, the wealthy from the wandering, the great from the drifting. Structure, pattern, rhythm, presence. This is the way you rise. Discipline is not punishment. It is not repression. It is not misery. Discipline is the gate. It is the barrier between the man who talks about success and the man who walks into it. And the truth that most men never face is this. Every result you want is guarded by a discipline you've been avoiding. You speak of wealth. You dream of freedom. You hunger for greatness. But you ignore the pattern that builds all three. You avoid structure. You delay the system. You flirt with effort, but you refuse routine. You confuse motion with movement. You call yourself focused while changing plans every month. And yet, you still ask why the results are slow. The answer is simple. The gate is still closed because you've refused the key. If you've avoided discipline, you've avoided success. Not by accident, by design. The laws of the universe are not broken by chaos. They are broken by drift. And drift is always a symptom of untrained desire. You want the reward without the rhythm. You want the gain without the guard. But there is no other path. You either take hold of discipline or you stand in front of the gate, poor and proud. I will say what others will not. There is no greatness without structure. You do not rise by inspiration. You rise by obedience to yourself, to your word, to the image of the man you have declared in your vision, written on paper, imagined in solitude. That man does not arrive on the back of random effort. He arrives through the narrow path of repeated command. Look at Andrew Carnegie, one of the most powerful and strategic minds the world has ever known. He was not merely a builder of steel, he was a builder of men, and he did not trust everyone. He trusted those who were mentally trained. Men who could command themselves, men who did not need to be reminded, men who rose early, who stayed late, who tracked every hour like it mattered, because it did. When Carnegie saw a man whose habits were scattered, whose energy was reactive, whose discipline was emotional, he knew one thing. This man cannot be trusted with responsibility. He understood what most still deny. That wealth is not just about output. It is about internal order. A man who lacks discipline will always fumble opportunity. Even if the door opens, he will walk in unprepared. Even if the money comes, he will not know how to hold it. Even if the vision appears, he will not have the habits to match the weight of his own dream. And so the blessing becomes a burden, the chance becomes a chain, and the man who refused the gatekeeper becomes a victim of the very success he pretended to chase. You must now ask yourself, what discipline have I been resisting? Because that is the gate you have yet to walk through. Is it waking on time? Speaking your aim aloud? Maintaining your physical strength? Tracking your finances with clarity? Writing your plans daily? Returning to your work without distraction? Holding your thoughts accountable? Speaking less and delivering more? Whatever you resist most is your doorway, and until you stop walking around it, you will never walk through it. This is what I have seen in every man who has risen. He trained himself to love the discipline others avoided. He did what was boring, and he did it with power. He repeated what others abandoned. He returned to the fundamentals long after others chased novelty. He stopped asking for new tools and mastered the old ones. And what happens when you do this? The gate opens. You no longer knock. You walk in, not because you were lucky, not because you were chosen, but because you obeyed the structure. And the structure cannot deny the man who repeats it long enough. Let me now tell you the truth you must write down. Every excuse is a wall, and every day you delay the discipline, the wall becomes thicker. Until one day you look around and realize your entire life is surrounded by everything you justified, defended, postponed. But today you break the wall. Today you find the gate, and today you walk through it. Not with noise, not with fanfare, but with decision, with structure, with law. Say this now, I do what I resist first. Discipline is the gate to riches. Again, I do what I resist first. Discipline is the gate to riches. These words are not motivation. They are correction. They are the reprogramming of the man who used to follow emotion, the man who only acted when it felt good, the man who built inconsistently and wondered why nothing stayed. That man is done. He has no future, and he has no power. But the man you are now becoming, the man who chooses what must be done, regardless of mood, regardless of outcome, that man is unstoppable. You want wealth? Obey structure. You want peace? Honor repetition. You want freedom? Master rhythm. Discipline is not the enemy. It is your inheritance. It is the system by which you become worthy of the thing you desire. And when you embrace it, everything begins to align. The fog lifts. The future clears. The energy returns. Because for the first time in your life, your actions are not betraying your vision. They are building it. Now look at what you've avoided. Write it down. Act on it today and do it again tomorrow. That is the man who gets rich. That is the man who walks through the gate. You were not born to be ruled by your feelings. You were not built to follow emotion. You were made to command your life through law, not mood, decision, not reaction, principle, not preference. But if you are still waiting to feel ready, to feel strong, to feel inspired, I will tell you now, you will remain poor. Not because you lack talent, not because the opportunity isn't real, but because you gave emotion the authority that belongs to obedience. Emotion is not an excuse. And if it is still governing your action, your pace, your routine, then you are not leading your life. You are being led by weakness. You are being guided by noise. And so your days change depending on your mood. Your productivity rises and falls with your spirit. Your success comes in waves of effort, followed by droughts of indifference, and wealth will not reward that kind of man. The truth most men cannot bear is this: you do not have to feel like it to do it. The task does not require your mood. The standard does not ask for your approval. The aim you declared when you were on fire does not need your permission now that you are tired. In fact, that is the very moment that defines you. When the inspiration is gone, but the man remains. When the crowd disappears, but the work continues. When the feeling fades, but you do not. There is a great lie in modern thinking, that how you feel is who you are. that emotions are sacred, and to act against them is to be inauthentic. But I will tell you the truth as I have lived it, studied it, taught it to thousands across the world. Your emotions are not your identity. They are indicators. They are noise. They are dust in the wind of your purpose. And if you are ruled by them, you are ruled by the most unstable force in your life. Do you know what emotion is? It is a reflection of past belief, present interpretation, and unconscious fear. It is often the voice of yesterday trying to stop the man you said you'd become tomorrow. Emotion will tell you, not today. Emotion will whisper, you're tired. Emotion will plead, let's wait. And if you listen, if you treat that voice as truth, you give away your power one moment at a time until there's nothing left to show. But listen closely. Men who wait for motivation stay poor. They become excellent at intention and terrible at follow-through. They speak of potential but have nothing to prove it. They make promises that their discipline cannot cash because they only move when the sun is shining, when the applause is loud, when the path is easy. And so they build nothing that lasts. But the man who acts through resistance, he builds fortunes, not just in finance, but in character, in focus, in ability, in authority. Why? Because he has trained himself to obey law, not emotion. He has decided that his standard is not how he feels. His standard is what he declared. Let me show you a man who lived this, Abraham Lincoln. You know him as a president, a liberator, a giant of leadership. But what few understand is this: Lincoln suffered. He was tormented by melancholy, betrayed by friends, misunderstood by allies, attacked by his enemies. At times he was deeply alone. But did he stop? Did he let emotion run his decision? Did he allow darkness to dictate his action? He led with principle. He rose above mood. He obeyed the truth. He did not ask himself, do I feel like doing this today? He asked, what does the law of right demand of me today? And then he did it. You must live the same way, because you cannot command money if you are ruled by mood. You cannot hold power if your feelings lead the way. You cannot walk in authority if your mornings begin with negotiation. The man who commands his environment is not the one with the loudest vision. It is the one with the strongest constitution, the one who does what is required no matter what he feels in the moment. Emotion is the reason most men quit too soon. They begin with fire and end in frustration. They sprint the first mile and collapse halfway through the race, not because they couldn't finish, but because they believe the lie that says, if it feels hard, it must be wrong. But success is not comfortable. It is cold, early, repetitive, and often invisible at first. It does not hand out trophies for partial effort. It gives harvest to the man who shows up after the inspiration is gone. Let me be clear, you are not emotionless, but you must not be emotion-led. Feelings will come, let them. Feelings will go, let them. But the standard must remain. The action must remain. The schedule must remain. Because that is who you really are, not what you feel, but what you repeat. Say this now. My standard is not how I feel. My standard is what I declared. I rise by law, not by emotion. Again, my standard is not how I feel. My standard is what I declared. I rise by law, not by emotion. Say it until your nervous system obeys. Say it until your subconscious believes you. Say it until the next time you feel tired and your body moves anyway, because that is the man who wins, not the one who is always on fire, but the one who burns anyway. If your structure crumbles when you're anxious, it was never structure. It was a wish. If your discipline dies when you're uninspired, it was never discipline. It was performance. If your goal only matters when you're in the mood, you are not committed. You are pretending. But that ends now. From this point forward, your day begins with rhythm. Your action follows law. Your words match your schedule. Your vision is no longer conditional. It is final. No more waiting to feel like it. No more checking in with doubt before you act. No more building when inspired and retreating when the feeling fades. You are no longer that man. You are the man who acts because he said so. You are the man who keeps walking while others sleep. You are the man who closes the door on his feelings and opens the door to his future. You are the man who rises by law. You may think riches begin with money, with connections, with skill, but that is the illusion. That is the excuse men use to avoid the real work. Wealth begins and ends with self-mastery. You may attract a few dollars without it. You may fool some people, find a temporary win, catch a moment of luck. But no fortune will stay, no vision will last, no kingdom will rise that is not first built on the command of self. It is not enough to want more. You must become more, not externally, internally, because money is not held by the most excited man or the most talented man or the most educated man. It is held by the man who governs his thoughts like a general governs his army, by the man whose emotions are trained, whose time is protected, whose habits are ordered, the man who is not ruled by impulse, distraction, or weakness, but by law, by rhythm, and by inner force. And if that is not yet you, then that is why your wealth has not arrived. No one proves this more clearly than the men whose names have stood the test of time: Thomas Edison, John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie. These were not perfect men, but they were mastered men. They were not free of hardship. They were not immune to struggle, but they lived under personal command. They obeyed internal law. They trained their habits with religious devotion. And because of this, riches flowed toward them, not as a surprise, but as a certainty. Edison did not invent the electric light because he was lucky. He invented it because he lived in obedience to principle. His rhythm was non-negotiable. His focus was absolute. His identity was built through 10,000 repeated actions that lesser men would have abandoned. Rockefeller was not merely a businessman. He was a man of unshakable routine, discipline, composure. While others spent, he saved. While others flinched, he acted. While others were ruled by markets, he was ruled by internal order, and so the markets eventually obeyed him. And Carnegie, whose empire of steel was only possible because he mastered men, began by first mastering himself. He studied his own mind. He trained his focus. He acted with timing. And he surrounded himself only with those who also lived by law. These men did not wish for mastery. They chose it. They accepted the lifelong cost of self-government. And in return, the universe opened itself to them, not through accident, but through alignment. Let me tell you plainly, until you master self, you cannot master circumstance. Until you govern your habits, you will be governed by problems. Until you lead your time, you will be led by emotion. Until you conquer the disordered man within, the world outside will always be unstable. Do not blame the economy. Do not blame the season. Do not blame your job, your partner, your town, your upbringing. If you are still blaming, you are still hiding. And the man who hides from himself repels wealth. Because the law cannot reward confusion. The law rewards clarity, alignment, direction, discipline. And those are choices made on the battlefield of the inner life. The world is full of men who say they are ready for success. They are not. They are ready to feel good. They are ready to be seen. They are ready to perform when praised. But they are not ready to confront the laziness that lingers in their rituals. They are not ready to remove the softness from their mornings. They are not ready to remove emotion from their calendar. They are not ready to stand in the mirror and say, I am the reason my life is not yet what I declared. But if you are reading this now and your heart is beating, you are ready. Because something in you knows that the distance between where you are and where you want to be is not external. It is internal. It is not in a course. It is not in a book. It is not in a strategy. It is in how you govern yourself when no one is watching. This is the truth. Riches are drawn to the man who requires no audience to execute. They move toward the man who needs no applause to rise early, who needs no immediate reward to obey his plan, Who does not ask, how do I feel? Before he acts, but declares, I act because I said I would. Say this now, I command myself before I command wealth. My fortune flows from my internal order. Again. I command myself before I command wealth. My fortune flows from my internal order. Let these words break the lie that says you are waiting for conditions to change. Let them silence the voice that blames. Let them destroy the excuse that says, once I have more time, more money, more clarity, no. You will never have more of those until you become the man who earns them by force of identity. You do not need more of anything. You need more order. You need more truth. You need more obedience to what you already know must be done. This is not about being hard on yourself. This is about being honest with yourself. Look at your decisions. Do they reflect mastery? Look at your tone. Does it carry direction? Look at your habits. Are they worthy of wealth? If the answer is no, correct now, not tomorrow. Now, because every minute you tolerate internal disorder is a minute you delay your inheritance. The rich are not lucky. The rich are not chosen. The rich are not favored. The rich are forged, and you forge yourself in fire, the fire of discipline, repetition, self-control, and belief under pressure. You do not have to be perfect, but you must be governed. And from this moment forward, you will be, because you are no longer blaming. You are building. You are no longer waiting. You are choosing. You are no longer ruled by feelings. You are ruled by law. You are no longer hoping to one day be rich. You are becoming the man who cannot be anything but. There is no escape, only delay. There is no alternate path, no detour, no secret tunnel. If you do not face what must be faced now, life will force you to face it later. And when it comes later, it will not arrive as a whisper. It will arrive as pain, as loss, as regret. It will show up with bills you didn't expect and burdens you could have avoided. Not because life is cruel, but because you postponed your obedience to truth. Every weakness you ignore today will collect interest and bill you in the future. And it will come at the exact moment you are least prepared to pay it, when you have built just enough to lose something real, when the people who trusted you are watching, when you've climbed just high enough to make the fall devastating. That's when the truth you avoided shows up and says, now we settle this. You may not see it now, but look around. Look at the men who failed late in life, the men who seemed strong but collapsed, the men who built empires but were destroyed by a single secret flaw, the men who inspired millions but couldn't rule themselves. Do you think that happened suddenly? Do you think their collapse was random? Number, it was delayed discipline, delayed truth. A quiet weakness ignored long enough that it grew strong enough to end them. This is why I tell you now, if you are still running from the mirror, your destruction has already begun. It may not be visible yet, but it is forming. It is growing in the soil of your denial, and it will come for you, not to punish you, but to force the confrontation you refuse to choose. You think this message is intense? It's supposed to be, because time is not slowing down, and neither is the cost of your delay. Your days are not waiting. The door to your future is not holding itself open forever. Every moment you spend in hesitation is one more brick added to the wall between you and your wealth. This is the truth. Every man either disciplines himself or is destroyed by what he refused to confront. You either confront the lie now, or the lie collapses everything you built later. You either build the habit now, or the habit that you refuse to build becomes the reason for your downfall. You either walk through the pain now, or it walks into your life later as a master instead of a teacher. The men who build, the men who rise, the men who last, they did not wait to face themselves. They paid the price early. They stood in front of their fear when it was still small. They killed the weakness when it was still easy to control. And because they did, their foundation became unshakable. But the men who run, the men who avoid, the men who say, one day I'll deal with this, they become slaves to the very thing they once could have mastered. And if that is still you, you must stop now. You must stop hoping life will get easier. It won't. You must stop praying that success will come without structure. It won't. You must stop pretending that your delay is harmless. It isn't. Your delay is expensive, and the bill is coming. It may show up as missed opportunity. It may show up as lost confidence. It may show up as wasted years. It may show up as relationships that deteriorate under the weight of your inaction, but it will show up, because truth does not disappear when ignored. It only grows in power, waiting for the moment to teach you what you should have faced when it was still a decision instead of a disaster. Let me ask you now, what are you still avoiding? The early mornings you said you would start? The plan you promised yourself you would follow? The emotion you use as an excuse to skip the work? The distraction you still pretend is a reward? The habit you know is killing your consistency? Face it. Now, there is no more time for avoidance. Not if you want to be wealthy. Not if you want peace. Not if you want to look at your reflection and say, that is a man who can be trusted with power. Because power will not trust the man who hides. And wealth will not stay in the hands of the man who lives in denial. You must now declare, I pay the price now or I pay it forever. Say it again. I pay the price now or I pay it forever. There is no wealth without truth. Let those words strip away the mask. Let them interrupt the delay. Let them burn away the illusion that you are getting away with anything. You are not. No man ever does. He may appear to win for a time, but if the foundation is rotting, the collapse is inevitable. And the deeper the success, the more brutal the fall. You do not want that, and you do not have to have it, but you must act now. Confront the weakness. Confront the delay. Confront the lie. Don't explain it. Don't defend it. Don't hide it behind another quote or another reason. Face it and destroy it, because you are either building a future or you are delaying a fall, and there is no third option. No middle road, no balance between avoidance and mastery. This is the moment, and if you miss it, it may never come again. If you walk away from this truth now, you will carry the weight of knowing you had a chance to change and didn't take it. So take it. Say it again. I pay the price now, or I pay it forever. There is no wealth without truth. Now choose the pain of discipline or inherit the pain of regret. The man who faces what others avoid becomes what others admire. That is the law. Not the most gifted, not the loudest, not the man with the cleverest plan or the widest network, but the man who stands in front of the very thing that breaks other men and refuses to flinch. The man who says, I will face this because nothing grows in shadow. The man who builds his wealth, his identity, his discipline in the full light of personal responsibility. This has always been the difference. Not talent, not education, but confrontation. The willingness to go where it hurts. The determination to walk straight into discomfort. The resolve to stop postponing power. The refusal to delay truth. That man becomes unshakable. Because once you've faced yourself, there is nothing left to fear. You can strip a man of his money. You can strip a man of his tools. But you cannot strip a man who has faced everything inside himself, because that man carries his power within. That man does not collapse when the world shifts. That man does not slow down when others panic. That man does not drift when results delay. He is built. He is forged. He is certain. And you must now become that man. Every principle I have given you, every law, every confrontation has brought you here to this final truth. You will never be rich until you face this. But once you do, nothing can stop you. Nothing. Because the man who is no longer hiding is the man who no longer hesitates. And the man who does not hesitate always wins in the end. It is time to tie every thread into one rope and climb. You began by facing the reality that poverty is not a financial condition. It is a spiritual consequence of internal disorder. You saw that riches are not attracted to hope, but to alignment. That your thoughts, when fearful, conflicted, or hesitant, repel the very future you claim to want. You saw that fear, especially fear of poverty, criticism, and failure, is not harmless. It is the hidden voice destroying every step you try to take. And until you expose it, you are only pretending to pursue success. You face the fact that you cannot outperform the identity you refuse to confront. You saw the truth that most men never speak aloud, that they are the reason they haven't advanced, that their inner ceiling is what has kept their outer world limited. And you were reminded that the man you become in secret is the only one who shows up in public. You cannot rise above your habits. You cannot rise above your self-image. You must become in action the man your vision describes. You face the way you've been living, not with emotion, but with accuracy. You were called to examine your days, not your dreams, because every day you drift, every day you start without structure, every day you close without reflection is a day you confirmed your belief in mediocrity. You were told, look at your day. That's why you're poor. And you understood the path to wealth is not in what you hope for, but in what you repeat. You faced your resistance to discipline. You saw that every result is guarded by a habit you've been avoiding. You understood that success is not kept from you. It is simply stored behind the door you refuse to open. And that door is always labeled structure. You now know, if you've resisted routine, you've rejected your future. Because discipline is not a chore, it is the gate. You faced your emotions, and for the first time, you stopped justifying your inaction with how you felt. You were reminded that men who wait for motivation remain poor, and men who act through resistance build dynasties. You learned that emotion is noise and law is rhythm, that the most powerful men in history, Lincoln among them, acted not because they felt ready, but because they lived by principle. And now so do you. You face the price of delay. You stop pretending there was more time. You stop believing in a someday that never comes. And you accepted the truth. Every weakness you avoid today will collect interest and bill you in the future. You were told there is no escape, only delay. And in that moment, you decided you would rather pay the price now than lose everything later. And now here you are, the man who faces it all. And because you face it all, you cannot be denied. Because you are no longer guessing, you are deciding. Because you are no longer hiding, you are building. Because you are no longer reacting, you are leading. Because you are no longer ruled by noise, you are ruled by rhythm. This is the man you have now become, not through inspiration, but through confrontation. Look again at the giants whose names have echoed across generations. Carnegie, Ford, Schwab. Do you think they were simply more intelligent? Do you think the world gave them their wealth by accident? Number. They faced the man in the mirror before they faced the boardroom. They removed the chaos from their routine before they were trusted with empire. They ruled their own spirit before they ruled industries. Carnegie selected only those who could discipline themselves. Ford executed through structure so precise that hesitation could not exist. Schwab inspired armies of men because his belief was not fragile, it was trained. They each became magnetic, not by chance, but by choice. They became unavoidable, and now it is your turn. Not to quote them, not to admire them, but to walk in their likeness, because you are not far, you are not lacking, you are not broken, you were simply distracted, you were delayed by unchallenged weakness. But now you have faced it, and what you have faced, you can now conquer. Say this now, I face everything, I build anyway. I am no longer avoiding, I am becoming. Again. I face everything, I build anyway. I am no longer avoiding, I am becoming. Let these words seal every law. Let them bury the old man. Let them install the identity of the builder, the doer, the ruler of his own mind and master of his own path. Because the man who faces himself cannot be defeated, not by rejection, not by delay, not by fear, not by failure. He does not ask, will it happen? He says, it has already begun. He does not look around to see who is watching. He watches himself. He does not chase applause. He obeys rhythm. He does not fear resistance. He welcomes it. He does not negotiate with comfort. He lives by law. He does not ask the world to give him anything. He builds what the world cannot deny. And now you are that man. You do not rise through talk. You rise through decision. You do not rise through theory. You rise through obedience. You do not rise through escape. You rise because you face everything. Let us now close this chapter not with applause, but with action. The next move is yours. And the world will not stop it, because the man who faces it all cannot be denied. If your life were struck by crisis tomorrow, would it stand or would it crumble? If the job disappeared, if the market fell, if the friends vanished, if the comfort stopped, would you remain upright? Or would you collapse with everything around you? Most men are proud of what they've built, but I tell you, they built it on sand. Their relationships, their fortunes, their beliefs, they look tall, but they are hollow. The winds will come, and when they do, only the man who built with invisible law will still be standing. You think your strength is in your bank account, your status, your name. It is not. Your true strength is in your thought. And if that thought is not definite, not disciplined, not reinforced daily with faith and purpose and identity, it will fail you. And it will fail you when you need it most. You see, a man's mind is his blueprint. His habits are his beams. His repetition is his cement. And if any of these are left to chance, the structure will betray him. But if they are built deliberately by spiritual law, then no storm, no loss, no pressure can undo what has been built in obedience to truth. This speech is not motivation. It is instruction for indestructibility. It is a manual for those who are tired of collapsing at the first sign of resistance. It is for the man who wants to be the last one standing when everything else has fallen. But beware. To build this kind of life, you must first tear down everything false. You must destroy the laziness, the softness, the mental drift that made you weak. You must cast out every thought that makes your life fragile. You must build from stone, not from straw. I will show you how. But only if you're ready to hear what most men will never hear and do what most men are too afraid to do. If you are ready, then let us begin. Most men live in beautiful homes built on mental sand. Their possessions look grand. Their titles sound noble. Their calendars are full. But the moment pressure strikes, the moment something doesn't go as planned, their lives collapse. And they do not fall from lack of luck. They fall because their thinking was never secured in law. A man may own a castle, yet be ruled by fear. He may speak a vision, but his inner voice repeats confusion. He may dress in success, but if his thoughts are unstable, his success will not last. Everything collapses at the level of thought. No structure, no relationship, no business, no dream will stand unless it rests upon disciplined, definite, focused thought. You may ask why you fall apart when difficulty arises, why your confidence shatters, why your motivation disappears. The answer is simple. You did not build your life on granite. You built it on sand. And when the winds came, your internal architecture crumbled because nothing was rooted in certainty. Let this truth be cemented in your heart. A man's life is only as strong as the thoughts he repeats, not what he reads, not what he hopes, what he repeats. For repetition is construction. Repetition forms the beams, the nails, the foundation. What is repeated becomes permanent, and most men repeat doubt. The mind, like a structure, can only bear the weight it was designed for, and most men never reinforce their mind. They install no steel beams of definiteness, no cement of faith, no blueprint of purpose. And so when life leans on them, they fold, not because of life, but because of what they failed to build. You cannot expect strength where no strength was installed. You cannot expect discipline in times of trial if you never practiced it in peace. You cannot expect your structure to stand firm when all you've done is decorate it, but never reinforce it from within. Let us now expose the silent destroyer, drift. Drift is the great termite in the beams of human life. Drift is the absence of structure, the slow decay of will, the subtle surrender of purpose. And drift never arrives screaming. It whispers, it creeps, it seduces you with comfort, with delay, with ease, and then it steals the ground from under you. Hear me clearly. The drifter prays for peace, but plants fear. He dreams of strength while repeating weakness. He wishes for greatness, but rehearses mediocrity. He wants to stand, but never lays the bricks. And when his life collapses, he blames the storm, never the fact that he built on sand. Contrast this with the life of Henry Ford. While other men feared collapse, Ford built structures of thought so definite, so reinforced with repetition, that no market, no critic, no circumstance could make him retreat. His wealth was not his factory. His true wealth was his mental architecture, and that architecture stood through every storm. Ford was not merely an inventor. He was a builder of thought. His decisions were not made on feelings. They were anchored in clarity. While others changed direction at every gust of doubt, Ford's mind remained still. And in that stillness, he built a structure that carried millions forward. You must now ask yourself, have I built anything on rock? Or have I painted over the sand and called it stability? Do not seek to impress the world. Seek to reinforce the self. The outer will follow the inner, but never the other way around. If your foundation is vague, your life will be inconsistent. If your thinking is unstable, your outcomes will be unpredictable. You cannot build an empire on feelings. You cannot build a dynasty on inspiration. You cannot build a fortress on maybe. You must build your future on law, the law of definiteness, the law of repetition, the law of faith, the law of purpose. These are the bricks. These are the beams. These are the materials that do not collapse. Let me speak to your conscience now. Before you build your fortune, your family, your future, you must first rebuild your thinking. The world does not need another man with opinions. It needs a man who cannot be shaken because he has built himself in silence, with thought, with structure, with law. And this building begins tonight, not with wood, not with stone, but with the thoughts you choose, the words you repeat, and the decisions you cement in your mind. A structure collapses when the architect changes his mind midway through construction. So does a man. A half-built tower falls in on itself, not because of wind, but because of indecision. A man who has not made a final decision about who he is will collapse the moment pressure demands an answer. You cannot build anything worth keeping if you keep changing the blueprint. A strong life is impossible without a strong identity. Most men wander because they never decide. They float through roles, through jobs, through crowds, adapting to conditions instead of commanding them, and then they wonder why nothing lasts. Let me make it plain. No success can last unless identity is fixed, not assumed, not hoped for, declared, and repeated until it becomes bone and blood and breath. A man must choose what he stands for, not once, but forever. And then he must make every thought, every word, every step align with that declaration. Repeat this truth. Until you decide who you are, the world will keep deciding for you. It will give you titles, labels, expectations, fears. It will seduce you into temporary success built on borrowed identity. But only the man who declares himself and stays that man will ever build something that does not collapse. Do not waste your life trying to discover who you are. That is the path of the drifter. You must declare who you are, and then train your mind to obey the declaration until doubt becomes silent. Say aloud now, I am the architect of my thought. I lay my own stone. I am the man who persists regardless of wind, weight, or opposition. You are not defined by your past, your environment, or your mistakes. You are defined by the decision you make in this very moment and the discipline to repeat that decision until the world has no choice but to treat you accordingly. I tell you now of Andrew Carnegie. As a young boy, he did not have education. He did not have money, but he did have decision. He looked at the men around him and declared in his spirit, "I will not live as they do. I will not serve wages. I will command capital." And from that moment, he was no longer a worker. He was a builder of empires. His decision shaped his vocabulary. It changed his posture. It rewrote his associations. He was no longer available to small thinking. He was no longer accessible to fear. And because he decided once and for all, he became the steel king of a generation. That is the secret. Decision is the steel beam that keeps the life from bending. A man who has not decided will break under the first test, but a man who has decided will stand where others fall, because he is already built for pressure. Say now with power, "I am no longer undecided. I have chosen who I am," and that decision is final. Most men wobble not because they are weak, but because they refuse to decide. They think life will offer them an identity, but life offers nothing to the man who does not first declare and demand it. Do not live with a spine of suggestion. Live with a spine of conviction. When a man walks into a room with decision in his posture, the world adjusts. His tone does not waver. His eyes do not dart. His energy is not desperate. He has no need to convince, because he has already commanded. Let me speak this law into your heart. A man without decision is a life without a spine. He will collapse even when praised. He will falter even when surrounded by opportunity. But the man of decision cannot be moved, not by applause, not by rejection, not by temporary loss, because his roots are not in results. They are in resolve. The world cannot shake what it did not build. When your identity is built on public approval, it crumbles under criticism. But when your identity is built on a private covenant with yourself, you become invincible, not because of pride, but because of permanence. This is the vow. From this day forward, I will not change my shape to fit others. I will not shrink to be accepted. I will not abandon my path to be understood. I have declared who I am, and I will repeat it until the world believes it, or until I build a world that does. Let the average man adjust. Let the fearful man conform. Let the distracted man forget. You will decide once and forever, and that decision will become your beam, your compass, your fortress. We now move forward, not as a seeker, but as a builder, not as a wanderer, but as an architect, not as one who waits for permission, but as one who has already laid the cornerstone of self. Every day your structure is either being reinforced or quietly corroded. There is no stillness in your identity. You are not paused. You are not waiting. You are either building your future in silence, or you are being rebuilt by outside forces that serve no purpose but their own. A man cannot live unconsciously and remain whole. For the world is not passive. It is persuasive. It will offer him distractions, entertainments, emotional dramas, and alluring comforts. And with each indulgence, a beam is removed from his inner framework. And one day he wakes up and finds his strength is gone. Nothing stays still. You are either advancing or eroding. Your thinking, your habits, your discipline, they are either growing stronger by design or weakening by neglect. And neglect is not neutral. It is rot. Decay does not announce itself. It shows up slowly until the floor gives way beneath you. Let me remind you, your mind is under construction daily. And if you do not build it, others will. They will build it with fear, with opinions, with their lack of purpose. They will fill your mind with their doubts, their noise, their weakness, and they will call it reality. But it is not your reality unless you adopt it. I tell you of Charles M. Schwab. He was not born poised. He was not born magnetic. He was not born with the stature of leadership, but he rehearsed it daily. He cultivated mental habits in silence, belief, discipline, clarity of speech, and those rehearsals became structures no public failure could ever dismantle. What you do daily becomes what you are permanently. This is the force of cosmic habit force. It is the law that cements whatever is repeated, whether truth or lie, strength or weakness, faith or fear. And once it is set, it becomes your nature. If you repeat delay, you become procrastination. If you repeat excuse, you become justification. If you repeat negative speech, you become a speaker of limitation. And if you repeat thoughts of collapse, it is no surprise when your life reflects ruin. Hear me clearly. Most men pour doubt into their structure like water through cracks, and they wonder why it eventually caves in. They wonder why their confidence leaks, their motivation fades, their relationships fall, their income shrinks. But the cause was never outside. The cause was always inside. You cannot expect your structure to stand if you are not reinforcing it on purpose. You must install discipline, faith, purpose, identity. These are not luxuries. These are the bricks. These are the beams. And you must repeat them until they become part of your permanent being. This is where autosuggestion becomes your daily hammer. You do not hope for strength. You build it. You do not wish for identity. You repeat it. You do not pray for discipline. You install it, not once, but daily, until it becomes automatic. Here is your ritual. Every morning, write your identity. Every afternoon, speak your decision aloud. Every evening, reinforce your definite chief aim with repetition and prayer. Build it into your breath. Build it into your habits. Build it until even your sleep obeys your command. Say this with me now. My habits are the bricks of my future. My thoughts are reinforced daily with purpose. My speech is the frame of the life I am constructing. Do not expect miracles from inconsistency. Do not expect wealth from forgetfulness. Do not expect power from weak patterns. You must become unshakable in your rituals, because rituals reinforce what you declared in identity. And without reinforcement, all great declarations turn to dust. Understand this. The future you want will not be built in the storms. It must be built in the calm before the storm. It must be rehearsed, cemented, forged into muscle memory, so that when pressure comes, you are not searching for strength. You are already living from it. Let others neglect their foundations. Let others live by hope. You will live by habit, by instruction, by repetition of purpose. And that repetition will create a structure so sound, so exact, so spiritually aligned that no amount of pressure can bring it down. Say it again with full will. I repeat only what builds. I cement only what supports. I am building the man who cannot be broken. We now go deeper into the force that binds the structure together, the cement between your mental bricks. Faith. Faith is not an accessory. It is not a feeling. Faith is the internal cement of all permanent success. Without it, no life will stand. Without it, every goal collapses under weight. Without it, your structure, no matter how elegant, will not survive the pressure of reality. A man who does not possess faith cannot hold a vision. He cannot endure resistance. He cannot delay gratification without retreating. He cannot speak with power or decide with permanence. He collapses, not because he is evil, not because he lacks desire, but because he lacks the internal cement that holds all power together. Most men confuse belief with emotion, but belief is weak unless fortified with repetition and faith. The real enemy is not lack of ambition. It is the presence of mental rot, and that rot has a name: fear. Fear is not an emotion, it is corrosion. It is a parasite that eats through every beam of confidence you've ever built. It weakens your structure from the inside. It hollows your resolve. It replaces your strength with hesitation and your clarity with confusion. Fear does not knock. It whispers. It sneaks in through habits. It arrives disguised as logic, dressed as concern, draped in passivity. And before you know it, Your life is leaning because your structure has been softened by invisible decay. You cannot think both faith and fear. You cannot build with both courage and caution. One builds, the other destroys. And whichever you repeat will take over your structure, either reinforcing it with conviction or collapsing it under anxiety. Let me tell you a story that proves this law. Thomas Edison. When others failed 100 times, they declared defeat. Edison, failing 1,000 times, declared refinement. His structure did not collapse because it was cemented by an idea that would not die. Edison did not simply believe he would succeed. He refused to entertain any other thought. That is the cement I speak of. That is faith, not as suggestion, but as mental law. And that law carried him through when others gave up. You may decorate your mind with ambition, but if you do not pour cement between your principles, you will crumble. It is not enough to have goals. You must have faith that carries those goals on your back when strength is low and doubt is high. Fear is not passive. It is active erosion. It whispers stories of failure. It installs pictures of defeat. It rehearses your collapse before it even happens. It is the termite in the wood, the rust in the steel, the crack beneath the paint. But faith is fire. It hardens your vision. It burns out weakness. It welds your thoughts together in unity. It fuses every beam of your structure, so no wind, no criticism, no loss, no delay can shake you. Here are your reinforcements. Speak them with power. I walk by inner sight, not outer weather. Faith is the fire that fuses every beam of my purpose. My belief is louder than every external storm. Do not expect the winds to die down. Expect to become stronger than the winds. Do not wait for an easier life. Build a stronger mind. That is the law of power. That is the material from which an unshakable man is made. When your thoughts are built in faith, fear cannot enter. It may knock, it may try, but it cannot find a crack to seep into. Because you have sealed your mind with decision, with repetition, with identity, and with faith practiced daily. Remember, every act of faith builds strength. Every thought of doubt erodes it. You must choose daily which you allow to work upon your structure. Will you permit termites to feast upon your beams, or will you pour another layer of cement into the base? Say aloud now, I do not collapse, I reinforce. I do not shrink, I seal my thought with belief. I am built from inner law, not external weather. If your life is collapsing, it is not the winds, it is not your boss, it is not the news, it is the absence of inner cement. And that cement is faith, not borrowed faith, not weekend faith, not whispered faith, but declared, repeated, daily tested faith. The man who lives by this principle becomes the pillar in the storm. While others flee, he leads. While others hesitate, he builds. While others collapse, he becomes the tower others lean on. And now you shall become that man. No man knows the strength of his structure until the winds press against it. The true nature of your thoughts is never revealed when life is calm. It is revealed when life demands an answer. And in that moment, pressure does not invent your character. It reveals what was already hidden in your walls. Most men decorate their lives, but never test them. They adorn their speech with positivity. They boast of goals. They speak confidently when unchallenged. But when the storm arrives, when the market shifts, the friendship breaks, the pressure mounts, their lives collapse like hollow temples. Why? Because there was never substance beneath the surface. There were no reinforced beams of faith, no cemented joints of decision, no welded habits of perseverance. There was only appearance, and appearance collapses under pressure. Hear me, pressure is not the problem. Weakness is. And pressure simply reveals where the weakness was already hiding. If you wait until the test arrives to become strong, it is already too late. You do not build strength in battle. You reveal it. Look at Abraham Lincoln. When the nation was split, When betrayal and war surrounded him, when death threatened to undo everything, he did not shake. Not because he was fearless, but because his inner framework had been reinforced with purpose, with long obedience, with spiritual architecture built before the war ever began. You must become such a man who knows his walls have been tested in silence, a man who knows his thoughts have been checked for weakness, a man who knows that when pressure comes, it is not a crisis, it is a confirmation of what he has already built. Say it with power. Pressure is the revealer of truth. Let it test you. Let it expose you. Let it find your weak joints so you may replace them with steel. For the man who inspects his structure before the storm does not fear the wind, he welcomes it as proof. Make it your ritual each evening. Inspect your thoughts. Find the cracks. Reinforce the beams. Speak new commands. Do not let the day end without rebuilding. Your habits are nails. Your affirmations are mortar. Your repetition is steel. Build nightly. Stand daily. Say these now. I do not break. I am pre-built for difficulty. Pressure polishes me. It does not shatter me. Every blow against me only proves my preparation. Do not envy ease. Do not crave safety. Crave structure. Crave strength. Crave the unseen stability that is not for decoration, but for endurance. Men who collapse in crisis were never ready to begin with. Their outer success was built on sand. Their identity was borrowed. Their discipline was circumstantial. Their structure was designed for applause, not resistance. You will not be that man. You will not hope for ease. You will prepare for impact. You will not pray to avoid difficulty. You will thank pressure for revealing the unfinished work and reinforcing the unfinished wall. The world will try to shake you. Let it. If your structure has been built correctly, pressure cannot undo what was forged by principle, law, and purpose. So I ask you, will you wait for the winds to arrive before you inspect your framework? Or will you prepare now and stand when others fall? One poor conversation can remove a beam from your inner structure. Do not think for a moment that men are neutral. They are not. The voices around you are either reinforcing your frame or weakening your base. And every word that enters your ears enters your thoughts. Every opinion you tolerate becomes a suggestion to your subconscious. Most men collapse not from their own doubt, but from the echo of borrowed disbelief. They allow the fears of their families, the hesitations of their friends, the indecision of their co-workers to drip into their minds like acid, corroding steel beams they worked years to build. Let this be known. People are either allies to your foundation or termites to your purpose. You cannot allow the undisciplined to advise your structure. You cannot allow drifters to decorate your identity. You cannot permit the small-minded to design your architecture. The law of the mastermind is sacred. When two or more minds harmonize in a spirit of faith, purpose, and belief, a new mind is born, greater than either alone. But the opposite is also true. When disharmony, doubt, and complaint enter, your structure begins to erode. You must choose your builders carefully. I speak now of Henry Ford. He did not merely protect his ideas, he protected his meetings. He refused to let doubters speak into his plans. He surrounded himself with men who repeated his belief, not who challenged it with fear. His inner circle was a fortress. And because of that, so was his legacy. Say this now with unshakable authority. Do not let those who fear storms advise your blueprints. I do not consult the weak when building the strong. Every time you speak with the wrong man, every time you give ear to opinions without definiteness, you weaken your resolve, not all at once, but slowly, subtly, like a hairline crack expanding under pressure until one day it breaks. You must become ruthless with your inner circle. This is not arrogance, it is architecture, it is spiritual engineering. A single whisper of sarcasm can devalue your vision. A single doubt spoken with charm can lower your intensity. And when your intensity lowers, so does the structure it holds. Here are your affirmations. Engrave them into your speech. I surround myself only with minds that add support to mine. I do not argue with termites. I build with architects. My purpose is not a committee. It is a command. Do not mistake kindness for compatibility. Just because a man smiles does not mean he belongs in your scaffolding. Just because he means well does not mean he thinks well. Your foundation is not a playground. It is sacred ground. And only those who understand your blueprint may help you lay stone. The strongest structures in the world do not survive because of chance. They survive because of integrity of material and purity of design. Likewise, your mind must not be polluted with small talk, petty drama, or irrelevant minds who lack purpose. Let me be even clearer. The structure of your life requires guardianship, not social acceptance. Your inner walls must be protected like a vault. Your routines must be guarded like treasure. Your vision must be defended like a kingdom, because it is one. Do not confuse popularity with power. The world applauds what is loud, not what is lasting. You do not need crowds. You need clarity. You do not need cheerleaders. You need engineers, those who build belief with you in silence and walk with you in conviction. Say again with will, even one unqualified voice can corrupt the foundation. Be ruthless. Choose builders only. I do not explain my calling to those not called to build it with me. This is the test. If a man does not reinforce your faith, your focus, your discipline, he does not belong near your structure. You will thank yourself later for protecting the frame of your destiny. From this day forward, you are the gatekeeper. You are the architect. You are the one who decides who lays brick, who wields the hammer, and who merely watches from afar. Success is not built once and left alone. It is reinforced daily, or it begins to decay. A man does not maintain a powerful life by emotion, inspiration, or the memory of a good decision. He maintains it with ritual. He reinforces his foundation like a master craftsman who inspects every beam, every bolt, every nail, every single day. What most men call motivation, the wise man calls maintenance. A bridge that carries thousands of tons is not trusted merely because it was well built once. It is trusted because it is inspected, tested, maintained day after day after day. You must treat your mind the same way. Let me make this plain. Even the strongest foundation begins to crack under neglect. Your identity, your belief, your decisions, no matter how pure they once were, will begin to erode if you stop reinforcing them. Not all at once, but slowly. The voice of certainty will become the whisper of maybe. The clear path will blur. The man who once walked with decision will now wait for permission. The enemy is not failure. The enemy is forgetting. Forgetting your aim, forgetting your identity, forgetting your purpose, forgetting what you said you would build. And forgetting happens not because you do not care, but because you do not repeat. Repetition is the guardian of belief. Ritual is the protector of power. Every day you delay, the old man begins to return. He does not knock loudly. He whispers. He creeps. He offers one missed day, one exception, one compromise. And that is the first crack in the wall. You must treat your mental architecture like a fortress, and you must walk it daily like a guard on post. If you do not check the walls, someone else will. And they will not repair them. They will sneak through them. This is your law. Repetition installs. Ritual reinforces. Identity is kept alive by daily attention. I now give you a structure, a ritual of reinforcement that, if followed, will make your inner world unshakable. Each morning, read your definite chief aim aloud, with energy, with clarity, with belief, not as a task, but as a command to the subconscious. Let your voice carve the shape of your future into the walls of your mind. Then speak your affirmations with intensity, not passively, with authority. I am the man who builds. I am the man who speaks truth. I am the man who finishes what he starts. This is not motivation. This is programming. You are installing a blueprint into the most obedient part of your being, the subconscious. And what is repeated with emotion becomes reality. In the middle of the day, pause. Check your speech. Review your posture. Ask yourself, have I acted today like the man I declared myself to be? If not, correct it. If yes, reinforce it again. And in the evening before sleep, repeat your chief aim again. Read it once more. Let your mind drift off to the sound of definiteness. Replace all idle thought with declared instruction. This is when your mind is most vulnerable. Do not leave it unguarded. Repeat as you drift. I was born for purpose. I am building my life by law, not by chance. I reinforce the man I have decided to be, daily, nightly, without compromise. Now listen carefully. Discipline is not hard when it becomes identity. It is hard when you forget. It is hard when you drift. It is hard when you negotiate. But when repetition turns into rhythm, and rhythm becomes nature, discipline becomes as effortless as breathing. That is the goal, to make your strength unconscious, to make your decisions instinctive, to make your posture, your thought, your word unbreakable, not by force, but by design. You do not rise to your goals. You fall to the level of your reinforcement. I speak now of John D. Rockefeller. The public knew him as a force of wealth, but his real strength was found in the structure of his days. He followed a strict rhythm, morning silence, deep review of decisions, written declarations, spiritual recentering. His discipline was not occasional, it was habitual, and it built one of the strongest financial empires the world has ever seen. Understand this clearly. Men do not fall because of failure. They fall because of neglect, neglect of habit, neglect of belief, neglect of ritual. Their collapse is not sudden. It is accumulated absence. You cannot expect to stand tall when you haven't checked your foundation in weeks. Say this now. My life is not left to memory. It is written into my bones through ritual. Discipline is the hammer that drives my decisions into permanence. I am not reacting to the world. I am reinforcing my world before it speaks. Every day you reinforce, you make collapse less possible. Every ritual you repeat with definiteness is another beam sealed. Every word spoken in alignment with your aim is another wall tightened, another crack closed. This is why you must speak only what you wish to become permanent. You must repeat only what builds. You must allow into your eyes and ears only that which strengthens. The world will not do this for you. You must take ownership, full, final, daily ownership. You are not maintaining a feeling. You are maintaining a fortress, and that fortress must be inspected every day. Walk its perimeter, speak to its walls, reinforce its core, declare its future. Let no decay settle. Let no excuse slip in. Let no influence plant weakness. Let this be your vow. From this day forward, I reinforce before I react. I build before I begin. I repeat before I collapse, and I will not fall, because I maintain what I build. There is a day coming when the winds will howl, the ground will shake, and the plans of many will fall, not because they were evil men, not because they lacked ambition, but because they never built with law. They built with emotion. They built with trend. They built with popularity and opinion and public noise. And when the shaking comes, so will their ruin. But the man who has built by principle, who has obeyed the laws of definiteness, of faith, of repetition, of purpose, of silence, he will still be standing. While the dust flies and voices panic, he is still. He is upright. He is unmoved. He is known in heaven and feared by circumstances because he built himself before the need to stand arose. I do not promise you a life without storms. I promise you a structure that survives them. I do not guarantee you approval or comfort. I guarantee that if you build daily by law, you will not fall with the weak. You will remain when others forget who they are. The world rewards emotional men temporarily, but it rewards spiritually structured men permanently, because time cannot erode what was built on truth. No scandal, no loss, No shift in circumstance can undo what you have welded together in silence with decision. Let me say this again. You do not need the storm to stop. You need your structure to stand, and that structure must be you. Not your job, not your location, not your savings, not your followers, you. There was a time when everything seemed to collapse. The market broke, the noise rose, panic swept the land. But in every era of collapse, there were men who remained calm, poised, deliberate. They were not surprised. They were not frantic. They were ready. Why? Because while the others laughed, they prepared. While others drifted, they wrote. While others delayed, they decided. And so when the shaking came, they did not fall. They led, they multiplied, they expanded, because their structure was built to last. This is your path. You will not hope for ease. You will prepare for pressure. You will not react to panic. You will lead through it. You will not ask to be rescued. You will become the anchor others grab when the waters rise. Say this with fire in your chest. I am the one who stands when others fall. My structure was built in silence, and it will last through sound. The winds cannot undo what I have done with faith, discipline, and repetition. Now hear me. Infinite intelligence does not respond to panic. It does not answer fear. It does not bless indecision. It rewards structure. It responds to definiteness of purpose. It honors the man who moves by law, not mood. When the world shakes, what remains is not what you wish for, but what you have built. Your rituals, your thought habits, your identity, your decisions. These are not optional anymore. They are the only thing separating the standing from the fallen. And so I tell you now, build yourself before the storm. Do not wait. Do not assume tomorrow will be easier. You must become a fortress in thought, a temple in speech, a tower in decision. Repeat this now and forever. Reinforce before I am tested. Speak only what I want installed. Decide who I am and build him into permanence. Do not wish for the winds to calm. Wish to become the man who commands his thoughts while the winds roar, who leads his family when the lights go out, who holds his posture while others bend, who still speaks faith when the crowd has gone silent. This is the secret to a life that will not collapse, structure before storm, purpose before pressure, law before luxury, and now you know. Let others be shocked by the shaking. Let others scatter when things fall. But you will be standing because you chose to build when others waited, because you chose to reinforce while others relaxed, because you obeyed the laws of strength, because you became the structure. And in this world where so many collapse, you will remain. If you act as if God is within you, your voice changes, your posture changes. You stop asking for permission to live with fire. And when you stop waiting, heaven stops waiting too. This is not a lesson. This is a summons. If you are hearing this now, it is because something in you is ready to rise. You have waited long enough. The silence you feel, the restlessness inside you, it is not confusion. It is a call, a divine order echoing from within, commanding you to stop living like you were forgotten. You were not made to shrink. You were not placed here to drift. You were sent, and the one who sent you does not apologize for power. The man who listens with reverence, who studies this again and again until it becomes his new law, he will not just change. He will become the living proof of purpose, sent with clarity, walking with power, and finishing what heaven began. Now listen. Because the moment you believe this truth, you will no longer walk as a man. You will walk as one who was sent. You have walked long enough pretending to be less than what you were sent to become. You have bowed long enough to fear. You have hesitated long enough in the shadow of doubt. But now the voice of purpose calls to you. And if you will obey what is about to be spoken, not just hear it, but obey it, you will never again be the man you were before this hour. Because what I'm about to give you is not motivation. It is law, not advice, instruction. It is the truth of who you are beneath the story, beneath the excuses, beneath the hesitation that the world has taught you to wear. And here is that truth. You were not made small. You were not sent here to drift. You were not placed on this earth to survive. You were sent with power. You were sent with command. You were sent with God himself written into your spirit. And yet most men live like intruders in their own life. They apologize for wanting more. They hide their fire. They speak with hesitation, act with delay, and wait to be approved before they move. Not because they lack ability, but because they have forgotten who sent them. And the world prefers it that way. Because the man who walks as if God is within him, that man cannot be controlled. That is why this truth is not handed out in schools. It is not printed in the headlines. It is not celebrated in public. Because when a man begins to think as if heaven lives inside him, he becomes ungovernable by weakness. He no longer listens to the noise. He no longer waits for support. He no longer serves fear. He begins to walk differently, speak differently, build differently. And the moment that man appears, systems that rely on confusion begin to collapse. You must understand this. Infinite intelligence is not far off. It is not hiding. It is not waiting in the clouds. It is within you. But it will not move until you do. And when you act in alignment with the purpose you were sent to fulfill, when you carry yourself as if heaven has given you a task, when your words, your decisions, your habits reflect reverence for that mission, everything begins to change. But this will only work if you listen, if you obey every word. If you silence the voice in your mind that wants to entertain, compare, skip forward, or analyze. Because the truth I am about to give you is hidden, not shouted. And if you drift while hearing it, you may miss the line that your future was built to receive. Do not let that happen. Listen with your full attention. Study this as if your life depends on it, because it does. And do not hear it once. The wise man will return to this message again and again until it becomes him. Until the thought, God is within me, is not a phrase, but a fact. Until the posture of one sent becomes your natural stance. Until your identity is no longer uncertain, but etched in divine certainty. You are not here to survive. You are here to build. You are not here to wait. You are here to command. You are not here to ask. You are here to decide. And the moment you begin to act as if God is within you, you will no longer walk like a man. You will walk like one who was sent. Now we begin. You were not created to hesitate. You were not designed to wait. You were not formed by the hand of purpose, only to spend your days questioning your right to build, to speak, to move. Doubt is not your nature. Delay is not your inheritance. Fear is not your truth. These were taught to you, but the voice that built the universe, the same force that hung the stars and shaped the fire of the sun, did not create you with uncertainty. It created you with power, and placed that power within your mind. Most men live as if they were never meant to live at all. They move through the day with hesitation in their breath. They walk lightly, as if trying not to disturb a world that has already forgotten them. They wait for permission to rise. They wait for approval to pursue what was placed inside of them before they were born. But the man who walks as if he was sent, that man does not wait. He does not wander. He does not beg. He does not ask the world to accept his fire. He walks with it because he knows it was not given by the world. It was given by God. You must now understand this truth. You were placed here by purpose, and what placed you here does not create failure. The infinite does not manufacture weakness. The source of power does not send emptiness. You were not born a mistake. You were not placed on this earth by randomness. You were sent. And if you were sent, then there is within you something greater than personality, greater than education, greater than environment, something eternal, something divine, something demanding expression through you. The reason so many men feel lost is because they have not obeyed that inner instruction. It is not because they lack opportunity. It is not because the world is against them. It is because they have ignored the voice that speaks without sound, the voice that does not shout but commands. And every time they feel it, every time they sense it calling, They dismiss it. They delay. They argue. They negotiate with the very source that gave them life, and so they shrink. They become spectators, intruders in their own life, passengers in their own story. Let me say this clearly. Failure is not your nature. Failure is the result of disobedience to purpose. And when a man walks in contradiction to his purpose, when he hears the call but chooses comfort, when he senses the fire but clings to fear, he must fail. Not because he is cursed, but because he is out of alignment with his assignment. There is a law that governs the rise of every man. You must walk as if heaven sent you, not with arrogance, but with divine authority. You must live not as a question, but as a command. You must speak not as someone wondering if he belongs, but as one who knows he was chosen to build. This is not fantasy. This is not ambition. This is your assignment. Do not tell me you are too flawed. Every man God uses was flawed. Do not tell me you are too late. The eternal does not wait on time. Do not tell me you need to feel more ready. Obedience has never required comfort. It only requires alignment. And once you align, the resources appear, the power flows, the opportunities arrive, not because the world has changed, but because you did. Let me give you the example of Abraham Lincoln. He was not the man the world expected. He was mocked, dismissed, defeated. He lost elections. He faced humiliation. He endured public scorn, but he obeyed the inner command. He did not walk as a politician. He walked as a man of principle. He did not speak to win favor. He spoke to fulfill his responsibility. His strength was not found in strategy, but in the moral fire that burned in his chest, placed there by something greater than popularity. Lincoln did not succeed because the world was ready. He succeeded because he walked as if destiny moved with him. And now I tell you this, destiny will move with you if you walk in obedience. God within is not a symbol. It is not a metaphor. It is not a poetic phrase to ease your conscience. It is infinite intelligence seeking expression through your thoughts, your habits, your action. It is the power that placed you here, not to wander, but to build, not to beg, but to lead, not to drift, but to decide. And that power is waiting, not for the world to approve you, not for your past to change, not for fear to leave. It is waiting for you to rise, to align, to speak what must be spoken, to do what must be done. And when you obey that call, when you carry yourself as a man who was sent, heaven begins to move with you. Let me now give you your spiritual practice. Each morning speak aloud, I was not made to wander, I was sent to walk in power. Do not look around you for evidence. Look within. The presence of fire is your confirmation. Write your chief aim and place it where you see it daily. This is not a goal. This is your divine instruction. Every action today must reflect the man who was sent. No hesitation, no explanation, just movement. Before sleep, repeat the affirmation again with conviction. I was not made to wander. I was sent to walk in power. Now say it aloud, with clarity, with strength, with reverence. I was not made to wander. I was sent to walk in power. Again, I was not made to wander. I was sent to walk in power. Let these words become your command. Let them silence the voice of your former self. Let them cancel the doubt, the delay, the guilt, the shame, because you are not here to carry shame. You are not here to rehearse pain. You are here to walk in purpose, to think with authority, to act as if heaven is watching, because heaven is within you. You are the builder now, not someday. Now you are the voice now, not when you feel ready. Now you are the one sent to carry this message into every room, every hour, every decision. And the only question that remains is this: will you obey the call or argue with it? Because the power has already been placed. The law has already been written. The voice has already spoken. Now go, obey, building, and walk as one who is sent. The power you seek does not descend upon the idle. It does not flow to the man who waits for perfect conditions. Infinite intelligence, that invisible force which governs all creation, does not concern itself with your feelings or your fears. It concerns itself only with your movement. The spiritual law is this: belief must be proven through action. You may speak of faith, write of purpose, dream of greatness, but if you do not act, your belief is not real. Faith without movement is not humility. It is rebellion. It is a silent rejection of the purpose planted inside you. It is the sin of delay dressed in the disguise of prudence. You were not sent here to wait. You were sent to build. You were not sent here to question your power. You were sent to wield it. The man who walks as if heaven walks with him unlocks the gates of provision, not because of privilege, but because he acts before proof arrives. You must understand this law. Action confirms belief. Waiting denies it. If you say you believe but refuse to move, your subconscious records that contradiction. And because it does not argue, it simply obeys, you begin to shrink. You begin to hesitate more. You begin to act less. And soon, belief itself is no longer a seed, but a memory. But the man who moves, even while afraid, even while uncertain, begins to multiply his own strength. Because movement attracts power. Boldness activates response. Heaven honors the man who honors the purpose by walking in it. Do not confuse stillness with wisdom. There is a time for reflection, yes, but the reflection must always lead to decision. And decision, if genuine, must be followed by action. The law of growth begins the moment you obey. Look at Thomas Edison. He did not wait for the perfect design. He did not require applause. He did not demand certainty. He simply believed in what he saw in his mind, and because he believed, he acted. Over 10,000 failed attempts, but every time he moved, every time he worked, every time he reached again, he was confirming belief. And eventually, belief turned to result. Vision became invention. Imagination became history. And you are no different. You carry within you the power of creation. You have been visited by the same infinite intelligence. You are not waiting for a miracle. You are the miracle when you begin to move. But if you disobey this law, if you continue to speak without action, to plan without execution, to pray without pursuit, you will remain where you are, not because you are cursed, but because you did not act. The world yields to the man who does not wait. It watches the one who does not hesitate. It responds to the man who moves, not with panic, but with conviction. You must now become that man, the one who walks forward even when the path is unclear, the one who builds before he sees the reward, the one who trusts the voice within more than the noise outside. Let me give you the law again. Action confirms belief. Waiting denies it. And I give you now the discipline that will transform your life. Each morning, write one action aligned with your chief aim and take it. When hesitation speaks, repeat aloud, I walk in obedience. I move before I feel ready. I walk as if heaven moves with me. Record your proof daily. You must show your mind that you are not a man of delay. Do not explain your action to the hesitant. Their permission is not your requirement. You may say, but I'm afraid. Good. That means the command was clear. Fear is not a stop sign. It is simply the echo of the old self dying. And the only cure for fear is not comfort. It is obedience. Now say this aloud with conviction. I walk in obedience. I move before I feel ready. I walk as if heaven moves with me. Again. I walk in obedience. I move before I feel ready. I walk as if heaven moves with me. This is not a phrase. It is your new rhythm. It is your law. It is your identity. From this moment on, no more hesitation. No more waiting. No more negotiating with the dream placed inside you by infinite mind. Now you move. Now you obey. Now you act. And when you do, watch how heaven follows your steps. You cannot carry divine power with a divided mind. You cannot walk in authority while entertaining every voice, every fear, every contradiction. The man who has been sent must protect his thought with the same intensity a king guards his crown, because thought is the seat of your authority. And if your thought is polluted, your actions will betray you. Most men do not fall because of failure. They fall because their thinking was unguarded. They permit every suggestion to enter. They allow every doubt to speak. They open the gates of their inner world to the noise of the outer world and wonder why their power fades. But the man who has been sent, the man who walks as if the voice of God speaks through him, does not treat his thought casually. He disciplines it, he commands it, he directs it, and in doing so, he becomes unshakable. Let me now give you this law. Controlled attention is the bridge between infinite intelligence and definite achievement. If your mind is open to every noise, every fear, every imagined threat, then infinite intelligence cannot speak clearly. God cannot move through clutter. The divine cannot direct a distracted mind. You must now ask yourself this question, daily, hourly, moment by moment. Does this thought honor the call that lives within me? If yes, then you think it, you speak it, you obey it. If no, it is rejected, removed, and replaced. No emotion, no argument, no explanation. You are not here to negotiate with limitation. You are here to build from obedience. This is the practice of the man who has been sent. Let me give you an example of this law in motion. John D. Rockefeller. During the great financial panics that shook the world while others collapsed under fear, Rockefeller remained still, calm, focused, controlled. He did not absorb the panic. He did not let headlines rewrite his aim. While the world screamed, he listened only to his purpose. And because his attention was disciplined, his results were inevitable. He did not have more luck. He had more focus. You must now become that man. A man whose thoughts are trained, not random, directed, not reactive, rehearsed, not impulsive. Because your mind is the channel through which the voice of God will act. And if you keep it cluttered, you will delay every miracle meant to find you. Let me now give you the practice that builds spiritual clarity. Begin each day by writing one question on paper. Does this thought honor the call that lives within me? Review your dominant thoughts. Remove anything that contradicts your chief aim. Every time a fearful or doubtful thought appears, interrupt it with this statement. I think in alignment. I speak with purpose. I obey the voice that sent me. At night, write a short note on how your thoughts either honored or resisted your calling. This is your inner audit. Let me give you this truth. The world will never speak louder than the man who knows why he was sent. But if you allow the world's volume to overtake your inner voice, your life will follow the wrong instruction. From now on, no more mental wandering, no more casual thought, no more entertaining internal noise that contradicts the one who made you. You are a vessel of infinite intelligence. You are not a dumping ground for doubt. Say this aloud now. I think in alignment. I speak with purpose. I obey the voice that sent me. Again. I think in alignment. I speak with purpose. I obey the voice that sent me. This is your mental law. This is your spiritual firewall. This is the standard you rise to every morning and defend until night. Because when your thoughts serve your purpose, everything you touch will begin to prosper. When your mind becomes clean, your decisions become sharp. When your attention is fixed, your voice gains weight. When your mind is disciplined, heaven can trust you with more. You are not here to think as the world thinks. You are not here to repeat the noise of the distracted. You are here to channel power through purity of thought. And that begins now. The man who has been sent cannot speak like a man who doubts. He cannot use the language of hesitation. He cannot dilute his command with the vocabulary of fear. If heaven has placed a calling within you, and it has, then your words must be forged in alignment with that calling. Every time you speak, you instruct the subconscious. And the subconscious, being the seat of all action, obeys whatever is spoken with emotion and repetition, whether truth or lie. This is the spiritual law of autosuggestion, and it governs every result in your life. You may not be aware of it, But the law does not care whether you know it or not. It works either way. The subconscious does not argue, it does not evaluate, it does not question your statements. It only asks, have I heard this often enough, and was it spoken with belief? And if the answer is yes, it goes to work, shaping your decisions, your posture, your emotions, your momentum to match the command. So understand this clearly. If you speak doubt, you instruct weakness. If you speak command, you activate power. Most men fail not because they lack talent, but because their words do not match their aim. They speak with uncertainty. They declare nothing. They rehearse limitation in their language and then wonder why their actions betray them. They say, I hope, and the subconscious obeys hesitation. They say, I'll try, and the subconscious receives permission to retreat. They say, maybe, and so they never become certain. But the man who walks as if heaven sent him must speak differently. His words carry the tone of decision. His mouth reflects the mind of a man who has been commanded. He does not hope, he declares. He does not wish, he instructs. He does not explain, he affirms. Let me now give you the identity script. This is not poetic language. This is a spiritual decree, and it must be spoken aloud every morning before the world has a chance to contradict it. I am the man who was sent to build. I speak with power. I act with finality. This script, if repeated daily with faith and fire, will reprogram your subconscious to see yourself not as a man waiting for results, but as a man creating them. It will install a new image of authority, and that image will begin to attract thoughts, habits, and opportunities that match it. Not because of magic, but because the mind always moves in the direction of its dominant instruction. Let us now look at a man who lived this law, Charles M. Schwab. He began as a mill worker, but he rose to become the president of U.S. Steel. Why? Because his words carried conviction. When he spoke, men listened. Not because of status, but because of certainty. He did not explain himself with hesitation. He gave orders with belief. And because his words came from a deep alignment with purpose, others followed his direction without resistance. He did not rise through status. He rose through speech. He did not wait to become powerful. He spoke as one who already was, and the world adjusted accordingly. You must now do the same. Your words must match the man you are becoming. If they don't, your subconscious will remain confused, and a confused subconscious produces nothing. It stalls, it contradicts, it hesitates. But a subconscious that hears clear, repeated instruction daily, aloud, with emotion, becomes obedient. And obedience is what produces identity. Let me give you your new practice. Write your identity script in the present tense. Begin with, I am the man who... Speak it aloud every morning and every night. Not softly. Speak it as if your future is listening. Every time you hear yourself speak weakness, stop mid-sentence and correct it aloud. Say, that is not who I am. I speak belief. I speak law. I speak what I am becoming. Keep a daily record of your spoken word. Track how often your mouth obeyed your calling and how often it did not. Awareness is power. You may think this practice is simple. That is the mistake. Simplicity is the doorway to transformation. It is the small thing done with fire that changes everything. One line, spoken with full belief, becomes the law your life follows, but only if you repeat it long enough. Now speak this affirmation aloud. Do not whisper. This is your voice training your life. I speak law. I speak belief. I speak what I am becoming. Again, I speak law. I speak belief. I speak what I am becoming. Let these words override the language of your old self. Let them replace the habit of soft speech. Let them break the pattern of vague intention. Because from this moment forward, you are not speaking your doubts. You are speaking your design. Every word is a command. Every sentence is a signal. Every declaration is a brick in the construction of the identity heaven sent you to build. This is not empty talk. This is spiritual alignment. And when your words match your calling, the world begins to obey you. You do not rise with volume. You rise with precision. You do not rise with noise. You rise with law. You do not rise by waiting to believe. You rise by speaking belief until belief becomes your reflex. You were sent to speak with power. Now do so. You are being watched. Not by the world, not by critics, not by men, but by the very force that placed you here. You may think no one sees the decisions you make in silence. You may imagine your laziness is hidden, your shortcuts excused, your delay unnoticed. But the eye that sent you does not sleep. God is watching, not to condemn, but to confirm. Every movement you make is a reflection of what you believe about who you are, and every moment of action is a revelation of what you think about the one who gave you that action to perform. The man who walks as if no one sees him, the man who cuts corners when the crowd is gone, the man who only performs when attention is present, that man will always remain small, not because the world rejects him, but because he has disrespected the one who sent him. You must now understand that discipline is not about effort. Discipline is about reverence. It is not simply about doing more. It is about doing what is right, with fire, with intensity, with honor, because you know that the God within you is present in every moment. You do not work hard because you want success. You work hard because you were sent by infinite intelligence, and anything less than your full obedience is betrayal. Let me give you the law of inner watchfulness. Every act is an offering. Every word is a prayer. Every moment builds identity. Whether you realize it or not, you are always worshiping. You are always declaring something sacred. The way you speak, the way you show up, the way you execute your smallest task, these are not neutral. They are either aligned with the mission you were sent to fulfill, or they are evidence that you have forgotten who you are. And when a man forgets who he is, he begins to live as if no one is watching. He begins to compromise in silence. He begins to lower his standard. He begins to excuse what once would have enraged him. And over time, his identity dissolves, not because the world attacked him, but because he chose casualness over reverence. But you are not casual. Not anymore. You were not sent here to be seen. You were sent here to act as if seen. You were not sent here to seek applause. You were sent here to act as if heaven itself was the audience, because it is. And when you live like that, you become unstoppable. The man who acts with excellence when no one is looking becomes the man the world cannot ignore. He becomes trusted by heaven. He becomes resourced with provision. He becomes a magnet for order, for power, for favor, because he has shown himself worthy of more. Let me show you a man who lived this law, Henry Ford. When Ford declared he would build the V8 engine, every expert told him it could not be done. They brought him their evidence. They explained the impossibility. They advised him to abandon the task, but Ford did not flinch. He did not waver. He did not adjust his belief to suit their facts, because he did not treat his decision as a gamble. He treated it as a divine command. And when you treat your decision like it came from God, you do not retreat when others panic. Ford obeyed the voice within him, not the voices around him. And because of this, the impossible bowed. Reality bent. The experts were humbled. And a new invention was born, not because he was lucky or clever or favored, but because he moved with reverence toward the instruction he received. That is now your standard. Every decision you make, every task you complete, every word you speak must be done as if God is watching. Because he is, you do not need eyes on you to act with fire. The fire is in you already. The eye that matters most is already observing. You must now train yourself to walk in the fear of dishonoring your calling, not because of guilt, but because of alignment. If God trusted you enough to place power inside of you, then every moment you waste, every compromise you make, every lazy excuse you allow is a theft. It is a theft from the man you were born to become. It is a theft from the lives you were sent to impact. It is a theft from the source that placed his breath within you. You are not here to play with power. You are here to steward it. And the man who stewards well in silence is the man heaven will promote in the open. Let me now give you your practice. This is your daily altar. Each morning, speak aloud. My actions reflect heaven. I build with fire. I move with honor. Before each task, ask this question. If God were watching, would I do this the same way? And correct the answer with action. Write down one moment each day where you gave more than was required. Let that be your private offering. Before sleep, kneel, not to ask, but to declare, I have honored my instruction. I will rise again tomorrow in obedience. You are now a man of the altar, not of public worship, but private reverence, and your excellence in the unseen will build a reputation that cannot be shaken in the seen. Now say this aloud. This is your command. This is your reverent standard. My actions reflect heaven. I build with fire. I move with honor. Again. My actions reflect heaven. I build with fire. I move with honor. Let these words govern how you clean, how you write, how you speak, how you respond, how you breathe, because your assignment is not casual. Your movement is sacred. Your voice is sacred. Your labor is sacred. And if you act like that every day, you will rise like no man can explain. You will succeed like no man can copy. You will walk as if guided by something higher, because you are. From this day forward, live with the conviction that everything you do is watched by the one who sent you. And live with such fire that even heaven must take notice. The world does not follow titles. It does not obey empty ambition. It does not kneel to the man who waits for validation. The world yields to the man who believes he was sent, not by man, not by chance, but by heaven itself. The man who walks in that belief carries a different atmosphere. He does not ask for space. Space is made for him. You have seen this. You have felt this. One man walks into a room and the room shrinks him. Another walks in and the room adjusts. Not because of charisma, not because of fame, but because of certainty, because of inner conviction, because the man carries himself like one who is on assignment. And when a man moves with that awareness, the world cannot help but notice. This is not superstition. This is law. The inner belief of a man determines how the outer world treats him. Your energy, your presence, your tone, your very walk, they do not emerge from circumstance. They emerge from identity. And when your identity is anchored in divine purpose, you become immovable. You must now train yourself to walk like a man with divine instruction. You are not wandering. You are building. You are not seeking. You are executing. You are not questioning. You are obeying. And when your walk reflects that order, everything around you begins to conform. Let me say this clearly. Faith creates atmosphere. Discipline creates credibility. Repetition creates inevitability. Faith creates atmosphere because the man who believes he was sent carries no apology. His energy is decisive. His speech is aligned. His presence does not shrink to comfort others. He does not need to speak loud to be felt. His silence commands respect. Discipline creates credibility because when a man is consistent, the world begins to trust his voice. His repetition trains others to take him seriously. He says what he means. He finishes what he begins. He does not start and stop with every mood. He is reliable, and reliability is the armor of the chosen. Repetition creates inevitability because no matter how long it takes, the man who repeats the law of his purpose cannot be stopped. He may be delayed, but he is never denied, because the world must eventually adjust to what is permanent, and the man of discipline becomes permanent. Let me give you a man who lived this truth, Andrew Carnegie. He was not born into riches. He was not educated in elite circles. He had no great inheritance, but he walked as if something larger had placed him on earth to achieve something larger than life. He did not wait to feel worthy. He acted as if he had been chosen. And that belief shaped every decision, every habit, every relationship. Carnegie expected greatness, not out of pride, but out of alignment. He believed heaven had planted the seed of empire in his spirit, and because he believed it, he moved in faith. He built in silence. He gave direction to others long before others believed in his vision, and the world, slowly, then suddenly, obeyed him. You must now adopt the same law. Do not walk with apology. Do not seek permission to believe. Do not wait for someone to tell you that you are allowed to think like a man sent by God. You are already authorized. Your desire, your vision, your inner unrest, these are not signs of arrogance. They are evidence of assignment. They are proof that you were not born to blend in, but to become. Let me now give you your new mental instruction. This is your daily rhythm of thought and behavior. Each morning, stand and speak aloud. I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Move through every environment with the awareness that your presence is divine. When you sit at the table, sit like a man building something eternal. When you enter a room, speak only what aligns with your mission. Do not ask if you are welcome. Act like you belong, because the one who sent you has already cleared the path. When doubt rises, do not argue with it. Declare this aloud. I was sent. I am qualified. I do not retreat. Keep a journal of confirmations. Each day, write one moment when your belief influenced your environment. You are not here to fit in. You are here to establish law. You are here to be the example of what happens when a man believes that his life is the result of divine intention. And when you begin to live like this, the world begins to respond. Your posture shifts. Your eyes speak louder. Your silence commands. Your presence changes the temperature of every space. And it has nothing to do with personality. It is spiritual identity in motion. Now speak this aloud. This is your identity. This is your truth. I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Again, I walk as one sent. I work as one assigned. I finish as one chosen. Let these words become your filter, your standard, your atmosphere. You no longer walk like a man hoping to be seen. You walk like a man carrying the orders of heaven. And that kind of man always makes the world yield. Transformation is not an accident. It is not a mystery. It is not the result of emotion, talent, or sudden insight. It is the byproduct of repeated obedience. You do not become powerful by hoping. You become powerful by building. And building requires a blueprint, a script written by you, repeated by you, proven by you. The man who rises is not the man who waits for belief. He is the man who writes it, who speaks it, who obeys it before he feels it, because repetition always comes before identity. And identity must be installed, not assumed. You must now take command of your daily rhythm. You must replace drift with devotion. You must stop letting time pass without proof. Every hour is holy. Every decision is documentation. And your new identity must be rehearsed like law. This is the system, the structure, the altar. It is not optional. It is not flexible. It is the daily death of the old self, the habits, thoughts, and voices that once ruled you, and the resurrection of the builder you were born to be. Let me give you the ritual. 1. Speak your chief aim aloud. You must remind your subconscious every morning what it serves. The mind, left to default, returns to smallness. But the mind, directed with clarity, aligns its energy to your command. I demand of myself the full and complete attainment of specific goal by date through focused thought, decisive action, and daily obedience. Speak this as law, not as hope, not as theory, as law. 2, speak your identity aloud. Your identity is not memory. It is instruction. Speak it aloud until your spirit bends to its sound. I am the man who was sent. I build with order. I speak with purpose. I walk as one chosen. I finish what I begin. Say it with authority. Do not say it as if you're convincing yourself. Say it as if it's already done. 3. Take one action in alignment. You must prove who you are, not once, but daily. Each act must become evidence. Identity is reinforced not in what you say, but in what you confirm through behavior. Do not wait for the perfect task. Move forward in whatever you can do today to validate your script. Whether it is a message, a decision, a conversation, or a small act, prove the identity. 4th, record what you proved. At the end of your day, take 5 minutes. Write what you proved. What did you say that aligned? What did you do that confirmed belief? What old pattern did you break? When you write, your mind recognizes. When you document, you deepen. And when you return to your records, you realize, I have become what I declared. This is your altar. This is where your transformation is built. This is where excuses are replaced with rituals. This is where fear is exiled and decision becomes your dwelling place. Abraham Lincoln, long before he wore the title of president, lived by invisible law. He spoke to himself in silence. He repeated principle daily. He did not wait for office to act with honor. He practiced the voice of the leader until the world could no longer ignore him. And when the world finally gave him the title, he had already become the man. So must you. You are not practicing for someday. You are not preparing for a future season. You are proving daily who you have already decided to be. Let me now give you the deeper truth. The subconscious does not accept what you say once. It only obeys what you say repeatedly with belief. And when words and actions align, you build certainty. And certainty is the foundation of power. You will not feel it at first. You may speak with trembling. You may act with questions still echoing in the mind. But none of that matters. The law works when you do. And repetition is the blade that sharpens identity. Now say this aloud. This is your affirmation. This is your daily command. Each day, I act in obedience. Each day, I prove who I am. Again, each day I act in obedience. Each day I prove who I am. Let it be said until your old self falls silent. Let it be lived until the new man no longer has to prove. He simply is. You are not your memory. You are your instruction. And the instruction you follow daily is the man you become. Write it, speak it, act it. Record it. That is your script. That is your altar. That is how you rise. Heaven does not wait. It watches. It does not stall. It stands ready. But it does not move for the man who delays. It moves only for the man who walks as if sent, with fire in his chest and obedience in his step. The man who moves without apology, without explanation, without retreat. Heaven has never responded to the idle. It has never opened gates for the one who lingers. It does not respond to fear. It responds to faith demonstrated by motion. All power, spiritual, mental, economic, belongs to the man who carries himself like he was placed here for a reason. And the moment you walk like that, speak like that, live like that, doors begin to open. But understand this, power does not arrive first. Obedience does. The move is made before the miracle. The decision is acted upon before the provision appears. The command is walked out before the confirmation arrives. Because obedience is the evidence of belief. And belief is what heaven watches for. You cannot live as if you are here by chance and expect a life of direction. You cannot speak like a beggar and expect the favor of a king. You cannot wait for signs and then declare that you believe. Heaven does not move by your words alone. It moves by your alignment. And the man who lives by law, daily, consistently, with discipline, becomes unshakable. He becomes immovable. He becomes undeniable. Not because the world wanted to bless him, but because heaven demanded it. You must now stop praying for movement while remaining still. You must stop asking for confirmation when you have already been called. You must stop living like a question and begin living as the answer. The law is this: heaven moves when you do. There are no exceptions. There are no shortcuts. There are no excuses. You have been instructed. You have been assigned. And if you have listened to this message, you have now been commanded. The days of wondering are over. The time for wavering has passed. You do not need another reminder. You do not need another sign. You need only to act, to walk as if God is within you, to build as if heaven is backing every brick, to speak as if your words are shaping worlds, because they are. Let me now give you your final command. You will speak this not just once, but every day until your bones believe it. Act as if God is within you, because He is. Act as if heaven sent you, because it did. Say it again. Act as if God is within you, because He is. Act as if heaven sent you, because it did. Let it cancel the voice of your old self. Let it burn away the language of delay. Let it baptize you into the man you were born to be, not later. Now you are not behind. You are not too flawed. You are not missing anything. You were sent with everything you need to begin. But heaven will not move until you do. So go now, not in noise, but in law, not in haste, but in discipline, not in arrogance, but in divine certainty. Now speak your final affirmation. This is not a sentence. This is a decree. I walk in divine command. I move as if sent. I build with obedience. I become what heaven intended. Again, I walk in divine command. I move as if sent. I build with obedience. I become what heaven intended. This is your new identity. You are not a man who wonders. You are not a man who wavers. You are a man who walks with purpose, with power, with presence. From this day forward, everything you touch will rise because you no longer wait for heaven to move. You are the movement. And now it begins.